Chapter 843, Temptation. Never mind, you're too stingy. Isn't it only a merit law? If you want, I can give you 8 to 10 emperor laws, it's nothing special. Long Jingxian was upset and angrily pouted after Li Qie refused to give her the death chapter. Li Qie smiled and pinched her jade-white nose. Little girl, too much greed is bad. How many merit laws have you learned so far? Not that many. Long Jingxian lifted her head and answered, 1 to 200 emperor laws, such as the Qilin art from the Heaven Hoof Ravine, the Alchemy Kingdom's Flame Mastery, the Jian clan's archery. As for the other random ones, there should be 1 to 2,000 ancient and arcane techniques or holy incantations. Jian Wushuang snorted after hearing this and stated with disdain, what is this about the Jian clan's archery? You only managed to steal the outer layer. Long Jingxian proudly looked at Jian Wushuang in response. Please, your archery isn't special at all. I learned it with just a glance. Even though I couldn't learn all of it, I definitely understood 50 to 60% of it. This is countless times better than some geniuses in your clan that specializes in archery. If I really wanted to learn it, then give me 1 month and I'll be able to replicate your art to its full potential. She held her head high after declaring this. Jian Wushuang only scowled without commenting since she knew about Long Jingxian's abilities. She had no choice but to admit that her talents were peerless. She was able to steal laws from just seeing them once in action. What could anyone else do? Who was to blame for her having an immortal fate? Little girl, this isn't a good thing. Li Qie gently shook his head. You are wasting your talents. It is not necessarily desirable to know many arts in cultivation. You have an extremely rare gift, so you don't need to cultivate so many laws. Just focusing on one will be enough in your situation. Having said that, he looked at her and added, your talents are able to bring one merit law to the limit in a short amount of time and then push it to another pinnacle. Others might not be able to reach the state of one law deriving myriad Tao, but for you, this would be the best type of cultivation. Of course I understand that rationale. Long Jingxian didn't seem to care at all. Many old geezers at my place always tell me this boring theory. No, this is not just a boring theory. Li Qie solemnly shook his head. You do possess a lot of different arts, but compared to the immortal emperors, do you have something of your own? Do you possess something unique across all the eons? No. For example, Empress Hong Tian, she has the Emperor Suppression Art. Or Immortal Emperor Fei, he has the invincible soaring immortal physique. This time, Jian Wushuang didn't try to argue with her and only smiled faintly. It was rare for this proud beauty to reveal even a tiny smile. She was truly a noble and elegant phoenix that caused her admirers to palpitate with adoration. Okay, Smelly Qie, I'm listening. How should I cultivate? Long Jingxian leaned close to him and smiled. I want to cultivate the most profound and difficult technique in this world. Otherwise, I'll be done with an ordinary merit law in 3 months and I won't have anything else to do. But cultivating one thing can be boring as well. She cheerfully looked straight at his face and continued. Do you have the most difficult merit laws in this world to comprehend? Give me one of them, will you? She was purposely making it hard for Li Qie. Jian Wushuang was very curious as well because making someone as talented as Long Jingxian cultivate one merit law was impossible. It wouldn't be able to tie her down and retain her focus because just mastering one was a simple matter. She wanted to know what kind of merit law Li Qie could have to keep her interested. You have to promise me to concentrate, then I'll show you the way. Li Qie spoke earnestly. Yes, I promise. Long Jingxian also had a rare moment of acting solemnly as she responded. Li Qie said, practice the cultivator's primary principles. Cultivator's primary principles. Long Jingxian raised her voice after hearing this and glared at him. Smelly Qie, you're purposely messing with me, right? Who says I'm messing with you? I'm being very serious. Li Qie angrily glared back at her in response. Can one train with the primary principles? Jian Wushuang was not trying to undermine him, but she was confused as well. The primary principles are only a basic outline for new cultivators. That depends on the person. Li Qie gently shook his head. Others would be unable to do so, but she can. The primary principles are unwanted even by the vagrant cultivators at the very bottom. It only contains the most common knowledge that even these vagabonds don't want to read, let alone me. Long Jingxian snapped. It is true that the primary principles are very ordinary and even those at the bottom don't want to read it. Li Qie denied her claim, but there is a reason why I want you to train in the cultivator's primary principles. Chapter 844, Cultivator's Primary Principles. You better explain the reason well or I'll strangle you to death. Long Jingxian bared her fangs as if strangling Li Qie to death was an interesting thing to do. Li Qie glanced at her and asked, "Do you know the real origin of these principles?" She was a bit stunned and looked over at Jian Wushuang. "Do you know?" "I don't." Jian Wushuang responded coldly. Although they were enemies, she still responded to the inquiry. The primary principles had been passed down countless times to the cultivators in the world, but no one could clearly explain its origin. It was a very ordinary manual with the elementary basics of cultivation. Although there were breathing techniques, the incantations and formulas were so common that it couldn't be used for cultivation. Despite it being passed down for a very long time, any cultivator with some money or who was part of a sect wouldn't want to read it. However, for millions of years now, countless mortals wanted to enter the path of cultivation, so countless copies of this manual continued to spread in the world. No one can be sure about its true origin since it was already very popular during the Desolate Era. Li Qie explained, one theory states that it comes from even before the Desolate Era. He paused for a moment at this point. In fact, many wise sages during the Desolate Era had studied these principles. But today, there are too many merit laws and emperor laws in this world, so no one wants to read the primary principles. However, I'll tell you too a heaven-shattering secret. Li Qie put on a mysterious appearance in an attempt to bait the two. What heaven-shattering secret? Just say it already. Long Jingxian liked this type of stuff the most, so she immediately fell for his bait. After piquing her interest, Li Qie calmly spoke. At a young age, immortal Emperor Jiao Heng studied the primary principles and obtained great enlightenment from it. No way, the feuding pair exclaimed in unison after hearing this. Nothing is impossible in this world. This is indeed the truth. Li Qie flatly stated. Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian looked at each other. Who was immortal Emperor Jiao Heng? This was an emperor undefeated throughout his entire life. Some even called him the greatest among all the emperors. When it came down to it, many believed that he cultivated a supreme merit law. How could he have gained some enlightenment from the primary principles? What proof do you have on this claim? Long Jingxian was skeptical. My words are the most convincing evidence. Li Qie smiled. This would be nonsense coming from someone else, but when they came from Li Qie, they held an entirely different meaning. Li Qie gently shook his head. The two of you shouldn't look down on the cultivator's primary principles. Yes, the majority of the contents are common knowledge, but it is due to this most basic knowledge that we have a cultivation system. Without these basics, what would you two cultivate? Would you have a life wheel? A fate palace? A physique? You would have nothing at all. The two of them were intrigued by this explanation as Li Qie continued in a serious manner. The most basic incantations and knowledge contain the most essential elements of longevity laws and fate techniques. You need to read one part but understand 10 from it to be able to create all of these laws along with offensive and defensive techniques. This is called understanding one law to reach the myriad Tao. So to say, if I cultivate the cultivator's primary principles, I will be able to create the longevity laws and fate techniques that I desire. Long Jingxian was tempted after hearing this. That's one way to put it. The myriad laws have a single origin, so you must understand one law to reach the myriad Tao. Others might not be able to, but you can with your immortal fate. Li Qie solemnly nodded. Good, I'll cultivate it. Long Jingxian replied immediately. Li Qie added, it is not something you can do on a whim. If you truly want to reach the level of one law to reach the myriad Tao, then you have to start all over again. It is best to cripple your Tao foundation so that everything will be back to the beginning. From then on, your grand Tao will truly be the purest. Starting from scratch? Long Jingxian repeated with a tinge of surprise. This was not a small challenge to someone who always wants to play around like her. How pitiable was it to completely abolish all the training of the past? Li Chia asked, "This is no big deal with your talent. If you focus completely, how long do you think it will take for you to reach the Heavenly King realm?" It was simply torturous for others to remove their merit laws and start all over again, but for Long Jingxian, this was not necessarily the case. It was simple. Cultivation for her was like a game due to her innate talents. I have to discuss this with my ancestors," she hesitantly said. Li Chia nodded, "I'm not forcing you to do it right now. It is better to have your ancestors watch over you during the process. If you really want to proceed, then I will refine a couple alchemy batches for you to take back." Nothing would be better. Despite her laziness, she still knew about Li Chia's supreme Tao of alchemy. His medicine was absolutely priceless. You have to pay attention when picking a manual for the cultivator's primary principles. Li Chia told her, "Pick an edition from Immortal Emperor Bing Yu's generation. It will be best if you can find a copy from the Icy Feather Palace." Jian Wushuang was curious. Why pick one from the Icy Feather Palace of that generation? Li Chia smiled. The edition of that period can be said to be the best. It contains countless efforts from wise sages. This edition was even changed by Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng. I trust that this little task won't be difficult for your Beastmaster Citadel. Of course, Li Chia left out some key information. Outside of the wise sages and Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, the edition of that generation also had fixes from him and several other emperors. It was definitely the best edition. Okay, my citadel can definitely find that particular copy of the primary principles. Long Jingxian's curiosity was piqued. She was itching to give it a shot. The divine light engulfing the sky along with the news of the beast world's emergence spread across the entire stone medicine world. In just a short period of time, many cultivators entered these heavenly ruins. These sects were shaken from the pulsing divine light after stepping inside. From the very start, many people had speculated that the beast world's entrance would appear in these ruins. This was very understandable since back when the divine beast realm stood strong, the entrance had appeared here many times. Due to this speculation, many sects and cultivators rushed to this place, including the armed forces of great powers from the distant alchemy and stone realms. Among the group was one that garnered the most attention. Moreover, they were also the fastest to reach the ruins. This sect was the Celestial Array School. They brought many experts, with the majority of them being formation masters. This time, the Celestial Array Young King was the leader of this group. The Young King immediately ordered for the search of the entrance. At the same time, he released a certain piece of news. We, the imperial lineages from the Stone Realm, are willing to re-establish the Bian Agreement and propose that young Noble Yi be the director. Many people shivered after hearing this. They thought about Yi Qingqing instantly. The Young King and Yi Qingqing were sworn brothers and even had a blood ceremony. This meant that his words were the same as Yi Qingqing's. The weaker sects that were hoping to enter the beast world were even more shaken after hearing this news. The Bian Agreement took effect back when the divine beast realm controlled the Bian beast world. Back then, the contents of the agreement were written by the beast realm along with several imperial lineages who were qualified to control the stone medicine world. The main point of the agreement was that the divine beast realm and these sects were the ones to decide who could enter the beast world. The key to the beast world's emergence was the bronze rod in Li Chia's hand. Although it was capable of doing so, it required a great amount of power. Thus, even back during the beast realm's era, the beast world only appeared once every 1 or 2 generations. Because of this, the descent of the beast world was without a doubt an amazing and rare fortune. But now, the young king immediately brought up the old agreement from the start. How could other people not be uncomfortable? Keep in mind that the lineages who were qualified to preside over this agreement, such as the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan, no longer showed themselves. This meant that the Bian agreement this time would be regulated by imperial lineages such as the Celestial Array School, the Stony Edge Kingdom, and the Heavenhoof Ravine. All of these sects also had great relations with Yi Qingqing. If Yi Qingqing were to be the director of the agreement, then the beast world would become their possession. Chapter 845, Ancestral Tomb. After the Celestial Array Young King's declaration, many cultivators and sects quickly ran around the ruins in order to try to find the entrance before others. They wished to enter the beast world before the agreement came into effect. At the same time, a big shot made his entrance into the ruins. A golden light swept through the sky. It was extremely domineering and caused explosions throughout the entire area. A huge figure in the shape of a huge golden crow appeared above the ruins, blotting out the sun. Multiple suns rose from its wings and started to float as if they were about to burn the ruins to a crisp. The Golden Crow Prince is also here. Many people took deep breaths after seeing this golden crow flying in the sky. Everyone in the beast realm was aware of his power. He was not only the descendant of the ravine but also the new master of the Golden Crow tribe. Just the Golden Crow tribe alone was frightening enough, not to mention the ravine that had 2 emperors. Their tribe considered themselves to be the descendants of the sun god with a divine bloodline. This blood allowed their members to have several innate advantages unavailable to the other demon tribes. First, they had supreme speed. Second, they had powerful bodies. One rumor stated that their bodies could measure up to saint physiques. Third, their sharp claws could tear anything into pieces. They had been praised as one of the most powerful demon tribes of the stone medicine world. The Golden Crow Prince entered the ruins and circled the area as if he was looking for someone. In just a few short days, the abandoned ruins turned lively. Many lineages established camps to become the first to enter the beast world. Meanwhile, Li Qie had walked all around the area as he imprinted his Death Chapter's laws into the ground. The ruins were 10 million miles wide, so Li Qie along with Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian seemed to be on a vacation as they traversed the plains. In fact, each of his steps was meant to imprint death laws that would come to form an inescapable net. Eventually, he finished his preparations and entered a narrow valley leading to an abandoned shrine. This shrine was tattered and old with collapsed walls. However, the main pillars of this shrine remained standing strong. Li Qie walked around these pillars and moved them. When they were repositioned to a certain angle, one could hear a clacking sound. The wall at the front of the temple cracked. A stone stairway emerged, leading all the way down into the ground, into darkness as if it was the entrance to hell. Interesting. Long Jingxian saw these steps and her playful self was ready to rush down. However, Li Qie dragged her back. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, "Be careful, this is not a place to mess around." He pulled her back further and ordered, "Follow behind me, no funny business." With that, he walked down the stone steps. The two attentively followed right behind him down the steps. They walked down this path for an unknown amount of time before finally reaching the end. At the end was a vast space with many towering stone pillars as if they were shouldering the weight of the earth. These pillars were different from the ones above. The ones here were carved into different shapes. One had a hawk's head on a human body while another had a snake's body with a human head. It was more accurate to call these pillars statues. Once the group arrived, these pillars lit up and figures emerged from each of the pillars that corresponded to the carving's characteristics. Each figure was like a demon god stepping out from the stones. All of them were also full of death energy. "Human, you shouldn't have come to this place." A deep voice rang out from beneath them and reverberated in the area. "Interesting, I'm eager for a fight." Long Jingxian immediately wiped her hands and prepared to fight against the imposing figures. Li Qie immediately pulled her back and glanced over the figures approaching them. He didn't even bat an eye as he declared, "Scram or I'll excavate this entire place." "Human, do you know where this is?" "This is the death god's domain." The deep voice lingered in this space. "Don't try to consider yourselves gods. Li Qiye dismissively said, all of you are only undispersed sentiments. Today, I am here to borrow a corpse. Block my path and I shall destroy this place. Having said that, he opened his mind, causing his sea of memories to light up. The universal laws from within intertwined to instantly form an ancient order. This order imprinted itself in the space below with a buzzing noise. With this, it seemed to have left a mark unerasable for all eternity. Humph. The deep voice scowled after seeing this ancient order. However, the figures slowly retreated back to their pillars after the imprint was planted. Jian Wushuang was startled after seeing this. Although these figures had died and were only sentiments, they were absolutely powerful, much more so than virtuous paragons. However, even these powerful sentiments retreated like a receding tide in the face of Li Qiye's ancient order. This was quite surprising. Wow! Long Jingxian was excited and her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Smelly Qiye, this move of yours is too domineering and cool, teach me will you? Li Qiye only smiled in response. This wasn't something that could be taught on a whim. In the past, he stayed behind in this place after the destruction of the divine beast realm because it didn't have too many ties with the beast realm. He left behind a seal that belonged to him, thus he had absolute control of this area. It was a simple task if he wished to destroy the whole place. The group went through many pillars before reaching a different place below the shrine. A series of huge graves suddenly sprung up from the ground. These graves had no tombstones and were gigantic as if they buried giants. What are these? Jian Wushuang was startled to see these gigantic graves. Long Jingxian looked at each one and cheerfully exclaimed, haha, this is a nice place with incredible items inside. Although their divinity is now gone, they are still good things. As someone with an immortal fate, she had a great advantage in this regard compared to Jian Wushuang. Just a glance was enough for her to gain a clue or two from these graves. This is the ancestral tomb of the divine beast realm. Li Qiye smilingly said. Jian Wushuang jumped from shock and blurted, are you saying that the 3 immortal emperors of the beast realm are buried here? Please, Jian Wushuang, you still call yourself an imperial descendant? Do you really think immortal emperors would die in this place? Long Jingxian berated her. Jian Wushuang glared at her for a bit before coldly blurting, what do you know? Shouldering the heavens doesn't mean that immortal emperors have everlasting life. This has nothing to do with immortal emperors. In fact, they have no relationship with the divine beast realm. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, do you too know the true origin of the divine beast realm? Long Jingxian immediately answered, I know a little about this. Legend states that the divine beast realm called themselves the descendants of divine beasts. They were the tyrants of the ancient age and once reigned over the 9 worlds. Unfortunately, after a great disaster, only one branch remained. Only a fool like you would believe this nonsense. Jian Wushuang snorted and stated, if the divine beast realm consisted of true divine beasts. Other lineages like the alchemy kingdom would be nothing before them. The beast realm would have already swept through the 9 worlds. Just look back at when the phoenix corpse appeared in the kingdom. That was a real divine beast, just its corpse alone could kill god monarchs like dogs. If those of the beast realm were true divine beasts, then just how powerful would they have been? Bah, I like vague legends like this the most, what are you gonna do about it? Long Jingxian immediately retorted. Li Qiye put a stop to this. Okay, you two, knock it off. Strictly speaking, the divine beast realm has nothing to do with divine beasts. However, one has to admit that as a demon race, they do have certain divinities from the divine beasts. What do you mean? Long Jingxian asked curiously. Li Qiye explained, the ancestors of the divine beast realm were very lucky. By chance, they came across a heavenly realm in the sky. Inside, they were able to obtain great items, and more importantly, a great amount of corpses from divine beasts. Corpses from divine beasts? Jian Wushuang was shocked despite coming from an imperial lineage. The corpses of these beasts were incredible, they were the greatest of materials no matter the era. The majority were crippled bones. These bones had lost their divinity and had no use, but they were still very lucky. Time couldn't erode all of these divine corpses. A few of them maintained some divinity. However, the most crucial and precious part is that some of these corpses still had a bit of true blood left. Li Qie spoke. After the celestial array young king's declaration, many cultivators and sects quickly ran around the ruins in order to try to find the entrance before others. They wished to enter the beast world before the agreement came into effect. At the same time, a big shot made his entrance into the ruins. A golden light swept through the sky. It was extremely domineering and caused explosions throughout the entire area. A huge figure in the shape of a huge golden crow appeared above the ruins, blotting out the sun. Multiple suns rose from its wings and started to float as if they were about to burn the ruins to a crisp. The Golden Crow Prince is also here. Many people took deep breaths after seeing this golden crow flying in the sky. Everyone in the beast realm was aware of his power. He was not only the descendant of the ravine but also the new master of the Golden Crow tribe. Chapter 846, Origin of the Divine Beast Realm, the True Blood of Divine Beasts. Long Jingxian was caught off guard. I've used one drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, immortal Emperor Yu Shou, only left one drop behind. Fine, I'll try. Li Qie couldn't do anything with this crazy girl latching onto him. He eventually had to agree. Yes, this is my good husband. She made a victory pose and then stared gloatingly at Jian Wushuang to get a reaction out of her. Rumble. The eagerly awaited Biyao beast world finally emerged before the crowd. The entire stone medicine world shook during the appearance. The divine light in the ruins turned even more radiant as if there was a door opening in the sky. After a series of thunderous detonations, the beast world finally appeared. There was a magnificent scene in the sky, with majestic hills and gigantic peaks floating in the air. In the far distance were ancient pavilions tightly packed together alongside many temples and mysterious cities. This scene in the sky seemed like a mirage, yet it was so incredibly tangible. It was as if a huge star in the sky was entering the firmament of the stone medicine world and they were about to converge. The Biyao beast world. An ancestor became overwhelmed with emotion by this scene in the sky. He murmured, I haven't seen this scene since the destruction of the divine beast realm. I didn't think I would live to see it again. Everyone in the entire world saw this majestic scene and knew what had happened. The Biyao beast world had arrived. In just a moment, the entire world was sent into an uproar. Although news about its emergence had come several days prior, many remained skeptical due to its absence since the destruction of the beast realm. It was difficult to convince people otherwise. However, the magnificent scene in the sky witnessed by all the cultivators made them restless. The world suddenly became crazy as people searched for the entrance. The prescient crowd that was already at the ruins were at a great advantage. As others were making their way here, the ones present were busy trying to find the actual entrance. Hurry, we have to find it before the agreement takes effect. Otherwise, we won't have a chance to enter. A sect master shouted at his 1,000 disciples. Numerous cultivators crazily searched for the entrance. Some even dug deep into the ground while others searched every single crevice in this land. The true blood of divine beasts? Long Jingxian was caught off guard. I have used one drop of true blood before. I heard that my forefather, immortal Emperor Yu Shou, only left one drop behind. You are very lucky that he left behind something so great for your citadel. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive right now. Li Qie gently nodded. Someone with an immortal fate shouldn't have been able to live. Luckily, the Beastmaster Citadel had a frightening treasury. They used a drop of true blood, something that was unimaginable to others, in order to save Long Jingxian. Li Qie said, the ancestors of the beast realm refined all of these bones with residual divinity and true blood. They even mixed the true blood into their own longevity blood. This was why they announced to the world that they had the bloodline of divine beasts. Their future descendants also inherited this divine bloodline. Without a doubt, these ancestors were amazing as they were able to change their offspring's bloodline. Jian Wushuang asked, the divine beast realm was built on top of the space that their ancestors found? Li Qiye nodded gently, yes, they established their sect and ancestral ground here. Moreover, they buried the corpses from these divine beasts and worshipped them as their ancestors. Because of this, this location was later called the Ancestral Tomb. Chapter 847, Celestial Array Young King. These desolate ruins suddenly became very lively. The cultivators present frantically searched for the entrance, not missing a single corner of this land. Boom! On the same day, rays of light flew across the sky. A lucky person finally found the entrance. The moment the door was opened, these rays of light soared into the sky. Someone found the entrance. Many people lunged towards the source after seeing this scene. Everyone wanted to enter the beast world before the buy-in agreement took effect again. The first to find the entrance was actually the Celestial Array Young King. Moreover, he had already barricaded the area. There were a few reasons for his success. Besides his advantage in numbers from the sect, he was advised by Yi Qingcheng, who gave him an item. Because of this, he found the entrance before anyone else. He immediately set up a supreme fortress formation to block the entrance. In just a moment, the entrance was full of labyrinthine palaces and cities. The Celestial Array School was renowned for its formations. They were considered the number one in this regard. Their formations came from immortal Emperor Zhenji, so their fame was not just for show. An ancestor behind the scenes spoke, if the behemoths do not come out, then Yi Qingcheng will easily maintain his seat on the throne of this generation and do as he pleases. This move from him could be considered quite risky. He not only wanted to fortify his position and monopolize the beast world, but he also wanted to test the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan. If these imperial lineages still didn't come out even with the emergence of the beast world, then it meant that they definitely wouldn't do so in this generation. From this, his future path to become an immortal emperor would be much easier. Who could stop him from ascending to the throne without the three great behemoths blocking his path? Who could stop his plan of ruling the stone medicine world? Once the sects of the stone medicine world were willing to join his banner, he would head for the other 8 worlds and challenge the myriad realms. He wanted to become an immortal emperor above the 9 worlds. An ancestor who thought of this quivered inside. Despite the events around the beast world's appearance being an attempt from him to test the waters, his ambition came through as clear as day. The entire scene was now quiet. No one was willing to stand up to the young king or the prince. Despite feeling furious inside, no one wanted to oppose the ravine. The prince looked over the crowd with an oppressive momentum. He noticed a woman and asked, "You must be the giant bamboo royal lord, Her Majesty Zi Yan, correct?" After hearing this, many looked over at a woman standing in the far distance. They saw that she was graceful and noble and had a swirling violet aura of a heavenly king. Even though she stood there by herself, no one would dare to ignore her radiating presence. This woman was indeed Madame Zi Yan. After resigning from the throne and taking care of everything, she left Giant Bamboo and went to the beast realm to meet up with Li Qiye. When the school found the entrance, the madam quickly rushed over, thinking that it was her young master who had found it due to the soaring divine light. She didn't expect to see the young king's group here. Chapter 848, Kue. Madame Zi Yan calmly replied to the Golden Crow Prince's inquiry, "I am indeed Zi Yan. However, I am no longer the royal lord of the giant bamboo country. Someone more capable than me has succeeded me." The prince didn't care about this matter. He gazed at the madam and lowered his tone. "I heard that you have been with Li Qiye. Where is he now?" All eyes were on her at this moment. Everyone knew that she was together with Li Qiye, and that Li Qiye had killed a Heavenhoof elder. It wasn't strange for the prince to find him for revenge. The madam gently shook her head in response. "Sorry, no comment." Although she didn't know where her young master was, she wouldn't tell anyone even if she did. The prince glared at her with his sharp and oppressive eyes. He asserted, "Madame Zi Yan, I have many ways to make people talk. The madam didn't care as she uttered, "If your highness Golden Crow wants to use force, then I'll entertain you." After following Li Chia for such a long time, she was infected by his overbearing attitude. "Madam Ziyan, you should reconsider your decision." The prince's eyes were beyond cold. Although he was the son of a sun god with a radiating aura, his wintry eyes could penetrate cold steel, straight into the heart of others. He uttered, "To give up your life for this cowardly Li Chia is not worth it. If you reveal where he is hiding, our ravine will welcome a friend like you." The crowd was holding their breaths in anticipation. The prince was famous, but the madam was also a great demon king, someone who was not necessarily weaker than those at the peak of the younger generation. Without taking the ravine into consideration, there were many heavenly kings from the previous generation that could fight against the prince. Pa, however, before the madam could answer, one could hear someone boldly spitting on the ground. Immediately afterward, arrogant words rang out, "The Golden Crow tribe is nothing special, aren't they just a bunch of chickens? And the same goes for the Heaven Hoof Ravine, they're only a bunch of wretches that took advantage of the situation. If it wasn't for them picking up the trash of the divine beast realm, there would be no ravine today. So, a descendant of garbage collectors dares to come here and act almighty? Are there really no talents in the stone medicine world? Watch as I take care of you so that the world will come to find that I am the greatest talent of the younger generation." This voice coming out of nowhere wasn't only arrogant but also extremely egotistical. Many people were left dumbfounded after hearing such shamelessness. They turned around and noticed that two demons were approaching. The one in front was a young man with the head of a chicken while the other was a big turtle, following right behind him. Compared to the haughty chicken, the old turtle was very nervous and scared. Who else could these two be but the four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle? Many cultivators found the basilisk's haughty attitude quite amusing. Only a few older people recognized the four-eyed basilisk and exclaimed, "The basilisk tribe." The Golden Crow Prince came to these ruins in a particularly bad mood. He was looking for Li Chia, but before catching a glimpse of him, this basilisk provoked him in front of so many people. This greatly annoyed him. Thus, his eyes turned fierce and emitted a murderous intent. He glared at the basilisk, "Ignorant fool, I will take care of you today. As the saying goes, beat the dog first then deal with its master later." "Bah, you are the dog, no, your entire family are dogs." "No, incorrect again. Your family isn't even qualified to act as hound dogs. Look at your reflection in a puddle of piss, you think your chicken race is qualified to be our master's loyal dogs?" The basilisk's mouth was downright vicious. Well, the prince stared at the three and snorted, "All three of you come at the same time so I can take care of this at once, lest I waste time chasing each of you individually. Who the hell do you think you are? It is not up to you to take care of those on my side." A carefree voice appeared. Such a nonchalant response immediately caught everyone's attention. They immediately saw three people slowly arriving, one man and two women. The two women were both kingdom-toppling, one of them was even riding a divine beast. Li Chia leisurely arrived with Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian as his company. Supreme beauties like them would be the center of attention no matter where they went. Long Jingxian stood out more since she was riding a divine beast. This divine beast had one leg with an ox body surrounded by pulsing lightning that was seemingly capable of destroying anything. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused people to tremble. "My lord, this is the divine beast Qiu." The basilisk's eyes lit up while drooling. However, once he took a closer look with his four eyes, he murmured, "Wait a minute, a real divine beast isn't like that." The beast that carried Long Jingxian naturally was not a living Qiu, it was only a corpse. Li Chia used his death laws to dig it out. This corpse had already lost its divinity. It wouldn't have any power without the chapter imbuing death energy in it. Long Jingxian kept on pestering Li Chia to imprint his chapter on this corpse and her sea of memories. She was able to use her powerful blood energy to control this corpse. At the same time, she used an emperor law to refine this corpse. From that, it appeared to look like a living Qiu, mighty and terrifying. Although this beast was very powerful, it required Long Jingxian's blood energy for maintenance. However, she didn't seem to care. The fun factor overtook any other considerations. Some spectators quivered and murmured after seeing this, "Is this really the divine beast, Q?" The prince was attracted to this as well. However, his eyes weren't on Long Jingxian and her Q, they were fixated on Jian Wushuang. The murderous and cold prince couldn't hide his adoration. He greedily stared at her every detail. In his eyes, she who was as proud as a phoenix was the most beautiful. He wouldn't get tired of looking at her even after a million glances. In the past, he didn't even mind staying at the alchemy realm for a very long time after seeing her. Chapter 849. Challenge. He had seen countless beauties from the southern region and even all of the beast realm. Countless princesses and saintesses wished to marry him in hopes of becoming the mistress of the ravine. At the same time, Miao Chan, who was loyal to him, was also a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as Long Jingxian, she was still kingdom-toppling. However, he didn't give his time or even respond to the girls, including his senior sister who had worked hard for him. He would rather like Jian Wushuang, who didn't care for him at all. Despite her lack of reciprocation, his crush stayed strong. He even rushed into the Jian clan just to see Jian Wushuang again but was captured by an ancestor. Eventually, the ravine had to step in to have him returned. "Wushuang, so you are here as well." The prince seemed to have forgotten about everything around him and smiled after seeing her. "You and I can enter the beast world together. Perhaps we can even obtain the biggest fortune inside Bayan City." Jian Wushuang responded to this one-sided love with a glare. She was very annoyed with the prince's stalkerish behavior. "Oh, isn't this the little firebird from the Heaven Hoof Ravine? I heard that after becoming the main descendant, you immediately went everywhere to look for girls." Long Jingxian smiled after asserting herself. Her playful smile was so peerless that it could cause people to drown in ecstasy. The prince withdrew his sight from Jian Wushuang and pretended to not hear Long Jingxian. He looked over at Li Qia and spoke, "So you are Li Qia." The prince didn't try to hide his hostility and jealousy at all. His hatred for Li Qia not only stemmed from the dead disciples from the ravine, he also considered Li Qia to be his rival in love. Jian Wushuang had always been a loner and never gave anyone the time of day. The prince considered this as her defining characteristic, arrogant and aggressive against anyone and everyone. Because of this, he still thought that he had a chance of winning her over. But now, this Li Qia came out of nowhere and Jian Wushuang was following him. How could the prince not be driven mad with jealousy? "So what if I am?" Li Qia looked at him with one eye and immediately understood the situation. There was no need for further observation. His eyes fell upon the formation of the array school that blocked the entrance of the beast world. "I want to challenge you to a life and death duel." The prince turned livid after this show of disrespect. His eyes displayed his fiery anger as well as his murderous intent. While Li Qia was too lazy to look at him again, the prince approached step by step. The extremely refined flames were blazing, causing the ground to be burnt to a crisp. Such tyrannical flames made everyone retreat from the prince. No one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. "Li Qia, do you dare to accept my challenge or not?" The prince coldly uttered, "No external forces, no imperial weapons, just our bare hands. Yes or no?" After hearing this, the experts nearby felt that the prince must be extremely confident of his sheer physical strength. However, this was not strange at all because the mightiness of the Golden Crow tribe was well documented in the stone medicine world. Moreover, they could move at alarming speeds as well. Li Qia took his time to look over at the prince before flatly responding, "To be frank, without an imperial weapon, someone of your level is simply unworthy to challenge me, so I'm too lazy to accept." "You." The prince had always considered himself to be superior to others. This was his pride, and among the younger generation, the only one he respected was Yi Qingcheng. He couldn't handle this disdain coming from Li Qia. The prince took a deep breath to calm his rage and then glared at Li Qia while uttering, "Li Qia, do not boast here. I know you have some incredible methods, but do you dare to fight with your own strength? Just you and me with our bare hands. Victory will be decided by our real capabilities. If you beat me, your feud with the ravine will be over. If you lose, I will have your head. In fact, the prince looked down on Wuxia. Although Wuxia's battle with the alchemy kingdom won him great fame, the prince thought that Wuxia had only been using an evil art to control the undead. This was an incorrect and dishonorable path. In his opinion, Wuxia's own cultivation was not worth mentioning. Meanwhile, the crowd was secretly ecstatic to see the prince wanting to fight Wuxia. He was on Yiqingqing's side, so if a battle broke out, maybe they could take advantage of the chaos and enter the beast world. Real capabilities? Wuxia leisurely smiled and said, since you're feeling so bullish, I'll say something even more pretentious but true, your level is not worthy for me to use my own abilities. With that, he gently waved his sleeve and ordered, take care of him for me. Okay. Long Jingxian became excited and eagerly shouted, let me go take care of him. No, Wushuang will do it. Wuxia didn't bother looking at the prince as he spoke. The Golden Crow tribe is renowned for its speed, so let this be a test for Jian Wushuang's agility in battle. Although Long Jingxian wasn't happy about this, she only quietly muttered, fine, so stingy. Oh well, there's no glory in beating a chicken anyway. Wuxia. The enraged prince shouted, don't be a coward and hide behind women. However, Wuxia ignored him. Jian Wushuang stepped out and took out her 9 words true bow. She glared at the prince and declared, come, show me the speed of your Golden Crow tribe. She had grown tired of the prince early on due to his clingy nature and had wanted to take him out long ago. If it wasn't for the Jian clan not wanting to make enemies out of the ravine, she would have aimed to kill him back when he caused trouble at the Jian clan. The prince turned red at this moment. He was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Wuxia, on the other hand, stepped into the ancient city created by the Celestial Array School. He glanced over at the young king and said, remove this formation, your Celestial Array School is not qualified to be involved in the Biyao beast world. This made the young king and the elders from the sect glance at each other. They were an imperial lineage, but now a junior like Wuxia was looking down on them as if they were nothing. How could they not become angry? And you think you are qualified? The young king retorted with a snort. Wuxia nodded and said, you are right about that. I am the only person qualified to deal with the beast world. The appearance of the entrance depends on my mood. Such a big tone. A Celestial Array elder sneered, I don't think you are capable enough to monopolize the beast world. It belongs to everyone in the world. The young king coldly added, that's right, it belongs to everyone in the world, and it is not up to you to decide who has admission. It is up to the Biyao agreement. The Biyao agreement? Wuxia couldn't help but smirk after hearing this. He knew the agreement better than anyone else. My second brother wants to work with the sects in the world to reinstate the agreement. The young king smiled proudly before continuing, after reconsidering the clauses in the agreement, those who are eligible to enter will be up to the agreement. As for your part, Wuxia, we'll see if the sects will allow you to. No matter the occasion, the young king always considered his sworn brother, Yiqingqing, to be his pride. He believed that Yiqingqing would definitely become an immortal emperor in the future. What a glorious thing it would be to be sworn brothers with an emperor. Many sect masters here snorted at this response. Their sects had no intentions of doing so. This agreement was only a little plaything in Yiqingqing's hands. This agreement, in my eyes, is no different from dog shit. Wuxia was too lazy to argue and ended the conversation by saying, if you do not remove the formation, then I will annihilate you down to your roots. With you alone? The young king sneered and confidently proclaimed, although your ferocity is well known, don't even dream about breaking my school's formation. Even those who were unhappy with the school had to admit that the young king's arrogant words weren't without cause. The school's formations were number 1 in the contemporary times, and no other sect in the stone medicine world could compare with them in this regard. Moreover, This grand formation ahead was laid out by the young king and other formation masters of the school. Even a paragon would have trouble breaking it with brute strength. Li Qie glanced over the formation for a moment before smiling. This formation's level is too low. It's not worthy of me personally taking action. Such arrogance left the young king and the experts from the school trembling with rage. The formation they erected was the culmination of their great efforts. Many people here were also astounded. They felt that there were no bounds to Li Qie's madness. Although they knew that Li Qie was unbelievably ferocious, no one in this world could exceed the school with regards to formations. Good, Li Qie, nothing could be better than seeing you so confident. The young king chuckled. If you can break this formation, then you are free to enter the beast world. If you can't, then you will die inside and can only blame your own lack of skills. He had seen countless beauties from the southern region and even all of the beast realm. Countless princesses and saintesses wished to marry him in hopes to become the mistress of the ravine. At the same time, Miao Chan, who was loyal to him, was also a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as Long Jingxian, she was still kingdom-toppling. However, he neither responded or gave his time to the girls, including his senior sister who had worked hard for him. He would rather like Jian Wushuang, who didn't care for him at all. Despite her lack of reciprocation, his crush stayed strong. He even rushed into the Jian clan just to see Jian Wushuang again but was captured by an ancestor. Eventually, the ravine had to step in to bring him back. Wushuang, so you are here as well. The prince seemed to have forgotten about everything around him and smiled after seeing her. You and I can enter the beast world together. Perhaps we can even obtain the biggest fortune inside Bayan City. Chapter 850, Golden Serpent with the Golden Crow. Many immediately looked over at Li Qie after the young king stated his challenge. Everyone knew that Li Qie's audacity was boundless, so they wanted to see if he would accept this challenge or not. Of course, some hoped that Li Qie could incite chaos. Only a brute like Li Qie would be able to destroy Yi Qingqing's plans so that others would have the chance to enter the beast world. It's just an insignificant formation, there's no need for me to do anything. Li Qie simply didn't care for this type of formation. In his eyes, it was far from the apex. Keep in mind that the most powerful formations in this world came from him and the formation ancestor. In the past, they created the Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation. It massacred everything and created rivers of blood across the 9 worlds. Such a response left the elders from the school furious. They angrily glared at Li Qie since this was a blatant humiliation. If their school claimed to be number 2 in formations, no one else would dare claim to be number 1. But now, Li Qie was clearly looking down on their grand formation with contempt. Li Qie completely ignored the unfriendly gazes and smiled. I'm not interested in your bullshit. You want to stop me with just this formation? With that, he signaled with his hand and said, Girl, it is time to test your talents. Break this formation. Long Jingxian immediately rushed forward and rolled up her sleeves. This crazed girl liked to fight more than anyone else, so the moment she saw this formation, her battle intent instantly soared. Many people were astonished by her advance. They were both frightened and skeptical. The fear was from whether the kuei she was riding was real or not, while the skepticism stemmed from her origin. Just who was she to be acting so bold alongside Li Qie? Of course, very few people in this world knew of Long Jingxian. She rarely showed herself, and the Citadel also didn't want people to know that they had a descendant with a natural-born immortal fate. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was coldly staring at the prince and uttered, Start. The prince didn't want to fight her, so he wryly smiled, Miss Jian, why should we cross swords? Plus, I don't want to hurt you. Jian Wushuang snorted in response and coldly uttered, Aren't you known for grasping the essence of Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's arts? Someone adept at 2 different schools of techniques? Didn't you claim that your tribe's supreme arts can challenge my Jian clan's archery? Very well, I'll give you the chance today to see our archery firsthand. The prince instantly responded, that was only a misunderstanding. I was only joking back then. Back then when he wanted to see Jian Wushuang and invaded the clan, he made that comment out of hubris. Jian Wushuang ignored his nonsense and flatly said, "Less words, let's fight." The prince took a deep breath then answered, "If Miss Jian truly wants to see my supreme arts, then I'll try my best today." Jian Wushuang only snorted as a cold glint flashed across her eyes like two sharp arrows that carried a blatant ice-cold murderous intent. If it wasn't for the elders stopping her back then during his intrusion, she would have tried to kill him already. Can you take care of him in 3 to 5 moves? Long Jingxian stared at Jian Wushuang with a provocative look. "Jian Wushuang, do you want to bet? Whoever finishes first is the winner." "Why not?" Jian Wushuang laughed proudly. "Good, it's decided, let us get started then." Long Jingxian cheerfully laughed then immediately headed for the grand formation of the Celestial Array School. She disappeared inside the many pavilions and temples. "Miss Jian, you have to be careful," the prince shouted at this time. He was a genius with a great amount of pride after all. Being looked down upon by the two girls like this enraged him. The angry prince emitted a boundless brilliance. The powerful flames of the sun soared up from his body. A golden crow slowly emerged from this flame as if the sun was its dwelling. At the same time, a golden serpent flew around the powerful flame. It was especially dazzling under the blinding sunlight. The golden serpent together with the golden crow. Someone was startled after seeing this. A demon king from the southern region exclaimed, "The prince actually managed to combine the arts from both the Golden Crow tribe and immortal Emperor Jin Shi." After hearing this, those who knew a little about the ravine and the Golden Crow tribe were astounded. Immortal Emperor Jin Shi was the second emperor of the ravine while the tribe was its foundation. The emperor was a major reason for the ravine's survival as he acted as its supporting pillar. Moreover, the tribe also occupied many ancestor seats throughout the history of the ravine, thus its influence was immense. It could even control the fate of the sect itself. Although the Golden Crow tribe had never produced an immortal emperor, its merit law could be considered the best. However, there was a particular phenomenon at the ravine. Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's emperor law and the Crow tribe's law were opposing in nature. This meant that those in the ravine who cultivated the Crow's law would absolutely be unable to cultivate the emperor's law. However, the prince managed to combine both arts. This came as a great shock. A golden crow would devour a golden serpent and vice versa. These two existences were as incompatible as fire and ice. The crow's law prioritized strength to grow while the emperor's law used speed and agility to reign. Thus, the combination of the two would allow the prince to have both superior strength and speed. Moreover, their tribe's powerful body meant that the prince was a weapon in human form. To have both strength and agility on top of the emperor law's reaction means that the prince will be able to crush most enemies without even using a weapon. If he has an imperial weapon as well, then just how strong will he be? Someone murmured as they stared at the golden serpent coiling around his body. "Miss Jian, watch out." The prince's confidence erupted after displaying his ultimate weapon. "Nonsense." Jian Wushuang snorted as her bow lit up. She shot out the word formation. The moment the arrow appeared, a formation instantly came into existence. A rain of arrows quickly shot towards the prince. The prince let out a cry and leaped into the sky like a gigantic golden crow taking flight. He flapped his wings, creating clanking sounds. The wings were able to cut down the barrage of arrows. This was the power of the Golden Crow tribe. Their bodies were weapons, his wings were two sabers capable of slicing through the sharp rain. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold and sharp. In an instant, she unleashed a soldier arrow. It was extremely fast and whizzed through the sky. Even time itself lost control of its stability as it was sped up by this arrow. It was simply too fast. No one could even see the arrow. Even a peak heavenly king would not be able to evade it. However, the prince cried out and spread his wings to roll in the sky. Then he fearlessly flew straight towards this soldier arrow at an astonishing speed. Under such great speed, everyone thought that the prince wouldn't be able to dodge this arrow, and that the arrow would pierce his body. However, right when the arrow was about to penetrate him, his body twisted like a golden serpent at an unbelievable speed. He was extremely agile and was able to narrowly dodge this arrow. Not only was the evasion successful, but he instantly attacked Jian Wushuang as well. His speed was no less than Jian Wushuang's firing rate. A phoenix hymn filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, images of phoenixes began to dance. She disappeared amidst these birds and instantly showed up in a different location. Nevertheless, the prince's frightening speed immediately allowed him to come killing the moment she emerged at the new location. He reached out with his sharp golden claws capable of tearing all things into pieces, including weapons. Jian Wushuang remained calm in the face of danger and shot out a front arrow. This one arrow created myriad realms to protect her. In addition to this, her phoenix physique activated, signaled by the hymns of divine birds. Bang! 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 A series of shattering sounds could be heard shortly after. The prince's golden claw tore through these layers of protective realms at an incredible rate. However, the moment he made it through the myriad realms, Jian Wushuang was no longer there. He soared through the sky again and lunged towards a different direction. This time, Jian Wushuang was already standing right there while coldly glaring at the prince. The prince, on the other hand, was courageous and rushed forward without any hesitation. Boom! During his advance, a surging flame charged into the sky and instantly set him ablaze. As she was hiding with her physique, Jian Wushuang had shot out an ambush arrow. This was a fiery arrow. The moment anyone set foot inside her domain, it would instantly activate. It's no use, I am a golden crow. The prince was undaunted against such an overbearing blaze. The sun rose behind him and crazily devoured this powerful flame. Jian Wushuang's fiery arrow couldn't hurt him at all. Many people were astounded by the prince's might. Although they knew that he was not as great as Yi Qingsheng, his combination of two conflicting arts made his prowess rise several times over. The agility of immortal Emperor Jin Shi meant that he could avoid the vast majority of techniques. Plus, he had the speed of a golden crow as well, meaning that anyone who faced him would become a punching bag. Zzzzz, an icy gust blew by. The moment the prince had just finished devouring the flames, a chilling mist emerged from his body. This extreme rime was about to freeze him completely. The prince's expression quickly changed as he channeled the refined fire around his body to dispel this layer of ice. As a result, a mist enveloped his entire body. Jian Wushuang's ambush was not a fiery arrow, but a fire-ice arrow with cold hiding within the heat. The prince was confident in his fire-devouring ability and didn't expect to fall into a trap, thus he was sealed by the ice property hidden within the powerful flame. Pluff! 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 While the prince was using his refined flames to remove the ice, Jian Wushuang had already shot out the word all. This was an invisible arrow with no tangible form, making it difficult to dodge. However, with his dual arts, the prince would still be able to dodge this arrow. Unfortunately for him, his body was currently encased in frost. His reaction time slowed, allowing the arrow to strike its target, causing him to be stained with blood. Chapter 851, Arrow defeating the Golden Crow. Nonetheless, the prince indeed came from the Golden Crow tribe. His flesh was extremely tough. The all arrow merely wounded his flesh, unable to kill him. Huh, Miss Jian, you wouldn't be able to kill me even if you shot out another 100 of those arrows. The prince loudly laughed in complete confidence. His body was covered in an oscillating golden light as feathers began to appear. At this time, even another all arrow wouldn't be able to harm him. This scene left everyone shivering. The prince was truly difficult to deal with. He had both speed and flexibility, culminating in a great defense. This was an all-around expert, the most difficult type of opponent. Jian Wushuang's bow lit up once more as an arrow took shape. Amidst all the action, she immediately locked onto the prince. I'll take this arrow head-on. The prince was full of confidence. His speed was greatly hindered due to the frost, but he had the feather armor of the Golden Crow tribe, giving him confidence that he could withstand the next attack. He stood there decisively with no intention of dodging. Pluff! The arrow shot out. The prince wouldn't have been able to dodge even if he wanted to. It resembled maggots attaching to bones. Moreover, it went straight towards his weak spots. These were extremely fatal arrows. Blood spurted out instantly. It was the word fighter, the seeker arrow that penetrated the weakest area, resulting in a devastating attack. Boom! 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 The prince that was struck by this arrow continuously staggered backward with a pale complexion. This arrow penetrated all the way into his body past his feather armor and almost took his life. If he wasn't a golden crow with great endurance, then this arrow would have taken his life. In the blink of an eye, the bow readied itself for another shot as it lit up. At the same time, the prince had removed all the frost, restoring his speed and flexibility. Without the frost seal, he regained his confidence and uttered, "Miss Jian, your next arrow won't be able to hit me." Dumb, but before he could fly again, chains of laws appeared inside his body and instantly sealed it. Clank! The chains continued to lock the nearby space. After being struck by the battle arrow earlier, the chains of laws in this arrow were imprinted on his body. Buzz! The surrounding space fluctuated as the worldly power focused on a single arrow. A fighter arrow shot out, carrying the energy of this world to become unstoppable. Open! The prince crazily shouted as an endless light erupted from his body. A sun appeared before him to defend him. This was his tribe's most tyrannical defense. Boom! This arrow penetrated the sun before him and even pierced his chest. He was immediately bloodied, a terrible gaping hole in his chest. This scene made people gasp in astonishment. One murmured, "The Jian clan's archery is indeed peerless in this world." The prince combined the arts of two different styles. Many were in awe of this achievement. Perhaps no one under Virtuous Paragon could stop him. But now to their astonishment, Jian Wushuang was taking him down. At the same time, there was no activity on the other side. After Long Jingxian entered the celestial array formation, she seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. A few cultivators in the distance shook their heads and lamented her fate. What a shame for this kingdom-toppling girl, to die so miserably in the formation. Humph, what a foolish girl. She was only a no-name junior, yet she still dared to try to break our formation. The young king arrogantly snorted, "My formation is derived from an imperial formation. Even if it isn't as strong as one, it can still easily trap a virtuous paragon." The young king was cocksure in his formation. His school's formations had no match in this world. Moreover, he was a formation genius whom even Yi Qingsheng had invited to arrange formations for him. Jian Wushuang was certain of victory. She looked at the formation and snorted, "Victory is mine this time." Having said that, her bow lit up. At this time, an arrow made out of a mantra aimed to kill the prince. Rumble. But in an instant, the sky split apart. All the buildings blocking the entrance of the beast world and even the cities themselves were annihilated. Inside the explosion, the formation's arrays and runic lines were revealed before everyone. Long Jingxian actually managed to change the transformations of the arrays. Boom! As all the runic lines and arrays exploded, the resulting blast was directed towards the formation masters of the school. Ah! Shrill screams resounded as blood filled the air like blooming flowers. These formation masters that were in charge of the formation were all killed by its detonation. They didn't have time to change the transformations of the array. Ah! Another scream appeared. The prince tore his body in two and disappeared into the horizon, leaving half of his body behind to escape. Jian Wushuang's soldiers and fighters, the four first words, were surely about to take his life. However, her attentions was attracted by the formation's destruction and she shifted her gaze, resulting in a slight delay. The prince managed to use this once-in-lifetime opportunity to escape from his own body trapped by the divine chains. Ha, Jian Wushuang, I won. Long Jingxian rushed out while riding her kuei and gloated. Jian Wushuang scowled in response. Victory was within her grasp, if only she didn't look at the detonation and chose to kill the prince instead. Don't be unhappy about the outcome. Li Qie gently shook his head. Let this be a lesson to you. On the battlefield with imminent peril everywhere, more often than not, a single thought will determine success or failure. Jian Wushuang put away her bow and didn't reply. She thought to herself that she was indeed too careless. Otherwise, the prince wouldn't have been able to escape. She was not the only one silent. Many people here were astounded by her defeating the prince and Long Jingxian destroying the grand formation of the school. From start to finish, Li Qie didn't even lift a single finger, yet he was able to deal with his enemies. This was indicative of the strength of his camp. Long Jingxian sat on her beast and triumphantly declared, "Bah, I thought that the grand formation from this school would be extraordinary, but I was finished after just 3 attempts. Take out your imperial formation, I want to have another look." The young king's expression became extremely unsightly. He had great confidence in his extraordinary formation, the masterpiece of his school, but it was so easily destroyed by a nobody. This was a great humiliation to him. It wasn't strange at all to see Long Jingxian breaking the formation and even reversing the momentum to kill all of those presiding over the arrays. Her immortal fate granted her unmatched talents. No matter how profound and mystical a formation might be, she would be able to solve it after examining it for a while. It could even be said that there were few formations in this world that could trouble her. So what if you can break the formation? The young king uttered, "The beast world is still meant for the rest of the world. Don't even dream about monopolizing it, Li Qie. Not only would my second brother be against it, the same goes for my celestial array sect." How shameless. Some experts in the distance secretly whispered amongst themselves after hearing this. Li Qie glanced at the young king, then the elders from the school. He smirked and said, "If your celestial array school wishes to die, then I'll gladly assist you. Your school and Yi Qingqing aren't shit in my eyes." How preposterous. An elder couldn't help but retort after jumping out, "Li Qie, our imperial formation can slaughter gods and suppress demons. If you are so capable, then come to our territory and enter the imperial array. Your school is nothing special. Today, I will kill all of you. Bring your imperial formation here if you dare." A voice descended from the sky. It was both overbearing yet clear. It was easy to determine that it was a girl speaking. However, these words carried a sonorous and imposing force no lower than that of any man. A series of rumblings occurred. A gigantic continent emerged and blotted out the sky, causing many people to look up. This continent was extremely majestic and poured down waterfall-like laws. Each of these laws was as mighty as a mountain range, capable of crushing all things. Nothing could halt the path of this continent. Imperial Edge Maonan. Someone screamed after seeing this domineering continent. Maonan was the genius who rose to prominence after Yi Qingqing. She appeared after Yi Qingqing had established his fame in the world. However, in just a few short years, she was able to threaten the world and gathered many incomparable experts under her banner. In this short period of time, her prestige caught up to Yi Qingqing's. Although he was still considered the number one among the younger generation, some believed that Mei Aonan could claim this title. As the strongest talents in the current generation, the two of them had already started their battle. The two sides always had conflicts, the only thing missing was a direct fight between the two geniuses. Chapter 852, Imperial Edge. Mei Aonan's presence rendered the entire scene silent, with many experts quivering inside. A tree has a shade and a person has a name. Today, Mei Aonan's prestige was definitely as great as Yi Qingqing's. Despite originating from the Jianlong clan, she did not rely on the clan one bit to gain her fame. Outside of being its golden daughter, there was no shadow of the clan in any of her other aspects. She chose to pave her own path without using her clan that had 3 emperors. Moreover, her prestige even threatened Yi Qingqing. Just how incredible was this? The young king and elders from the school were furious after hearing this voice that came from the imperial edge. They were still an imperial lineage, yet she dared to declare her intention of destroying them. This was truly looking down on them. The young king coldly uttered, "Maonan, don't think that you can do as you please just because you are famous. You are still lacking compared to my second brother. Yi Qingqing is nothing. Don't think that just because he holds the title of number one that he is actually number one. This young noble doesn't put him in my eyes." Maonan's domineering character was in stern contrast to what others heard of the imperial edge. If your celestial array school wants to get involved because of Yi Qingqing, then very well, this young noble will kill you all to force him out. Kill them all. The moment she issued this command, one great character after another jumped down from the flying continent. The blood energy of these experts was directed straight at the ruins like an unstoppable tide. It was as if they were about to flip the entire land over. The first to jump down was the four-eyed basilisk's big sister, Venerable Basilisk. A sect master from the previous generation exclaimed after seeing her, "Venerable Basilisk." She was famous along with the Dragon Tiger Monarch from the Beastmaster Citadel. Everyone knew who she was. The second to jump down was a gigantic ant that had a scintillating golden glow, making it seem to be cast from gold. Its eyes were crimson red like rubies. Golden Ant Tyrant. A demon king was shocked to see this ant. This was a character who had long been famed for his viciousness. He ruled over a country with millions of ants and had been a demon king back then. The third was a black flood dragon. This flood dragon had the head of a dragon and was covered in black scaled armor that had a slight metallic sheen, making it seem as if it was about to evolve into a true dragon. Galaxy Flood Dragon. Even a great power's ancestor hiding behind the curtains was alarmed after seeing this creature. In just a moment, amazing characters descended one after another. They were all famous. There were great demon kings and stone kings as well as incredible lords. Everyone took a deep breath after seeing this. The group consisted of incomparable and arrogant characters. However, all of them were willing to work under Maonan. This was indicative of her power. Such a squad could compare to the 36 ancestors on Yi Qingqing's side. Even if it is a bit weaker, it won't be by much. Someone murmured. "Huh, Yi Qingqing's dogs, right? I have never liked any of you, die." The golden ant tyrant screamed and rushed over towards the school like a spinning golden disc. Venerable Basilisk and the Galaxy Flood Dragon, along with the other characters, rushed forward like a pack of wolves preying on lost sheep. Die. The young king and the other experts had no escape. Their formation had been shattered by Long Jingxian, so they could only meet the enemies head-on. The collision of the two sides resulted in miserable screams as blood spurted to the sky. The splashes of blood almost seemed to create an image of beautiful, blossoming flowers. Heads flew everywhere as corpses fell to the ground. The school was no match for Venerable Basilisk's group. They entered freely and began their slaughter. The Venerable's eyes lit up in the middle of the battlefield. As her eyes swept by, experts from the school were petrified. The golden ant tyrant was as fast as lightning. His frontal mandibles resembled golden scissors. One could hear the sounds of cutting as the school's experts were sliced into pieces. The flood dragon was even more tyrannical. Its huge claw came slamming down and turned its enemies into mincemeat. Blood splashed left and right as shrill screams could be heard from everywhere. The school simply wasn't a match and suffered grievous losses. This was just a one-sided slaughter. Activate the formation. The disastrous loss made the school's elders cry out. They offered all of their longevity blood to power a single formation array. ZNNNG. After this array accepted enough longevity blood, a supreme formation opened. A mighty imperial aura like an endless net of the heavens was thrown towards the Venerable's army. Is that an imperial formation? Someone palpitated after sensing this imperial aura. However, before this supreme formation could suppress the area completely, a pillar descended from the imperial edge above. There were boundless mysterious runes carved onto its stone body as it immediately inserted itself into the formation. Nothing could impede its engulfment as the pillar absorbed all the arrays and runes inside the formation as well as the longevity blood powering it. After being completely devoured by the pillar, the powerful formation shattered in an instant. No, the elders screamed in despair after seeing this since the formation was their trump card. They thought that they could rely on it to stop the enemies, but it was destroyed instead. If you all brought the formation of Immortal Emperor Jinji, then it might be able to slow my pace. However, trying to stop me with this little drawing alone? How naive. Mei Aonan's overbearing voice came from the continent above. It didn't matter that she was female, she would dominate her opposition all the same. Ah! Screams echoed left and right. Even the elders of the school were killed by the army. They were completely helpless without their formation. They were an imperial lineage with a formation left behind by an emperor, but in the end, the emperor did not create it himself. His disciples were the ones who established the sect, so it didn't have the strength of true imperial lineages. Because of this, they wouldn't easily take out an imperial formation as it would be needed for their sect's protection. No, in the end, even the young king died under the claws of the galaxy flood dragon. His eyes were wide open at the moment of death. He was unwilling to die in this manner, his great ambition remained a pipe dream. He was supposed to be bestowed the title of God King once Yi Qingsheng became the immortal emperor. Alas, his body was thrown to the side by the flood dragon like a piece of trash. In just a short period of time, the group swept through the rest of the school like a storm. All the experts were massacred, no one managed to escape. The stench of blood permeated the air as streams of blood gently flowed on the ground, staining the mud red. Although all the cultivators present had seen death before, such a massacre still left them shivering inside. This was a cold and ruthless move. Mei Aonan reaching the height of her fame in just a few short years was not without reason. This is a declaration of war. Someone muttered after seeing this scene. In the stone medicine world, everyone knew that Yi Qingsheng was going to become an immortal emperor. However, Mei Aonan also shared the same aspiration. A mountain had no room for two tigers. Moreover, there was only one heaven's will. The clash between the two of them was inevitable. Plus, it wasn't just a personal competition between the two since they both had great powers behind them. Yi Qingsheng had the Stony Edge Kingdom as well as thousands of followers. Many great powers had thrown their full support behind him too, including imperial lineages such as the Ravine. From this, it was easy to see that he had enough power to shake the world. With regards to followers, Mei Aonan was most likely not his match. Yi Qingsheng befriended experts from all over the world. Many descendants and even Saint Childs from imperial lineages were willing to assist him. On the other hand, Mei Aonan was a very arrogant person and had few friends despite having many great characters backing her, such as Venerable Basilisk, the Galaxy Flood Dragon, and the Golden Ant Tyrant. The truth was that her camp was not as strong as Yi Qingsheng's. It could be said that Yi Qingsheng's call would be answered by the rest of the world. However, do not forget that Mei Aonan came from the Jianlong clan. If the clan was willing to show themselves to help her, then even an existence like the ravine would tremble. Mei Aonan's presence rendered the entire scene silent with many experts quivering inside. A tree has a shade and a person has a name. Today, Mei Aonan's prestige was definitely as great as Yi Qingsheng's. Despite originating from the Jianlong clan, her fame did not rely on the clan one bit. Outside of being its golden daughter, there was no shadow of the clan in all her other aspects. She chose to pave her own path without using her clan that had 3 emperors. Moreover, her prestige was even threatening Yi Qingsheng. Just how incredible was this? The young king and elders from the school were furious after hearing this voice that came from the imperial edge. They were still an imperial lineage, yet she dared to declare her intent on destroying them. This was truly looking down on them. Chapter 853, Mei Aonan. After having such thoughts, some leaders here felt a chill run down their spines. They could already imagine the war that would eventually ravage the world. At that time, countless great powers and imperial lineages would be dragged into this great war. Some of them made a note to stay away from the war for the heaven's will. Otherwise, the war would ravage them without leaving a single trace behind. A bit interesting. Wuxia chuckled and rubbed his chin while watching the stone pillar fly back to the imperial edge. Someone cried out at this time, "The entrance!" This cry attracted the majority of the people's attention. They all turned around and saw that a door was floating above the tattered buildings of the ruins. It continuously emitted divine light. Past this door were pavilions and towering platforms, the scenes of the beast world. One expert's patience reached its limit, so he immediately rushed towards this old portal. He had to seize this chance. Bam! The moment he entered the portal, he was immediately assaulted by the divine light inside and turned into a mist of blood. This made all the experts right behind him stop their advance out of fear. One of them stammered, What is going on?" The entrance was clearly opened, so why did it turn an expert into blood? The two worlds have yet to connect to each other completely. Rushing in right now is the same as jumping into a meat grinder. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Many had to halt their steps after hearing this. They were unwilling to leave this place, so they waited by the door. Once it was no longer dangerous, they would try to make their way in again. At this time, Venerable Basilisk came by and told Wuxia, "Young noble Li, our young noble wants to see you." "Bah, what is that little girl Maonan acting cool for?" Long Jingxian said with disdain right away, acting all badass after learning a few tricks. "Wuxia, let me go and beat her. Let's see if she will still try to be cool after that." Having said that, the lively girl readied herself for a fight. A few of the experts here were speechless after hearing this. Even Venerable Basilisk had some black lines running across her forehead. Her current fame was not just baseless flattery. If she were to compete with Yi Qingsheng for the title of number 1, it would be very difficult to predict the victor. Wuxia gently waved his sleeve in the face of her royal aura as if he was swatting a fly. He leisurely spoke, "Girl, there's no need to act as if you are dealing with your subordinates and enemies. Threats and royal auras are no different than dog shit in my eyes. You." Mei Aonan was no weaker than any man, but her face turned red as she glared at Wuxia. Even the number 1 genius, Yi Qingsheng, wouldn't dare to utter such vulgarity before her. Wuxia coldly glared at her, "Girl, if you want to ask something of me, then show a better attitude." He then leaned back on his chair and lazily spoke, "I know that you are very arrogant and can back it up, but it means nothing in my eyes. I didn't come here today for you or your fame. While I still have some time right now, say what you wish to say." Mei Aonan stared at Wuxia for a while with a serious expression before speaking. "It seems that Daoist Li is completely confident in being able to reach the top of the world. I am even more confident than you." Wuxia smiled. Mei Aonan took a deep breath. In the end, she laid off with her oppressive attitude. This was not an easy task for someone like her who was so used to being imperious. She solemnly asked in good faith, "I invite Daoist Li to join the Imperial Edge. Would you be interested?" Wuxia looked at the Mei Aonan who lowered her shield and asked, "For what reason?" Mei Aonan sincerely explained, "I trust that you need an existence like our Imperial Edge. Your Tao of alchemy is peerless, and you can definitely garner considerable support. However, have you thought about the great backing you will need if you want to become an alchemy emperor? We have both the manpower and resources. I am not bragging right now, but if you ever need any alchemy materials, we can find it for you right away. In the future when I become an immortal emperor, I believe there will be no need for me to list the benefits. At that time, you can call for rain and storms as you please. You can even carry out any grand aspirations you may have." She was not only confident but also quite sincere at this point. Chapter 854, Golem. In her opinion, no one else in this generation could become an immortal emperor. This didn't only stem from her pride, it also came from her ambition. She swore to never give up before ascending to the throne. Without a doubt, she valued Wuxia's peerless Tao of alchemy. In her eyes, whether Li Qie was strong or capable wasn't important. In fact, she had always been very confident and proud. Her standards were very high, so no youth could enter her sight. Even people like the Golden Crow Prince were nothing to her. She was ready to defeat even Yi Qingsheng for the heaven's will. Thus, the only thing she wanted from Li Qie was his alchemy. This was why she wanted to meet him. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Is something amusing? Mei Aonan looked straight at him and spoke with great confidence. Our alliance would bring great benefits to both sides. You can become an alchemy emperor without worry, my imperial edge will protect you. Once I become emperor, I will give you more than enough resources to refine immortal pills. Perhaps you will even become the greatest alchemy emperor of all time. Girl, before considering whether you can become an emperor or not, I have to point out that I have no interest in becoming an alchemy emperor. Li Qie smiled at her spunk. Plus, with me here, I'm afraid you won't have the chance of becoming an emperor in this generation. Mei Aonan's eyes turned serious as she stared at him. So you want to compete for the heavens will against me? Li Qie looked at her and shook his head to say, you are mistaken. It is not that I shall compete with you for the heavens will, it's that it's already mine. You can only step aside. It seems that you have complete confidence in your cultivation. Her will to fight surged as if she was about to challenge him. Very well, I will lay witness to your supreme arts to see if you are qualified to compete against me. This domineering attitude was just as great as any man's. She dared to challenge anyone and believed that she would claim victory no matter who they might be. Li Qie smiled when he saw her fighting spirit and said, you really are extraordinary. Although you come from the Jianlong clan, you actually do not cultivate any laws from it and formed your own. Although you have a wise teacher, such accomplishments are still worthy of praise. If you were born in a different generation, then perhaps you could become someone equal to immortal Emperor Yu Long of your clan. Alas, it is a shame that you were born into the generation where I exist. Li Qie gently shook his head. In my era, all dragons shall coil and all tigers shall sit before me. Hinder my path and I shall walk over your corpse. Since you are so confident, fight me to prove your strength. Mei Aonan didn't hesitate any longer since Li Qie was acting so arrogantly. Li Qie lazily glanced at her and said, girl, I came to the Imperial Edge not to fight you or to boast. I only want to meet your master, the golem who taught you. Tell him to come out and meet me. Who are you? Her eyes turned fierce. At this moment, there was a hint of murderous intent radiating from her gaze. It's useless even if you want me dead. Li Qie snorted. It looks like the old geezers from your clan still haven't told you who I am. In that case, I won't hold it against you. Tell that golem to come and see me, or else I'll destroy your imperial edge and throw him back to the beast world. Who dares to speak about throwing me back to the beast world? A feeble voice emerged, signaling the arrival of a large figure. This figure was extremely huge, making it seem like a giant. To be more exact, this was a large golem, but this big golem did not come from the stone golem race. It was more accurate to call him a carved stone statue. If any elders from the 9 Saint Demon Gate back in the mortal emperor world saw this huge golem, they would be shocked because it looked very similar to their 4 divine protectors. If there was something different, then it would be that this golem had a divine crest on its head, making it seem to be a level higher than the 4 at the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After coming in, the huge golem's gaze landed on Li Qie as he weakly asked, was it you? Yes, I said it. Li Qie remained seated there in a carefree manner. He blinked once and added, quite an impressive little pebble, to be able to bewitch Tun Ri. If that brat Tun Ri didn't have a good heart, I would have thrown you back into the swamp. With you here, my disciple has no hopes of becoming an immortal emperor, but you shouldn't try to win the Bayan beast world from her too. Do you really think that she can do it? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The golem replied, Your Excellency, there should be no problems. My disciple has the purest and most primal bloodline of the golem race, of immortal Emperor Yulong. She can definitely succeed. Your Excellency should know the origin of the Emperor. I trust that she can definitely inherit the beast world. Oh stone, this is called exhausting all options in the face of despair. Li Qie shook his head. If it was so easy, then the divine beast realm would have controlled and woken up the beast world long ago. It wouldn't be your turn to try right now. Even if your disciple could reach atavism, she still wouldn't be able to succeed. This has nothing to do with the golem race and more to do with the fundamental qualities of your beast world. Not necessarily. The golem hesitated for a bit before replying. My disciple can definitely return to the origin, and with that, she can absolutely reawaken it again. How do you think she compares to a mortal emperor by Shi? Li Qie dismissively said, you should know the origin of this emperor very well. Let alone the golem race, even he still couldn't do it. You have been tricked by the divine beast realm in the past, yet you are still choosing to believe this nonsense? The golem laughed awkwardly after this scandal was brought up again. That year, because I obtained the approval of immortal emperor by Shi, I tried a different method. Otherwise, I wouldn't have worked with the beast realm. This was my mistake, and I have been expelled from the beast world as punishment. However, everything I did was for the sake of the beast world. In times of a medical emergency, one would attempt to look everywhere for a doctor. Li Qie shook his head. Did being imprisoned in the swamp not wake you up? If you took one wrong step back then, what do you think the consequences would have been? How many people followed you in the past, and what has become of them? The golem was dejected after the past was brought up. He softly sighed in response. I know, I shouldn't have listened to the beast realm's persuasion, but at that time, I still wanted to try. I have decided to take the beast world. Li Qie insipidly said, I came this time to talk about this matter. Your Excellency, you are. The golem was unwilling and stated, even you would not be able to wake the beast world. I'm afraid you won't be able to treat it as your own possession. Plus, my disciple can try as well. I was a sinner in the past, but you saved me from the swamp. I went back to Biyao City later on and willingly accepted my punishment. After that, I was able to convince the city that if I found a suitable candidate, they would let me try. Chapter 855, Secret of the Past. At this point, the golem begrudgingly stated, Your Excellency, for the last several million years until now, I have accepted the punishment from the city and spent countless moons to recover. Then, I expended countless efforts to find a suitable candidate. If you don't let me try and just take the beast world for your own, this is far too unfair towards me. You really have some confidence. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Your Excellency, at least let my disciple try just one time. The golem hurriedly begged, if my disciple is successful, then this will be a great help to you in the future. She can assist you in sweeping through the 9 worlds. That is not important to me. Li Qie looked at the golem and said, however, not too many people can still recognize me in this day and age. I will also be considerate for your love of the beast world. If I don't give you a chance, then that would be too much. Very well, I am someone who does things fairly, so I'll give you a chance. Your disciple may try once. I truly appreciate your Excellency's generosity. The golem was ecstatic and quickly bowed after hearing this. However, the opportunity will be equal. My people will also go to Biyao City. Don't expect me to take it easy on her. Li Qie said dismissively. The golem was startled and asked, Your Excellency means that you also have a candidate? You are correct. I know, you believe that you know the beast world very well, but don't forget where all of you came from. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. In fact, I understand the beast world even more than all of you. Your knowledge is only partially complete, so to be frank, the beast world belongs to me. The golem was surprised and couldn't help but ask, can it really be done? What do you think? Li Qie answered lightly, am I someone who does things without certainty? The golem became impatient and quickly asked, if your Excellency is successful, do you plan on going to that place? It seems like you are also hoping that I will be successful. Li Qie stated while staring at the golem. He was met with a wry smile from the golem. I'm truly not using my disciple as a means to accomplish my goal. I watched her grow up and treated her as my daughter. Since Your Excellency has given us a chance, I will have nothing to say if we fail. Nevertheless, my disciple is still my pride. She is an extraordinary child. The golem gently sighed at this point. Not bad, a stone can have a heart at times. Li Chia chuckled. Leaving Bayan City was not necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, you are not as cold as a rock and instead a bit similar to a living being. Your Excellency is joking. If it wasn't for you showing mercy back then, I wouldn't have lived until this day. I would have already become a dead stone, both hard and stinky, back in the swamp. It is a blessing from you that I can be here right now. The golem said with sincerity. Li Chia waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. Back when you were trapped in the swamp, you still tried to bewitch Tun Ri. My personal decision was to pin you deeper into the swamp. Alas, Tun Ri was young and had a good heart. He spoke on your behalf, so I threw you out of it. At that time, I found immortal Emperor Tun Ri to be a talent worth cultivating, so I wanted to teach him. I didn't know that Your Excellency was protecting his Tao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to try to steal your disciple even if I was 100 times more courageous. The golem coughed with an air of embarrassment. Well, it is all in the past, there's no need to be embarrassed. Today, I have come to remind you not to get in my way and hinder my plans. As for the rest, I do not care. Li Chia waved his sleeve and stood up to leave. Wait, just in case Your Excellency is truly successful, do you intend on going to that place? The golem hastily inquired once more. Li Chia leered at him. It seems that you still haven't given up. Those rocks back in Bayan City will never be as stubborn as you. The golem emotionally replied, I just want to understand since we couldn't have appeared out of thin air. I want to know what kind of existence created us. We are not part of the golem or demon race, we're only carved statues. I just want to know our origin. If there were an answer in this world, it has to be at that location. Li Chia emotionlessly asked, You should know a little about that place, do you think that you can do it? The golem pondered for a while before lifting his head and replying in a carefree manner, My knowledge is truly limited about that place. However, I know that Your Excellency knows about it. In this world, only you can reach that place. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri told me that it seemed like you were the only one successful in this regard. Huh, so you met that brat Tun Ri later on. Li Chia couldn't help but chuckle. The golem coughed in response, I was working as a servant after the beast world was opened once more. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri remembered our friendship, so he came to see me once at that time. I know. Li Chia smiled, that brat Tun Ri, despite having such a domineering sobriquet, couldn't change his kindness deep down. We'll talk again once I reach there, I can't tell you the details right now. Thank you, Your Excellency. The golem bowed in excitement right away after hearing this. Li Chia gently nodded and left. As he was leaving, Mei Aonan observed him as if she wanted to see through him. After Li Chia left, only Mei Aonan and the golem were in the palace. The golem sat in his chair, dazed for a very long time. Master, what did Li Chia talk to you about? Mei Aonan was intrigued to see the golem acting this way. Her master was even more powerful than god kings. He had always been calm and rarely had such moments. After calming down, the golem looked at Mei Aonan and softly said, Child, you will have to exert yourself during our trip to the beast world. Nothing would be better than you being successful, but if you fail, I will seal you underground away from the world. Seal? Why do I have to be sealed? Master, even if we are unsuccessful at the beast world, I still have many things I want to do in this life, like seizing the heavens' will and becoming an immortal emperor. This is my aspiration and goal, isn't this your expectation as well? The golem gently nodded and begrudgingly spoke, Child, it is not that I have no confidence in you. In your master's eyes, you are even more brilliant than Yi Qingsheng. He was gestated by countless wise sages to have this level of talent. You are only lacking time compared to him. The path for the heavens will is long, so even against someone as supreme as him, you will still have a chance to beat him. That is a matter of course. The heavens will is mine alone. Mei Aonan declared with utmost confidence. Naturally, she was qualified to put on such airs. She debuted later than Yi Qingsheng, but her fame had already caught up to his. She was very certain of being able to beat a genius like Yi Qingsheng. However, there are some things that no plans can prepare for. The golem gently sighed. In this generation, anyone who wants to compete for the heavens must give way. Not even a more exceptional genius can change this fact. Give way for whom? Mei Aonan was unconvinced. Master, I am not afraid of an even more exceptional genius. My heart is steel and I swear to seize the heavens' will. Child, I do not doubt your resolve and I also believe that you have the ability. The golem smiled wryly, but in this generation, you must give way. It is not that I want to force you, I just don't want you to die in vain. You have to dodge this generation by sealing yourself. It still wouldn't be too late to come out in the next generation and prove your Tao. Otherwise, when the heavens will appears and you participate in the war, I'm afraid your death is a foregone conclusion. Even with my personal protection, you would not be able to come out in one piece. Master, why are you so dejected? Mei Aonan had to say, Master's strength is enough to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Plus, once I become an emperor candidate, there won't be a need to be afraid of god kings or any other geniuses as I shall sweep through the 9 worlds. God kings and emperor candidates, these things are meaningless. The golem said, once he joins the battle for the heavens both of these existences will only be mere insects. He? Mei Aonan inquired, Master is talking about Li Qie? Yes, him. The golem looked up towards the sky and said, in the present times, who else but he can make me step aside? Master, why praise the enemy and lower our morale? Mei Aonan didn't think it was a big deal, even though Li Qie has a fierce notoriety. In terms of talents, Tao heart, and strength, I still believe that I can beat him. Child, you don't understand. The golem gently shook his head, you will never be able to defeat him. Since the times of the ancient Ming, no one in this world can defeat. He stopped here as he was reluctant to reveal more. Is Master talking about the ancient Ming race from the legends? Mei Aonan asked with surprise. She was very curious about what kind of conversation Li Qie had with her master to cause him to become so depressed. Child, you should know about your own Jianlong clan. The golem explained, I trust that the elders in your clan have talked about why they choose to live in a reclusive manner. The ancestors rarely talked about this matter. They only said that in the past, our Jianlong clan lost and was sealed by a taboo existence. From then on, we no longer wanted to come into being. Mei Aonan responded with some confusion. Yes, this is the taboo existence that your Jianlong clan was talking about. The golem spoke slowly. After hearing this, her eyes lit up with a surging battle intent as she stated, Master, are you saying Li Qie has the legendary taboo existence as his backing? At this point, the golem begrudgingly stated, Your Excellency, for the last several million years till now, I have accepted the punishment from the city and spent countless moons to recover. Then, I expended countless efforts to find a suitable candidate. If you don't let me try and just take the beast world for your own, this is far too unfair towards me. You really have some confidence. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. Your Excellency, at least let my disciple try just one time. The golem hurriedly begged, if my disciple is successful, then this will be a great help to you in the future. She can assist you in sweeping through the 9 worlds. That is not important to me. Li Qie looked at the golem and said, however, not too many people can still recognize me in this day and age. I will also be considerate for your love of the beast world. If I don't give you a chance, then that would be too much. Very well, I am someone who does things fairly, so I'll give you a chance. Your disciple may try once. I truly appreciate your Excellency's generosity. The golem was ecstatic and quickly bowed after hearing this. However, Chapter 856, The Mythical Immortal Emperor Slaying War, you can put it that way. The golem noticed his disciple becoming more excited and couldn't help but smile. He didn't want to say more because if he revealed that Wuxia himself was the taboo existence, who knew if his fearless disciple would go to fight him or not? Then all the more reason for me to fight Wuxia. Her aura surged as if she had turned into a goddess. She powerfully exclaimed, I also want to see what is so special about the successor chosen by this so-called legendary taboo existence. Child, take a deep breath and calm your mind. War is only one part of cultivation, there's no need to be so excited. A proper expert's mind is as calm as water, even in times of war. The golem slowly lectured her after seeing the battle-ready Maonan. Eventually, she took a deep breath before staring straight at the golem to speak in a solemn and firm manner, Master, I want to fight Wuxia. The golem wryly smiled. How could he not know his own disciple's personality? He gently shook his head, Child, no rush. Your weakness is your impatience and arrogance. If you don't fix them, they will be your undoing one day. Here, the golem seriously stared at her and said, I know your personality. If you don't fight Wuxia, then the rest of your life will be laden with regret. However, there's no need to rush. Wait until you beat Yi Qingsheng, then I will discuss a spar with him between the two of you. There's no need for a life and death match. Master, are you afraid that I will not be able to beat him? I can beat Yi Qingsheng, so I can definitely defeat Wuxia as well. Maonan was unconvinced. You are mistaken. The golem responded, Yi Qingsheng is nothing compared to Wuxia. If Wuxia really wants him dead, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Maonan was a newborn calf with no fear of a tiger. She couldn't help but speak, Master, you are already so powerful, but you are still so wary of this dark hand in the legends. Is this person really so scary? Scary? The golem gently shook his head after chuckling, scary alone cannot describe him. How strong do you think your Jianlong clan is? How strong do you think the alchemy kingdom is? But look at them now. Even these behemoths do not dare to come out. Outsiders might not know, but you should be aware that your clan is afraid of this dark hand. Only those who experienced the war with the divine beast realm that year would understand what hell on earth truly is. In that battle, corpses filled the heaven and earth. The stone medicine world lost its light, and even those from the other 8 worlds also trembled. They didn't dare to enter our world. The golem carefully preached. He knew that his disciple was just a little calf. He watched her grow up and hoped for her who didn't know the immensity of the heaven and earth to not eventually die at the hands of Wuxia. The golem's words made her quiet. She naturally knew why her clan didn't want to come out, but in her mind, this was a shameful matter. Because of this, she left the clan and came out on her own accord. You might feel that your clan is very powerful, and you might also think that immortal emperors are invincible. The golem gently sighed, but compared to the taboo existence, even immortal emperors may not be able to, but immortal emperors really are invincible. Maonan couldn't help but interject. In fact, this was common knowledge to all cultivators. At the very least, emperors were invincible in their respective generations. I know that they are unrivaled. The golem nodded, however, the taboo existence is terrifying beyond your imagination. Really? Frankly, Maonan was skeptical and didn't believe that this so-called dark hand could be so frightening. The golem continued, we won't talk about how his shadow was behind so many emperors, we'll just talk about a massacre. You should know about the ancient Ming race, correct? They ruled the 9 worlds for a very long time and heralded a dark and horrible period for the world. Maonan nodded. Future generations claimed that the ancient Ming was the strongest race in this world. They were far above any other race. Even the charming spirits, who are considered the favored children of the heavens, were weaker than them. Did you know? That dark and horrible period was ended by the dark hand behind the curtains. The last battle finally brought dawn to the 9 worlds. The golem paused here for a bit before solemnly continuing. Legends state that in this last battle, the Dark Hand massacred the 9 worlds and uprooted any location where the ancient Ming planted their seeds. From then on, this race ceased to exist in the 9 worlds and faded to mere history. After hearing this, she could imagine that bloody period full of carnage in her mind. Do you know the last immortal emperor of the ancient Ming era? The golem asked slowly. She nodded in response. Immortal Emperor Long Ming, an emperor rumored to have the bloodline of true dragons. Legends also stated that he had a very powerful war dragon as his mount. In principle, emperors are invincible during their generation. They are practically unkillable. However, in that last battle, you might not know this, and I'm afraid very few people in this world do, but Immortal Emperor Long Ming died in that battle. His death was very miserable indeed. The golem became absent-minded after saying this. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes and had only heard about it, just thinking about the death of an immortal emperor would leave anyone quivering. Someone can actually kill an immortal emperor? Mei Aonan gasped. She felt that this was something unimaginable. In principle, it should be impossible, but alas, there is always an exception. For example, that Dark Hand has a method to slay an immortal emperor. Plus, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, was his heavens will not dragged out by the Black Dragon King in the end? The golem smiled wryly and continued, emperors should be invincible. Killing one is 100 times more difficult than grooming one, but for the Dark Hand behind the curtains, logic is meant to be broken, do you understand? After a good while, Mei Aonan took a deep breath and looked at her master before speaking with decisiveness. Master, I still want to fight against Li Chia, regardless of the outcome. I want to see just how special the Dark Hand's disciple is. Very brave. The golem smiled and nodded his head. If you want to fight, then I can go talk with him about a spar. Of course, I still advise you to think it over. I have experienced arduous times and life and death situations. I was buried then unearthed only to be unearthed then buried again. I won't be able to live for much longer, but I should be fine for this generation. The golem solemnly said, if you want to avoid this generation, then after your burial, I will go back to my dwelling and continue to prolong my life. I'll wait until you come out again to compete for the heavens will and send you towards that final destination. Master, the victor has yet to be decided. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Mei Aonan shook her head. She was not someone willing to seal herself in order to escape, she would rather fight to the very end. It is nothing to be ashamed of, who is to blame for you being born at the wrong time? The golem consoled her. In the past, there was an extraordinary genius back in the mortal emperor world from the mysterious bamboo mountain. He was even more brilliant than you. Alas, he met the taboo existence and ultimately chose to avoid that generation by sealing himself. Master, I will not consider avoiding this generation for now. Mei Aonan spoke firmly. Despite the current situation, she remained full of confidence. What else could the golem say? He understood that his student was not someone that would change her mind once she made a decision. At the Heaven Hoof Ravine, the Golden Crow Prince was sitting on top of a majestic towering peak. He was in a daze while looking at the sky. At this time, he didn't have his usual dignified and prideful appearance and instead seemed a bit lost. He was defeated and fled in the battle against Jian Wushuang. For him, the physical wound was curable, but his pride was damaged beyond repair and scattered all over the place. He was naturally proud since he had both talents and skills. Moreover, he was a hard worker as well. All of these factors turned him into one of the most famous geniuses in the stone medicine world. Even though he was not comparable to Yi Qingsheng, he believed that he was definitely no weaker than anyone else. Despite liking Jian Wushuang, he was still confident that she was much weaker than him. During the battle, he thought that he could use his power to suppress her then conquer her heart afterward. An arrogant phoenix like Jian Wushuang would eventually be convinced by his martial ability and develop a crush on him. From there, he would be able to bring her back home. In his view, as long as he was willing to take the time and spend the effort, he would be able to win her over. It was only a matter of time since he was so capable. However, he didn't expect to suffer complete defeat in their duel before being forced to flee. From start to finish, she didn't even use an emperor law from the Jian clan. This was a heavy blow to his self-esteem, causing him to no longer have the face to meet people. Chapter 857. The word love causes the most pain. The night was especially beautiful at the top of this peak. While the prince continued to sit there in a daze, a pretty figure drifted closer. It was the gentle Miao Chan, who was as noble and elegant as always. She was definitely a virtuous and wise beauty. After arriving, she gently looked at the prince before slowly sitting down next to him. The prince only watched the sky, not looking at Miao Chan even once. He couldn't recollect his thoughts for a while. Junior brother, winning and losing are both common occurrences for a cultivator. There is no need to worry about it. Miao Chan gently sighed after seeing her dejected junior brother. Even the most brilliant and invincible emperor had lost when they were young. For example, immortal Emperor Ta Kong had lost countless times in his life. Mu Shaodi and the Stone Dragon God had both defeated him before. But in the end, these defeats were meaningless. When you stand at the peak as an emperor to look back at the years of defeat and think about them, won't you think that they were just a part of honing yourself? The most brilliant aptitude requires experience and refinement. One can only become successful after experiencing failure. Only with a heart as tough as stone, to never be afraid of defeat and continue to face battles, only someone with this kind of unrelenting attitude would be able to have the last laugh and become an extraordinary immortal emperor. Miao Chan consoled him like a big sister. She had always been gentle and considerate like this. It could be said that she had paid a lot for the prince's sake. However, the prince had never liked her and even tried to avoid her. The prince continued to look up at the sky as if he didn't hear her. Miao Chan looked at him and felt sad inside, but she continued her comforting. Although you lost this time, you still have the ability to fight back. Your talents are unquestionable, and you only lost because you were not well prepared. Take Patriarch Jin Shi's true fate weapon next time and use it with your two arts. Your power will then rise several levels. At that point, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Jian Wushuang. No matter the occasion, she would develop a plan to protect and support him. If brother wants to fight again, I will ask the elders for permission to summon Patriarch Jin Shi's true weapon to help you, Miao Chan told the prince. Enough. The dazed prince angrily shouted at this time, I am not a child, I don't need you to make decisions for me. His shouting startled Miao Chan for a moment. She didn't have a response. I don't need your help or your pity. The prince was very emotional as he raised his voice. The things I want have always been obtained by my own abilities. This position of being the main descendant as well as the imperial weapon. I don't need your help or your concession to have everything I've gained today. Don't think that just because you gave me the descendant position that I will owe you for the rest of my life. Even if you didn't do so that year, I would have gambled it all away. I had the ability to become the Ravine's descendant. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became until he turned completely livid and shouted non-stop. He had always felt uncomfortable about this matter. Despite being the Ravine's descendant and the number one genius, he knew very well that if Miao Chan didn't concede, it would have been hard to say who would be the best. A talent like Miao Chan left the number one genius in the Ravine like him out of breath. And now, losing to Jian Wushuang was completely unacceptable, an affront to his haughty pride. Brother, that's not what I meant. Back during the descendant competition, your cultivation and strength were greater than mine, and the ancestors also valued you. Miao Chan quickly tried to appease him. The prince screamed once more before ignoring Miao Chan. He basically didn't listen to a single word she said as he disappeared into the horizon. Miao Chan had a dejected look as she watched his back slowly disappearing. The bitterness in her heart was difficult to describe. Why bother? After a while, another figure appeared on the peak. He came over and gently sat next to her. Daughter, this golden crow brat is not worth your effort. This person was the Ravine's master and also Miao Chan's father. Miao Chan only bitterly smiled and sat there quietly without saying anything. The Ravine master spoke, My daughter, regarding skill, ability, talents, and cultivation, you are many times better than that brat. Even fighting Yi Qingqing wouldn't be a problem. If you didn't concede, that brat would just be another regular disciple unable to reach the apex. This brat does not care for your love either. You spending so much effort is not worth it at all. The master grew angrier the more he spoke. Daughter, it is not too late to change your mind. As long as you have the will to reach the top and the ambition to compete for the heaven's will, we can still push the brat down in the future. There are still many ancestors who greatly support you in the sect. Father, I don't have the will to reach the top. I only want a good ending. Miao Chan said softly. Miao Chan smiled bitterly. How can I talk about cultivation before surpassing this? The master could only sigh at this point. He only had one beloved daughter that should have displayed her greatness to become supreme in the world, but she was ruined by this golden crow brat. Daughter, you can just dump the brat and we'll go to a new place instead of staying here. As long as you don't meet him, you will eventually forget. As long as you can forget about him, I don't need to be the ravine master. We can travel to different places instead and be at ease. The master spoke with a heart full of love. Father, the ravine cannot do without you. Miao Chan gently shook her head. The ravine will still be there without me. Plus, I only have one daughter, and I don't want to see you being unhappy. The master spoke in a serious manner. As long as you can be happy, everything will be worth it. Miao Chan silently looked up at the sky. In this moment, she couldn't help but become confused. On a solitary peak, Yi Qingqing sat there leisurely. The atmosphere swayed to his will under the influence of his divine light as if there were prostrating wise sages and saints surrounding him. No matter the time or place, Yi Qingqing always had the presence of a domineering ruler. The Golden Crow Prince was seated opposite him. However, he no longer had the usual arrogant and imposing aura. He only drank one cup of wine after another as if it was mere water. He seemed so ragged and dejected that no one could connect him to the mighty descendant of the ravine, an unparalleled genius. Brother Golden Crow, there's no need to be downtrodden. There are many women in this world, there's no need to focus on just one. Yi Qingqing slowly started the conversation after seeing the prince drowning in wine. With your supreme style, as long as you are willing, countless princesses and saintesses would come into your embrace. Why bother with an unrequited love with the Jian daughter? The prince did not respond and continued to drink. He wanted to become drunk, but with his cultivation, it might not happen even if he drank a river of wine. Since we are brothers, frank yet sincere words will be spoken. I hope you don't mind. Yi Qingqing slowly spoke. In my opinion, the Jian daughter is not worth caring about. She is an arrogant and fearless girl. It is virtually impossible to tame her. I know. The prince bluntly responded with just these two words before continuing to fill his stomach with fine wine. If that's the case, then why the need to be so down like this? Yi Qingqing smiled. As for the defeat, I think that you shouldn't even worry about it. My brother, when I meet a more powerful genius in the future, perhaps I will suffer a defeat as well. Chapter 858, Yi Qingqing's scheme. His words fell on deaf ears. The prince continued to pour wine into his mouth as if being drunk was the solution to all unhappiness. His heart had been holding back great annoyances. Yi Qingqing looked at the prince's attempt to become drunk and smiled. Brother, to be honest about your situation, you already have more than enough to make anyone in the world envious. Miss Miao Chan is definitely equal to the Jian daughter in terms of beauty, talents, and intelligence. She might even be superior. And she is deeply in love with you. Don't bring her up. The prince acted like a cat with its tail stepped on. He stood up immediately and screamed, "Don't talk about her and we can still drink in the same place." Okay, don't be mad. I won't mention her anymore, alright? Yi Qingqing pulled the prince's hand back and smiled. The prince grunted and sat down, then he continued to drink gulp after gulp. Yi Qingqing looked at him and smiled. If you can't forget the Jian daughter, well, there is still an opportunity for you to win her over. What opportunity? The prince immediately let go of his wine jar and stared at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingxing pondered for a moment before speaking. It isn't that I don't want to tell you, but if I run my mouth and Miss Miao Chan finds out, then it won't be very good for me. I don't need her to get involved with my business. The prince shouted. He was already trying his best to suppress his anger. Otherwise, he would have erupted completely in a furor. The prince coldly said after seeing Yi Qingxing's hesitation, "Brother Yi, are we still brothers? If we are, then just say it." "Okay, well, don't be angry and don't tell Miss Miao Chan that this is my idea. This way, she won't think that I am advising you to chase after the Jian daughter. If she finds out, she'll think that I am trying to separate you two. At that time, I won't be able to wash away the suspicion even if I jump into a river." Yi Qingxing hurriedly replied. The prince coldly spoke, "Who says that we are a pair? There's nothing between us." Yi Qingxing smiled and slowly explained, "The truth is that it is not impossible for you to win Jian Wushuang over. She is an arrogant and proud person. In order to win her over, it is as simple as being more powerful than her. Why is it that she is together with Li Qia? This is because of his notoriety and how he challenged the alchemy kingdom. This is exactly to her liking." Li Qia. The prince gritted his teeth after hearing this name. Just the thought of Li Qia being together with Jian Wushuang left him mad with jealousy. Winning her heart is very simple. First, defeat Li Qia. Second, kill Li Qia. This is to break the illusion of his invincibility in her heart and also to end her crush. Yi Qingxing explained. The prince became silent upon hearing this. "Ah, brother Golden Crow, there's no need to underestimate yourself and overestimate the enemy." Yi Qingxing encouraged, "In fact, you have fused arts from two different houses and are well versed in both. Even I might not be able to hold you back. Your loss this time was simply due to being too confident. If you try again with sufficient preparations, no one will be able to stop you." The prince was indeed musing this thought. The defeat he suffered at the hands of Jian Wushuang indeed left his confidence in shambles, filling his heart with doubts. "Brother, just think about it. Your loss was definitely due to a lack of preparations. You didn't even bring an imperial weapon, so you fought the Jian daughter with your bare hands. Of course you were at a disadvantage." Yi Qingxing comforted and cheered him on. "That is true." The prince's eyes lit up under the influence of the alcohol and Yi Qingxing's support. Yi Qingxing continued, "You have finished cultivating the supreme arts of immortal Emperor Jin. She then fused it with your own clan's techniques. In my opinion, if you take along immortal Emperor Jin Shi's true weapon and use it with your emperor arts, then who can stop your might? I definitely won't be your match when that weapon is in your hands." Yi Qingxing sincerely pointed the way. The buzzed eyes of the prince became brighter and brighter. At this point, his body once again emitted the rays of a sun. In fact, Yi Qingxing's method was no different from Miao Chan's, but the prince didn't want to listen to Miao Chan at all. If brother can persuade the ancestors from your sect and take out the emperor's true weapon, then along with sufficient preparations, it would be child's play to kill him. Yi Qingxing advised. At the moment of his death, the Jian daughter will be sad and vulnerable. Then if you show yourself in a positive light and conquer her, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? For a proud girl like her, the more powerful and dominating you are, the more she will like you. Once the prince started to listen carefully, Yi Qingxing successfully bewitched him. The prince snorted and hatefully said, That geezer Miao will not let me summon the imperial true treasure." Recently, the ravine master had been annoyed with him. In his opinion, the master was making things difficult for him was on purpose. The master was afraid that he would become the future ravine master and steal the power from him. He also believed that the ravine master would not be willing to abdicate. "This isn't a problem at all." Yi Qingxing smiled. "As long as you have a good conversation with Miss Miao Chan, her influence at the ravine will surely get the elders and ancestors to listen to her suggestion. I don't need her help." The prince coldly spoke, "Plus, she is not the only influential person in the ravine. The one in power is not a girl like her but our Golden Crow tribe." "That's right." Yi Qingxing quickly smiled, who doesn't know that the Golden Crow tribe is the strongest demon race in the beast realm and that it is the true pillar of the ravine? Such words were very pleasant to the prince, so he quietly nodded. Yi Qingqing smilingly said, "If brother still thinks that this isn't enough, then I can also lend you a hand." "What other ideas do you have?" the prince quickly inquired. He considered Yi Qingqing a mentor as well as a brother that he could trust with his life. Due to this, he had absolute confidence in Yi Qingqing's words. Yi Qingqing answered, "The origin of the Golden Crow tribe comes from the refined fire of the sun. Coincidentally, I have a secret law that can stimulate this fire. If you use it, it will double your hidden potential or maybe even increase it tenfold. By that point, even if Li Qia was much stronger, he would still only be walking towards his death. This doesn't feel right. How can a secret law from the Stone Edge Kingdom be passed to an outsider?" The prince shook his head. Yi Qingqing smiled, "Brother is misunderstanding me. I found this secret law by chance, so it does not belong to my kingdom. You and I are brothers, so why are you being so reserved? As long as it helps you kill Li Qia, I will be in full support of you. One secret law is nothing. Brother Yi is showing so much love. I have no words to express my gratitude. Just let me know what I can do in the future if you ever require my assistance." The prince said gratefully. "Brother Golden Crow, such words are too polite. I'm not an outsider." Yi Qingqing laughed and patted the prince's shoulder. After accepting the secret law, the prince quickly bade his farewell. Before leaving, he added, "Although that geezer Miao won't give me the emperor's true treasure, my tribe has its own supreme treasure. Wait until I bring it out, I will definitely kill Li Qia myself. At the time when you are about to act, I will personally come to cheer you on." Yi Qingqing smiled and said with a very sincere attitude. This was a huge showing of brotherly love. After watching the prince walk into the distance, Yi Qingqing withdrew his eyes and smirked. After a while, the cloud-soaring venerable came in and asked, "Young noble, do you think the Golden Crow Prince will be successful?" "Successful?" Yi Qingqing shook his head, "Impossible, he is only going to his death. If Li Qia can be killed so easily, the Alchemy Kingdom wouldn't have let him act as he pleased." "Then didn't young noble just lose a secret law?" the venerable asked. Yi Qingqing confidently answered, "Just one secret law is nothing. If the prince dies, then Li Qia will be in trouble. The Golden Crow tribe would definitely not let it go. With its influence at the ravine will definitely start a war against Li Qia. The sky will shake when that time comes. Once the prince is dead as well." Yi Qingqing's eyes turned serious as he sneered, "Miao Chan will be inconsolable from grief and might even try to find Li Qia to risk it all. I actually want to see just how powerful the real number one genius of that ravine truly is. If she dies, then it is one less thing for me to worry about. It would be foolish not to do something that can result in having one less rival." "Great thinking, young noble. This action is killing two birds with one arrow. Even if Li Qia has more means, he wouldn't be able to escape from your palm." The venerable couldn't help but praise. His words fell on deaf ears. The prince continued to pour wine into his mouth as if being drunk was the solution to all unhappiness. His heart had been holding back great annoyances. Yi Qingqing looked at the prince's attempt to become drunk and smiled, "Brother, to be honest about your situation, you already have more than enough to make anyone in the world envious. Miss Miao Chan is definitely equal to the Jian daughter in terms of beauty, talents, and intelligence. She might even be superior. And she is deeply in love with you, don't bring her up." The prince acted like a cat with its tail stepped on. He stood up immediately and screamed, "Don't talk about her and we can still drink in the same place." Okay, don't be mad. I won't mention her anymore, alright?" Yi Qingqing pulled the prince's hand back and smiled. The prince grunted and sat down, then he continued to drink gulp after gulp. Yi Qingqing looked at him and smiled, "If you can't forget the Jian daughter, well, there is still an opportunity for you to win her over." "What opportunity?" Chapter 859, Opening of the Beast World. At this point, Yi Qingqing looked over at the far horizon and spoke with a tinge of emotion. What a shame. Such a supreme girl like Miao Chan, what an amazing woman, perfect in both intelligence and might, virtuous and gentle on top of that. It is every man's dream to marry a girl like that. Alas, this golden crow is just trash in the end. What a waste of an innate gift. Yi Qingqing snorted. If Golden Crow and Miao Chan marries and works together, then I would be quite wary of them. Their combination would definitely be incredible. Unfortunately, Golden Crow does not value this at all. Miao Chan is indeed extraordinary. Despite not having any fame, she is definitely no lesser than the others. The Venerable said. All of this will be a thing of the past. After the prince dies, even if Miao Chan doesn't go to Wuxia for revenge, she will most likely be heartbroken and live in seclusion from then on. She won't be any threat to me at that time. It seemed like Yi Qingqing had calculated all of this beforehand. After a while, Yi Qingqing stopped gazing and ordered the Venerable, "Go tell my first brother that I am ready to challenge Mei Aonan to avenge third brother's death." Young noble is trying to. The Venerable was caught off guard. He understood what kind of man his master was after all. Yi Qingqing explained, "Of course I'm not letting you go just to tell him this. You should embellish the details so that when I challenge her, my first brother will command the 18 young celestials to sweep through the imperial edge. It is time for them to become famous." He continued, "As for how to accomplish this, there should be no need for me to tell you. Don't worry, young noble. At that time, the 9-head lion emperor and the 18 young celestials will definitely attack the imperial edge. Leave this to me." The Venerable responded. Very good. I trust you. I will lead Mei Aonan away during that moment." Yi Qingqing nodded. "After she leaves, the imperial edge will be a snake without its head. Our troops will easily sweep through it without any resistance." The Venerable added with certainty. "Venerable, you think too lightly of our enemies." Yi Qingqing shook his head. "If we can sweep through the imperial edge just like that, do you think I would have let Mei Aonan do as she pleased until now? If she was so easily dealt with, she would be unworthy of becoming my rival." Young noble is saying. The Venerable hesitated for a moment before speaking his mind. Could it be that young noble wants the 18 young celestials to go to their deaths? He immediately paused at this point. "This is called sacrifice." Yi Qingqing insipidly said, "There must be gains and losses in order to achieve something great. The time to end this will be after the Beastworld's conclusion. And the same goes for the Jianlong clan and all the other imperial lineages. At that time, I will sit on my throne, unshakable by anyone. On that day, no matter who they might be or the sects that they come from, they will have to retreat before me. No one can block my path towards becoming an immortal emperor." His eyes turned ferocious after declaring his ambition. "I understand." The Venerable's eyes lit up. So to say, if the 18 young celestials die to the imperial edge, then those 18 great powers and imperial lineages would not let this go. We can blame this on the Jianlong clan. At that time, young noble can raise your banner and call for these powers to fight against the Jianlong clan. Venerable, your strategic vision does align with my own. However, you are still missing something." Yi Qingqing smiled. "This is only one of the goals. The real aim is to test the bottom line of the Jianlong clan. Once we find out its threshold, the same can be applied to the Alchemy Kingdom and the Beastmaster Citadel. If the Jianlong clan does not come out, then where will the difficulty be? As for the Heaven Hoof Ravine, I can easily lead them by the nose." Having said that, his eyes narrowed. "If the Jianlong clan comes out. I heard that there is a legendary taboo existence that will bring about a sect-destroying disaster should this be the case. I actually want to see just how bloody that scene of carnage will be." "Very wise, young noble." The Venerable was in complete admiration. "I wonder when young noble will destroy Wuxia?" "Don't worry, Wuxia and Mei Aonan or anyone else for that matter. They will not have a chance to leave the beast world alive." Yi Qingqing snorted. without my permission, no one can. The beast world is my hunting ground. A frightening murderous glare flashed across his eyes after stating this. Rest assured, young noble, I will go see the nine-head lion emperor right now. The young celestials will definitely appear at that time. The venerable patted his chest and guaranteed his success. Go. Yi Qingqing nodded his head. He was very confident in the venerable's abilities. Boom! The entire heavenly ruins shook. The beast world finally appeared before the eagerly waiting crowd. All the experts guarding the perimeter immediately stood up in excitement. Its arrival signaled an endless light from within the portal. Countless bright particles shot into the sky and illuminated everything. Even the sun up high was eclipsed. Eventually, the divine light dispersed and the portal stabilized, no longer shooting out any participles. One could faintly see the shape of the Bian beast world through the portal. It is here, let's go. Suddenly, everyone turned crazy and scrambled forward like a flood towards the door. All the experts in the ruins were ecstatic and rushed forward. No one was willing to fall behind. After all, who would want to miss a great opportunity like the Bian beast world? Some sects even wanted to obtain a supreme divine stone. Each time this place appeared, some people would manage to dig up some amazing items. For example, legendary immortal medicines, secret laws from an archaic era, or even immemorial weapons that belonged to gods. The most sensational time was when the Alchemy Kingdom obtained a divine stone. Legends told that in that moment, the beast world underwent a great and shocking change. There were no detailed records about that specific alteration, but many people in the future knew that this divine stone fell down during that moment. Later on, this stone became enlightened in the Tao and shouldered the heavens will to become an invincible emperor. This was the second emperor of the Alchemy Kingdom, Immortal Emperor Bai Shi. There were triumphant returnees and people who died miserably inside every time the beast world appeared. Some sects were even decimated completely, but no matter what, nothing could stop people from jumping into this area. Everyone wanted to be the lucky ones that obtained the greatest fortune inside. After the portal was stabilized, Li Qie smiled and told the group, "We'll also enter. Good stuff is waiting for us inside." "Are we not waiting for Fairy Ming?" Madame Ziyan asked. She knew that her young master had plans to go with Ming Yeshua together to the beast world. "We'll go in first. I'll take you guys to a few places. As for Yeshua, I'll take her to Bian City after making arrangements for everyone else." Li Qie shook his head in response. Smelly Qie, I also want to go to Bian City." Long Jingxian was much bolder than the others. She immediately latched onto him and grinned. "No, you will go together with Wushuang." Li Qie glanced at the pestering girl and shook his head. What do you mean by that?" Her big round eyes glared at him as she held her hips and said, "On what basis does Ming Yeshua get to go to the city and not me? Is she prettier than me? Is she more charming than me?" Li Qie pinched her nose and said, "Little Pepper, stop acting up on me. I am bringing Yeshua to the city not for any treasures. The city itself is her fortune, understand? Forget it, I don't believe you. Legends state that Bian City has the biggest fortune, immortal items from Bian." She glared at Li Qie for a bit. "Don't try to fool someone young like me." Li Qie continued to pinch her nose. "No bargaining, I won't take you to Bian City." What's so special about it? I don't want to go anyway." Long Jingxian proudly leered at him before speaking. "Smelly Qie, even if I don't go to the city, I still don't want to go with this Jian girl." Jian Wushuang coldly glared at her too and said with disdain, "Who wants to go together with you? I should be the unhappy one." "Bah, you think I want to?" Long Jingxian retorted with haste, "I would rather go with some random street dog or cat before going with you." Whenever these two started their tantrum, the rest of the group snuck away to avoid trouble. "Okay, you two, stop arguing." Li Qie interrupted them. "I said the two of you would go together, no more this or that." Only Li Qie could stop these two. They had no choice but to close their mouths after seeing his glare. Long Jingxian immediately pulled his arm and sat next to him. She bowed her head like a little wife who had been wronged and softly spoke, "I'll listen to husband." This sudden change was still new to Madame Ziyan, leaving her completely speechless. This change of heart was way too fast. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang only snorted and looked at her contemptuously as Long Jingxian continued to act intimately with Li Qia while provocatively stealing glances at Jian Wushuang. Eventually, Jian Wushuang just decided to stop looking at her altogether. Chapter 860, The Magical Bian Beast World. The Imperial Draco Bull continued to slowly pull the carriage towards the portal. The madam held the reins while Li Qia lazily lied down inside accompanied by Jian Wushuang. The four-eyed basilisk and the old turtle followed right behind them. As for Long Jingxian, this hot little pepper couldn't sit still. She rode her kuei and shouted with excitement, "Kill! Bian Beast World, this young lady is coming, all of the treasures here will belong to me." With that, she rushed to the front with her mount. Many cultivators quickly retreated at the sight of the carriage. No one dared to bar their path. Li Qia the Fierce, who didn't know and understand the meaning of this title. Massacring countless victims, one phrase to annihilate multiple sects, who would dare to provoke a monster like this? They could only stand from afar and watch. Just earlier, they were scrambling to enter like a flood. However, when Li Qia's carriage slowly inched forward, everyone stepped back to make a path so that Li Qia could enter first. They didn't wish to see this monster become angry and cause blood to spurt every 3 steps. It would be too much of a waste to die at his hands before obtaining any treasures. Some were also both jealous and envious at this scene. To have a great demon king like the madam personally holding the reins as well as having Jian Wushuang as a companion. One was a demon king, the ruler of a country. The other was the Jian clan's golden daughter, someone renowned through the world who was as arrogant as a phoenix. Today, Li Qia had both of them as his friends. Such treatment was without equal. Even Yi Qingqing didn't enjoy such treatment. Many young male cultivators yearned for this. If they could have this in their lives, then it would be fine even if they couldn't become immortal emperor. The world changed the moment one set foot inside the portal. It was a different world, a very ancient world. A breeze filled with archaic vicissitudes immediately assaulted the newcomers. Next was a wild and ferocious air. One would be startled the moment they entered. This was a primal world with ferocious beasts. It seemed that this place had existed for a very long time. It was a paradise for monsters. While gazing towards the far distance from the entrance, one could see rolling hills with rivers running right between them. A desolate scene appeared before everyone. One could faintly hear the roars of tigers and dragons. After looking even further inside, they would find cities and pavilions ravaged by the merciless flow of time. It seemed that there were signs of humans in the distance. After entering the beast world, Li Qia looked around and stated, "Well, the stopping point is right here this time. Bian Beast World. One of the 6 great immortal ancestral Earths." After arriving, even some hidden ancestors from the great powers stood up and exclaimed with excitement. The Beast World was one of the 6 ancestral Earths from the legends. It was even more dangerous compared to the 12 forbidden burial grounds. No one knew its origin. There was one theory that continued to be passed down that stated that this type of ancestral Earth was a heavenly grotto left behind from the era of the immortals. Thus, they were named immortal ancestral Earths. Chapter 861, Fortunes and Creations. As many cultivators rushed into the village, the great powers with some real abilities had no interest in this type of little village and continued forward. Not long after, someone found an old city further on the path. This city was huge with the gates shut tight, not allowing anyone to enter. The most frightening part was that it was protected by a gigantic and ferocious heavenly serpent. There is a city up ahead. This discovery quickly spread everywhere. The experts came in droves. A few of them found a new village, but they decided to abandon it completely to run towards the city. Their sect master decisively made the decision to forego this new village and brought his sect's disciples to the city before declaring, "From the writings, the more buildings there are, the more extraordinary the fortune inside will be, if one can successfully enter, that is. Everyone, keep your focus. If we manage to succeed, we will be able to revitalize our sect. It is up to our generation to achieve greatness." Rumors regarding the greater fortunes inside the city attracted more sects and cultivators. In just a short period of time, the city was completely surrounded. However, the serpent guarding this place was truly powerful. It spread out a lightning field that rendered this land untraversable. In the end, a few great powers decided to work together. Some ancestors personally took action and paid a huge price to kill this serpent in order to enter the city. As the majority of people were busy finding new villages and cities, Li Qie looked towards a certain direction. After deciding on the coordinates, he told them, "We'll go this way." The carriage brought the group across rivers and hills away from the other cultivators towards a different direction. Along the way, they met many ferocious beasts. However, there was no need for Li Qie to take action. Long Jingxian cried out and rode her kuei into battle. After a series of explosions, she made short work of these beasts and trampled them back into mud. This little pepper was simply too fierce. Her overbearing attitude caused the four-eyed basilisk and others to click their tongues in amazement. "Jian Wushuang, do you dare to see which of us can kill more beasts?" She aggressively challenged her rival. Jian Wushuang snorted and didn't say anything back. She simply flew into the sky and raised both of her hands to summon her bow. An arrow formation was ready to unleash its torment on the field. It locked onto one beast after another to begin a massacre. How could Long Jingxian willingly lose to Jian Wushuang? She also let out a battle cry, "Kill!" She rode her kuei with reckless abandon towards the front with a crazed and powerful momentum. Never mess with them, never mess with them. The four-eyed basilisk and turtle ran away. It was better to watch these two generals from a distance because there was a danger to their lives if they were involved. Li Qie wryly smiled while shaking his head after watching the two girls killing everywhere. Once enraged, the two of them could destroy even the firmament. Li Qie's carriage continued on before stopping in front of a little valley. Inside this valley were a few cottages as if someone had built them by chance for a short stay. Li Qie took a quick glance at these cottages, then told the basilisk and turtle, "Basilisk, you and the old turtle will stay here." The turtle naturally had no objections, he would listen to all of Li Qie's orders. Meanwhile, the basilisk put on a writhing expression. He unwillingly came over and spoke slowly, "Boss, I thought we were going to a city or something. What kind of fortune can be found here in this tiny valley?" His appearance made it very clear that he was unwilling. Li Qie glanced at him in response, "Who says we were going to a city? This place belongs to you and the old turtle now. Look over this place well. Don't come to see me if you don't get any results." The basilisk spoke with a pained expression, but I heard that cities have even more incredible fortunes." Li Qie coldly glared at him, "Who says that bigger fortunes are inside the cities? These are rumors. There are more buildings inside these cities, so opportunities will naturally be more abundant. And as for the fortune after becoming the city master, it is indeed great, but not just anyone can grab this fortune. How many secrets of the Bayan beast world can a bunch of commoners know?" Li Qie stared at the basilisk and stated, "You think I am playing you by taking you to this place? Huh, this lowly one gets it." The basilisk turned happy after hearing this. His expression changed faster than the wind itself as he began his slew of flattery. "Boss is supreme, boss decision must be wise and intelligent, stop sucking up and scram." Li Qie ordered, "Also, take care of the old turtle. Do not bully him or else I'll kick you to the edge of the world." Of course, of course." The basilisk became obedient all of a sudden. He mused a bit before asking Li Qie with a smile, "Boss, this place, are there ferocious beasts guarding this place?" Ha ha ha, boss, you should show off your might and kill these beasts with your wondrous abilities. Scram. What's the point of carrying those treasures with you then? Li Chia said, if you want to be lazy, then give the old turtle your treasures. Hee hee, I'm just kidding. The basilisk laughed awkwardly. Let us go. Li Chia ignored the basilisk and threw him off with the old turtle before leaving. Shit, what the hell is this thing? Why is it so difficult? Not long after Li Chia's group left, the frightened scream of the basilisk came from behind. While everyone was risking their lives to enter the beast world, the imperial edge continued to float in the sky. It wasn't in a rush to enter. Click, clack, click. At this time, the sound of a horse carriage galloping crushed the sky. It echoed across the world while carrying a strange and imposing rhythm like a hammer beating against the hearts of the listeners. The carriage eventually appeared before everyone while emitting a blinding golden light. Each ray of this golden light resembled a sword piercing the sky. This carriage was made from solar divine steel, an extremely rare and precious type of metal. There were carvings of true dragons and phoenixes on top of it. They were very animated, as if they were able to come to life at any moment. A green flood dragon was pulling the carriage. It was 1,000,000 years old, and the air it breathed out contained a draconic aura that resembled rains and storms. This aura swept through thousands of miles, blowing away all the clouds in its path. The driver was a heavenly king, but this was not the scary part. The carriage emitted the auras of sages and saints as if they were protecting it. Under the power of these great ones, anyone who tried to hinder the carriage's path would instantly be annihilated. There was a young man sitting in the carriage. Handsome was not the right word to describe him, as he remained seated in a carefree manner. However, this carefree attitude carried the aura of a ruler. It seemed that everything around this young man became insignificant. No geniuses or masters could enter his sight. There was an immemorial power around his body, as if no matter where he went, he would always be the ruler capable of issuing commands. A young man like this would be the center of attention no matter where he went. The cultivators that wanted to enter the beast world immediately stopped after seeing this young man. Someone immediately cried out, Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng. This name was able to shake the scene. The words caused a storm to rise. Such a name carried endless charisma. Countless people would be moved by this name, no matter if they were young or old. Yi Qingcheng, the current #1 genius of this generation. Just how great was this title? It was a title yearned for by all. He had never lost since he came to seek the Tao, no matter if it was against other imperial descendants or experts from the previous generations. In recent years, even more young challengers came to fight him. The most famous among them was the Golden Crow Prince, the Nine-Head Lion Emperor, and young noble Pei Yu. More than half of the 18 geniuses that later formed the Young Celestials had challenged him as well. Even someone as strong as the prince and as overbearing as the Lion Emperor was not equal to Yi Qingcheng. Moreover, these geniuses were won over by Yi Qingcheng's supreme charisma. They were even willing to join under his banner to work for him. A few experts from the previous generation also tried to suppress Yi Qingcheng, such as the Eight-Arm Ancestor and the Anti-Current Monarch. However, they all failed and eventually joined his camp as well. The older experts stood up after seeing his arrival. As for the younger generation, they were in awe and admiration of this man who held the prestigious title of being #1. This was their dream and aspiration. Yi Qingcheng was the idol of the young cultivators, someone they struggled to reach one day. The current #1 is finally here. Someone murmured after seeing Yi Qingcheng's carriage. The carriage continued to move while Yi Qingcheng leisurely stayed seated inside. It seemed as if he would always be confident no matter the time or place. Eventually, it stopped and Yi Qingcheng stood up. The world seemed to revolve around his actions. It was as if he could affect the entire heavenly ruins. With the lift of a finger, he could reverse the stars in the sky. Chapter 862, 18 Young Celestials. Many people right outside the entrance couldn't help but hold their breaths after seeing him stand. This feeling became stronger when he looked towards the imperial edge in the distance. Their hearts jumped after having a vague guess of what he wanted to do. Yi Qingxing stared at the imperial edge and exclaimed, "Daoist Mei, come out." No matter the occasion, he always had a supreme style, both royal and elegant. This style forced even his enemies to admire him. It was definitely not just a pretense. In fact, there was no way of replicating this graceful act in the first place. At this time, the crowd became quite eager. Celestial being Yi Qingxing and Imperial Edge Mei Aonan were the geniuses at the pinnacle of this world. They were considered the best candidates for the imperial throne. Both had great fame, so there were many past scuffles between their groups. However, a direct confrontation between them had yet to happen. The cultivators present forgot about entering the beast world since they felt that a great battle was approaching. Yi Qingxing. Mei Aonan appeared outside of the imperial edge. She was still sitting on her chair. As a woman, she had no signs of softness and instead exuded a tyrannical aura. Many people forgot that she was a woman since they were overwhelmed by her aura. She resembled a natural-born emperor, high and above in her throne, capable of terrorizing the world. The two geniuses had finally met. Moreover, their temperaments were completely different. Yi Qingxing was able to charm the world while Mei Aonan overwhelmed it. If, say, Yi Qingxing was a supremely wise saint, then Mei Aonan was one who would eventually become a dominating emperor one day. "I heard you wanted to test me. I have been waiting here for a very long time." She remained up high in the sky and looked down coldly, even with disdain, on this so-called number one of the current generation. Those who were lucky enough to watch this unraveling scene did not dare to underestimate Mei Aonan despite knowing of Yi Qingxing's prestige. Mei Aonan came from the Jianlong clan, thus she was destined for greatness. She also had a prideful arrogance that couldn't be found in others. She chose to leave the clan to forge her own path. Not just anyone could have made such a domineering decision. "My brotherly ties were molded with blood. You killed my third brother, so if I do not obtain vengeance, how can I ever set foot on this world again?" Even when Yi Qingxing wanted to fight, he was still elegant and royal, as if he couldn't be stained by the mundanity of this world. The crowd glanced at each other after hearing this. Some understood that this would be a fight to the death, since Yi Qingxing would not forgive Mei Aonan killing the celestial array young king. To be willing to die for a brother. "I would have no regrets in life if I can become brothers with a man like Yi Qingxing." Many people became emotional after seeing Yi Qingxing's attempt for retribution. They were amazed at his loyalty and camaraderie. At the very least, the younger generation was very envious. In their eyes, it would be a privilege to become brothers with a loyal man like Yi Qingxing. "That's right, we, the 18 young celestials, support Brother Yi. We will have revenge for the young king." A thunderous voice came from the horizon. A series of loud explosions occurred, followed by the appearance of many standards. 18 cavalry legions appeared with huge armies right behind them that had an extremely grand momentum. This army immediately rushed before everyone. The crowd was aghast after seeing this army that resembled a flood. It had an unstoppable sharpness. The 18 young men at their head were all prodigies of this generation. Their blood energies soared into the sky. These were men capable of looking down on other heroes no matter the occasion due to their great skills. The 18 young celestials and their sects. Many people were startled to see these cavalries. Almost anyone would most likely give way before such a force. So a bunch of nobodies decided to show up. Juniors of such a level dare to stand before me? Mei Aonan only glanced once at this great army without a care. The 18 young celestials were all prodigies in the eyes of the world. They couldn't help but glare at Mei Aonan after they were put down like this. They were all descendants from great powers. Some were even from imperial lineages. Many weren't convinced of Yi Qingxing and had challenged him before. Later on, they lost to Yi Qingxing and were moved by his charisma. They willingly formed an army and called themselves the 18 Young Celestials. They commanded the armies from their sects and were willing to support Yi Qingxing. They viewed Yi Qingqing as their pride and claimed that if he wanted to compete for the heaven's will, they would open the path and fight the rest of the world for him. Mei Aonan, such audacious words. Do you think you are invincible? I shall have my revenge for my third brother. A loud and clear voice resounded at this time like the roar of a lion that instilled fear deep into the hearts of many. A middle-aged man came from the sky. This person had the head of a lion, so it was clear that he was a lion demon. There were also 8 images of lion heads around his body, seemingly capable of devouring the world and tearing apart all enemies. The 9-head lion emperor. Someone emotionally exclaimed after seeing this man, if the emperor is here, then the millions of lion demons should be arriving soon too. Before Yi Qingqing emerged into the world, there was once a genius of the demonic Tao. He had swept through the stone medicine world with no rival in the younger generation. Later on, he called himself the 9-head lion emperor. Coming from the ancient lion kingdom, his forefather was a terrifying demon. Later on, this demon joined together with a true god, and the kingdom came from their offspring. It had a cavalry that numbered in the millions who had swept through the world in the past, causing many great powers to tremble. Some even said that this was the most powerful demon lineage outside of imperial lineages. Later on, Yi Qingqing appeared and actually defeated the 9-head lion emperor. The always arrogant emperor was won over by Yi Qingqing, and they eventually made an oath of brotherhood. Just you? Mei Aonan glanced at the emperor while sitting imperiously on her throne. 9-head, your trivial talents are not worth mentioning. It is not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that you are simply here to humiliate yourself. Either come fight me together with Yi Qingqing or come with those 18 nobodies. After I take care of all of you, it still won't be late for me to fight Yi Qingqing. Such words made everyone gasp. Her intention of fighting everyone alone was truly too domineering. Perhaps only she was this tyrannical among the younger generation. An expert from the previous generation emotionally exclaimed, a man should be like Yi Qingqing and a woman should be like Mei Aonan. Despite being a woman, she is no weaker than any man. Mei Aonan, if you want a group fight, then my million lion demons are ready to meet you at any time. The Lion Emperor was once a famous genius. He wouldn't be threatened by just one phrase from Mei Aonan. Mei Aonan stood up with both hands crossed in front of her chest and looked down at the world without missing a single detail. She loomed over the emperor and leisurely laughed. 9-head, do not boast about your million demons here. This kind of threat means nothing to me. Do you really think your army can scare people? In the present times, lineages like the Alchemy Kingdom choose not to come into being. Otherwise, your nonsensical group of cats would barely be considered anything. A few god monarchs can intrude on your ancient lion kingdom as easily as flipping their hand. Good, Mei Aonan, my kingdom challenges you then. The Lion Emperor snorted and declared his challenge. Okay, you and the 18 young celestials can come together. I will kill all of you and then destroy your kingdom. Mei Aonan sneered. How presumptuous. Brothers, let's go. The 18 youths could no longer bear it. They were descendants of great powers as well as famous geniuses. Even if they were not as great as Yi Qingqing, their fame still echoed across this world. Today, Mei Aonan treated them like nothing, so how could they not become furious? With a loud roar, the 18 lunged towards Mei Aonan. As geniuses, their combined power could be imagined. Spears shattered the void and sabers split the sky along with treasure pagodas capable of sealing even gods themselves. Such power left people trembling. This great of a force was willing to work for Yi Qingqing. Just how incredible was this? Only a group of insects not knowing their own strength. Mei Aonan didn't even bother looking at the approaching force. After making this comment, a shield appeared in her left hand. Boom! This one shield was able to suppress gods and devils. Its attack caused the firmaments to molder and the stars to lose their brilliance. With a supreme momentum, her attack came crashing down. Treasures and weapons were blown away one after another. The 18 young celestials were immediately blown flying. Some crazily spewed out blood while others had broken heads. The crisp sounds of bones breaking were heard by everyone. So overbearing and invincible. Her one attack easily defeated the 18 youths. Everyone had to take a deep breath at this performance. Don't get cocky. The Lion Emperor snorted. The 8 lion heads around his body roared and came biting towards her. They opened their mouths and absorbed the power of the stars, causing the sky to darken. Only an insignificant art. Mei Aonan didn't bother looking at the Lion Emperor either. With a clank, the divine sword behind her back left its sheath. Chapter 863. The proud Mei Aonan. The unsheathed sword unleashed a ray that covered the entire continent. It could decapitate gods and annihilate the stars without a trace. Countless people lost their minds under this one peerless sword that could be considered invincible. 8 lion heads fell after this sword fell. Although they were only images and not real lion heads, the Lion Emperor still took several thumping steps backward. Her shield was unstoppable and her sword was unmatched. Everyone was shocked after seeing this since her power far exceeded their imaginations. Everyone knew that her fame was about to overcome Yi Qingqing's own, but who would have thought that her strength had reached the level of killing virtuous paragons? They felt a chill after seeing just her first attack. Without an imperial weapon, any heavenly king that provoked her would only be courting death. A bunch of nobodies dares to compete against me? Mei Aonan looked at the 18 young celestials and the Lion Emperor in disdain before sneering at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing, it seems like you are nothing special either. You think these nobodies can be your generals and sweep through the world for you? You're going to attempt to seize the heavens while with them by your side? You are simply a frog at the bottom of a well. You think the geniuses in the rest of the 9 worlds are all trash? Her tyrannical and contemptuous words made others speechless. However, no one dared to deny her as she was qualified to make such a statement. Taoist Mei, enough talk. Yi Qingqing flew forward at this time in a gallant manner as if he was about to transcend this world. The sky matched his rhythm while the celestials circled him. Meanwhile, the 18 young celestials were both angry and ashamed. Although they went back to their armies, they couldn't help but glare hatefully at Mei Aonan while gritting their teeth. They swore to never let this humiliation go unpunished. Yi Qingqing floated to the same level as Mei Aonan and slowly spoke. The young celestials are my close friends. To be able to fight with them is my pride and glory, to be able to know them is my fortune. You humiliating them is the same as humiliating me. The angry youths were shaken after hearing this. It was their glory to be backed by Yi Qingqing like this. Your blabbering is an annoyance. Mei Aonan interrupted him with a disdainful glance which made the 18 youths even angrier. She didn't only humiliate them but also their pride, Yi Qingqing. She coldly glanced at him and spoke. Yi Qingqing, a stone like you is considered your kingdom's defining treasure, someone that has experienced countless cultivation hours and heard the preachings from generations of wise sages. But in the end, you are still only at the lowest tier. Ah, your title of being number 1 only came about from pathetic tricks to win people over. In order to reach the Grand Tao, one can only fight and defeat the 9 worlds, to never speak the word defeat. This is how one competes for the heaven's will. Yi Qingqing, I am not looking down on you, but you simply aren't qualified to compete against me. You're only a villain who bewitches others. If such a person can become an immortal emperor, then immortal emperors are worthless. These caustic and domineering words silenced the crowd. This was too much swagger. One of the young celestials was not happy about Mei Aonan's insult on their relationship with Yi Qingqing and retorted, "Pa, you want to try and ruin our ties with Brother Yi?" Mei Aonan ignored this youth. In her eyes, these 18 were not on the same level as her. Yi Qingqing remained calm as he shook his head. Taoist Mei, these words are too much. This was why the younger generation and even veterans from the previous generation couldn't defeat him. These images alone could crush all opponents. The blessing of the wise sages, right? Mei Aonan only snorted in the face of his invincible aura without a care. You're only relying on the power of those from the previous generations. You aren't much more than this. With that, she began to walk forward while opening a fate palace with each step. 11 fate palaces. Someone shouted in horror as her palaces soared to the top of her head. Her palaces in the sky resembled a heavenly kingdom that could look down on the rest of the world. Meanwhile, she was its emperor with full control of her citizens. 9 deserves utmost veneration, 10 embodies extreme perfection, 11 creates a miracle across the eons, and 12 decides the immortal emperor's throne. Even someone from the previous generation emotionally murmured after seeing her fate palaces. Since time immemorial, very few were able to achieve 11 palaces. This was indeed very rare. There were only records of a very few cultivators who had achieved this. It is hard to not be arrogant while having 11 palaces. Those who didn't like Maonan were completely defeated at this point. 11 palaces could outshine all other geniuses. Even Yi Qingqing might not have 11 palaces. Yi Qingqing praised, "Incredible, but I have already expected this." At this point, he turned serious. There was no doubt that she was definitely a great rival. Come. Maonan soared to the sky and unleashed a fierce attack. With the turn of Yi Qingqing's palm, one image behind him emitted a bright light accompanied by a god monarch that reached out towards Maonan to imprison her. However, she paid it no mind. Her shield pushed forward. Boom! Under the power of the 11 palaces, the shield lit up and actually managed to repel the hand of this god monarch. This was as tyrannical as possible. Daoist Mei, let us refrain from hurting the innocent. Come to space and fight me. Yi Qingqing turned around and instantly made his way beyond the sky's dome into space with his peerless movement technique. Yi Qingqing maintained his charisma even in times of war, causing others to be quite moved. Without a doubt, he truly had the charm to swooning others. Space then, do your worst. Maonan proudly stepped away from the imperial edge and headed into space to fight Yi Qingqing. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows in mid-air before completely disappearing into space. The unsheathed sword unleashed a ray that covered the entire continent. It could decapitate gods and annihilate the stars without a trace. Countless people lost their minds under this one peerless sword that could be considered invincible. 8 lion heads fell after this sword came down. Although they were only images and not real lion heads, the Lion Emperor still took several thumping steps backward. Her shield was unstoppable and her sword was unmatched. Everyone was shocked after seeing this since her power far exceeded their imaginations. Everyone knew that her fame was about to overcome Yi Qingqing's own. But who would have thought that her strength had reached the level of killing virtuous paragons? They felt a chill after seeing just her first attack. Without an imperial weapon, any heavenly king that provoked her would only be courting death. Chapter 864. A handsome man as cold as ice. The majority of the crowd eventually regained their composure a long time after seeing Maonan and Yi Qingqing disappear into the sky. A few great characters lost their patience and even gave up on entering the beast world. They surged into the sky in order to enter space. It was very beneficial for these big shots to watch the fight with their own eyes. A fight between supreme geniuses could spark a new enlightenment. Such comprehension would allow them to further understand their own merit laws, to break the chains and venture to the next level. Soon after, the 9-head Lion Emperor also followed them into space, leaving behind the 18 young celestials. These 18 youths glanced at each other, and one of them spoke in a serious manner, "A life for a life. The demonic imperial edge has killed many of our brothers and friends from the celestial array school, so they must pay with their lives." A different youth screamed, "That's right, blood for blood. The demons from the imperial edge must pay with their lives. Kill, for the celestial array school." Another celestial youth rushed forward on his horse with many experts right behind him. "Kill, vengeance for the school." The 18 youths quickly began their march towards the imperial edge. Their armies rushed forward like an unstoppable flood. Thunderous hymns filled the sky. Treasures and weapons began to assault the Imperial Edge with their mighty and ferocious power. The 18 young Celestials and their armies seemed to be able to sink the continent. The sudden attack astounded many spectators. They didn't expect the young Celestials to attack right away with all of their forces. This is insane. Are they trying to break all pretenses already? Everyone was horrified by this sudden attack. Although Yi Qingsheng and Mei Aonan's fight was unavoidable due to the competition for the heaven's will, sex normally wouldn't interfere between these geniuses. To mobilize armies for the sake of destroying the other would cause too much hate. However, the 18 youths chose to do so. Their order to attack was no different from dragging their own sex into this war. Nevertheless, they didn't do so without any prior planning. Although they were furious from Mei Aonan's contemptuous words earlier, they had a clear strategy. Naturally, their sects were wary of Mei Aonan. Although everyone knew that she left the Jianlong clan to establish her own power, she was ultimately one of their disciples, a part of the clan. The 18 powers did not necessarily want to fight against a sect with 3 emperors for Yi Qingsheng's sake. However, the young Celestials were hot-headed. Under the urging of the cloud-soaring venerable, they decided to take action in the heat of the moment. Their goal was to attack the floating continent while Yi Qingsheng and Mei Aonan fought each other. They were confident about destroying the continent and they battled alongside their armies. After destroying the Imperial Edge, their fame would ring in the ears of everyone in the world. This was to build a solid foundation for their future. Thus, the positions of the 18 generals beneath the future immortal emperor would eventually fall into their laps. Rumble. The continuous rumbling continued as the armies marched on. Ah! Next were series of shrill screams. Pitiful shrieks reverberated across the sky, making it clear that the battle had begun. Can the Imperial Edge withstand the onslaught of this flood-like cavalry? Someone murmured right outside of the beast world after hearing the screams. In many spectators' minds, the forces of the 18 sects led by the young Celestials could sweep through a lineage. Although the Imperial Edge was powerful, it was not necessarily able to withstand this torrential onslaught. Ah! A sharp howl echoed through the air as if a terrible war was taking place within. Someone recognized this scream and startlingly exclaimed, "What? That's the voice of a young Celestial." Boom! 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 At this second, the galloping of the cavalries became chaotic. The shocked spectators saw several hundred riders escaping from the continent. The leaders of the pack were 3 young men with hundreds of riders right behind them. There were many heavenly kings in the group. These 3 are part of the young Celestials. The crowd was astounded at this new development. The 3 young Celestials and the riders were covered in blood and injuries. They looked tattered as they escaped. It was apparent that they had met a formidable enemy. Oh! A dragon roar resounded across the battlefield the moment these young Celestials escaped from the continent. A huge dragon flew out from within. It was completely clear as if it was made from ice. The 3 youths and the riders were scared out of their minds after seeing this dragon taking flight. It caught up to them in an instant and swung its claws. A whirlpool of blood erupted along with horrifying screams. Several hundred riders were massacred instantly. No, 2 of the 3 youths had their chests pierced by the claws and died on the spot. Eventually, the huge dragon disappeared with a flash. The last of the 3 young Celestials was captured alive and gripped by their neck up high in the air. At this time, people finally saw the person floating in the sky with one hand grasping the young Celestial's neck, coldly glaring at him. It was a young man dressed in a robe that was even whiter than snow. A cloak hid his tall stature while he emitted a chilling aura. He was handsome to the point of being a bit demonic, almost resembling a girl. People would believe it if they were told that he was a woman in disguise. I am from an imperial lineage. The youth hanging by the neck lost his mind from fear at this moment and shrieked. Pluff! Blood spurted everywhere. The other young man didn't listen to him and stabbed his chest with one hand, killing him on the spot. The young man then threw away this body like a piece of trash and slowly wiped the blood from his hand with a snow-white handkerchief. He casually threw the cloth away as well when he was done. The blood-stained pattern on the white cloth resembled a peony in full bloom. It was especially beautiful as it fluttered down to the ground. He coldly glared at the group, then turned around and went back inside the Imperial Edge. Even though he was gone, the group couldn't forget those cold and emotionless pupils. They felt a cold chill running down their spines the moment his glare swept over them. From start to finish, he didn't say a single word, yet he left behind an indelible impression. After the young man went back inside, the Imperial Edge regained its quiet as all the screams subsided, as if the battle had concluded. The 18 young Celestials and their armies were completely annihilated. Someone finally realized something and murmured with a cold chill. Although no one saw how this fight unraveled, they understood that it was possible that this young man was the only one who took action from the Imperial Edge's side. One person to annihilate an entire army, just how frightening was this? Everyone quivered after thinking about this and felt that this young man was simply too terrifying. Just who is that young man? Many experts from the previous generation couldn't recognize him. Such a powerful and terrifying youth couldn't be anonymous. Icebound young noble, Biyao Shue. An old man from the Stone Realm with great ties to the Jianlong clan calmed down after his trembling and murmured, the Jianlong clan's descendant, Biyao Nan's older brother. Very few people in the stone medicine world had heard of this name. Perhaps this was the first time they came across it. However, the words, Jianlong clan's descendant, shook everyone's mind. This clan had 3 emperors, so even though the icebound young noble, Biyao Shue, was previously unknown, just the fact that he was its descendant was more than enough to astound people. Despite the fact that the clan had always kept a low profile, their descendants showed that he was definitely not a weak and useless person. They must have unbelievable strength to win the position of being the main descendant. Someone couldn't quell their curiosity and asked this old man, just how strong can this icebound young noble be? The old man pondered for a bit before gently shaking his head. I don't know either. I've only met him once. Very few people actually understand the Jianlong clan situation. The crowd was disappointed after hearing this. Everyone knew about the notorious Biyao Nan who swept over the world and that she came from the Jianlong clan. However, the truth was that they understood very little about her. No one knew her position within the clan or who her parents were, and especially not why she left the clan to form her own force. Boom! With a loud blast, the Imperial Edge actually rose out of the first firmament to reach outer space. Someone saw the disappearing continent and asked, the Imperial Edge went to spectate as well, should we go too? Not me. I heard someone has found Bayan City, so I'm going in. A few rushed into the beast world instead. Many composed themselves right afterward and quickly entered the beast world as well. Only a few traveled to space to watch the fight. The majority of the crowd eventually regained their composure a long time after seeing Biyao Nan and Yi Qingqing disappear into the sky. A few great characters lost their patience and even gave up on entering the beast world. They surged into the sky in order to enter space. It was very beneficial for these big shots to watch the fight with their own eyes. A fight between supreme geniuses could spark a new enlightenment. Such comprehension would allow them to further understand their own merit laws, to break the chains and venture to the next level. Soon after, the 9-head lion emperor also followed them into space, leaving behind the 18 young celestials. These 18 youths glanced at each other, and one of them spoke in a serious manner, a life for a life. The demonic Imperial Edge has killed many of our brothers and friends from the Celestial Array School, so they must pay with their lives. A different youth screamed, that's right, blood for blood. The demons from the Imperial Edge must pay with their lives. Kill, for the Celestial Array School. Chapter 865, Divine Monastery. The carriage slowly crossed hills and streams for miles and miles in this silent world. It seemed that there was only the grinding of the wheels. No, there was also the shouting coming from Long Jingxian. Li Qiye's group continued to move in an indiscernible direction. They were only following Li Qiye's whim. Along the way, despite meeting many ferocious beasts, Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian easily dispatched them. Long Jingxian didn't mind wasting blood energy. This little pepper, once enraged, was like an unstoppable dragon. They went through a few villages and cities without any inhabitants. Despite the passage of millions of years, they retained their original pristine condition. Fierce beasts protected these lands without any inhabitants, creating a creepy scene. Just imagine, no one lived inside the beast world yet there were so many villages and cities. Such a thing would make others think twice and shiver. Long Jingxian continued to shout after going through these places since she wanted to rush in for the treasures. However, Li Qie denied all of her requests, resulting in her becoming even louder. She was very unsatisfied with Li Qie. Eventually, the carriage stopped in front of a bamboo forest. This place was completely silent. The forest was lush and had running streams, giving others the feeling that they had transcended. There was a lone bamboo cottage in this place. There was nothing else, making it feel like there could be a seclusive immortal living inside. Li Qie looked at the bamboo cottage and told the madam, Ziyan, go inside, this place is right for you. She didn't say another word and descended from the carriage before walking towards the hut. Once she got close, a phoenix cry could be heard. A green phoenix flew down from the forest and blocked her path. It was carved from jade and exuded an oppressive spirit energy. Each of its feathers emitted the horrifying power of the Grand Tao. Without a doubt, this creature was extremely powerful. We'll gather at Bayan City later. Li Qie glanced at the bird and didn't provide assistance. He only told the madam where they would meet before leaving. Since the madam stayed behind, Jian Wushuang became the new driver for Li Qie as they trod forward under his leadership. Long Jingxian curiously asked, "Ey, smelly Qie, there are so many villages and cities here, so why are there no people? There's not even a single person. It's not like there are no traces of people here." Li Qie gently shook his head and smiled. In fact, there are many living creatures in Bayan City. However, these life forms are different from us. They rely on the power of the city to hibernate. To put it simply, they are unstained by mundane life. But what about outside of Bayan City? Long Jingxian gave him a look and asked, if, say, there is no one in the beast world, then who created these cities and villages? Their existence must mean that people had been living here before. Li Qie chuckled, this is related to the origin of the beast world, but I'm afraid no one knows the exact details and reasons. This is due to how this place was founded in an archaic time. It is far too old for research. Some people even speculated that this place has existed since before the old desolate era. Perhaps it's even older than the legendary era. Bah, it's fine if you don't want to say it, there's no need to trick me. Long Jingxian gave Li Qie a dirty look. This little pepper was very dissatisfied since she wasn't so easily fooled. She knew that Li Qie definitely knew a thing or two, it's just that he didn't want to tell her. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. He looked at her and said, little girl, since you are a natural-born immortal fate, you should be destined for greatness. You first set foot in the beast world quite a while ago now, have you sensed a location that is different from the others? She tilted her head a bit and pondered carefully for a while before speaking, yes, there's a fluctuation of beastly energy. It feels that there is a great power here, ferocious and tyrannical as if there exists a divine beast. This little girl, you are wasting your talents. Li Qie was somewhat at a loss from her answer and gently shook his head. What you're sensing is correct, but don't forget, you should be able to gain far more than just this if you actually take the time to try with your immortal fate. No one could compare to her peerless immortal fate and talents. Alas, she only wanted to play around instead of searching for enlightenment. Otherwise, an honest effort from her would definitely yield a frightening harvest. Don't blame this on me, you clearly don't want to tell me. She glared at him and pouted. Okay, if you want to learn more secrets, you will have to listen to me. I'll slowly tell you more in the future. Li Qie smilingly replied. Rehabilitating this little girl couldn't be done in 1 or 2 days. He needed to take his time. What's so special about this land? I don't care for it anyway. She spoke with disdain, but despite her words, she listened to him very well in the coming days. Eventually, Li Qiye brought Jian Wushuang and Long Jingxian to a different location. This place was dreary and far more desolate than the other locations in the beast world. There were neither cities nor villages here. However, a solitary temple could be found on top of this desolate area. It survived the withering of countless years. A majestic aura could be felt permeating the air as one neared this temple. It seemed to be even more ancient than the villages and cities in the beast world. One could say that this temple dated back to the beginning of the beast world itself. Why did you take us here? Long Jingxian glanced at the divine temple and spoke, if this place only has treasures and merit laws, then forget it. Our long journey will have been boring if it is for treasures and laws. Although others yearned for treasures and laws, Long Jingxian simply didn't care for them. She had a lot of treasures and countless emperor laws. He looked at her and said, "Little girl, if you weren't a natural-born immortal fate and if Wushuang wasn't someone I valued, I definitely wouldn't take you two to this place. Don't look down on this temple as it precedes even the beast world. Don't think that Bian's city is the only place of creations. A few things require one's own strokes of fortune. What items are inside?" Such words piqued Long Jingxian's interest, prompting her immediate inquiry. Li Qiye gently shook his head. There are no important items in here. It can even be said that this doesn't even matter. The crucial thing here is, he paused and pointed at his heart before continuing to speak, perseverance and training through the tribulations with one's Tao heart. Li Qiye went on, if both of you can pass through this temple, the rewards in the form of treasures will no longer matter since you will have transformed. You will gain an extraordinary heart that allows you to calmly meditate and become enlightened. He gazed at them and spoke in all seriousness, I didn't bring you two here for any treasures but for the training within. Later on, feel free to argue and fight with each other. However, there must be a congeniality between the two of you. You must be able to rely on each other in life or death situations, a harmony forged through ice and fire. I don't want to. Who says I want to fight together with Jian Wushuang? Long Jingxian was not very happy. It is not up to you to decide. Li Qiye put on a solemn expression. If you want to travel the world with me, then you have to be together with Jian Wushuang. Yes, your talents are incredible, but Wushuang still has many aspects that you need to learn from. At the same time, Wushuang can also comprehend things from you that she wouldn't be able to otherwise. Your comprehension is as great as an immortal's, but you do not have an undaunting and persistent Tao heart like her. I'll give both of you a serious piece of advice. Li Qiye had a rare moment of austerity. If you two don't work together, you will not be able to traverse this temple. Without trust and teamwork, you will definitely perish. If this is the outcome, I will be very disappointed. Fine, we'll team up then. Long Jingxian finally yielded. I'll just handle the loss and let Jian Wushuang bask in my radiance. Jian Wushuang only glared at her. She didn't bother arguing this time. Li Qiye gently caressed her hair and said, Go, you two must trust each other. Jingxian will be very beneficial to you, allowing you to learn many new things. This training session is a requirement for your future. In the future, you will need someone you can trust as you ride into battle. You need to learn how to trust others. She had always been proud and aggressive, thus she had no friends outside of the elders in her family. It was likely that no one else had earned her trust besides Li Qiye. He purposefully let these two go together since only Long Jingxian could earn the trust of someone as arrogant as Wushuang. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter her sight. Wushuang didn't say anything and just coolly descended from the carriage. Ladies, try hard. If you can come out alive, then you will understand in the future that no one in this world can stop the combination of you two. Li Qiye smiled and rode away in his carriage. Chapter 866, Unbeatable Legion. After leaving the temple, the carriage continued on. Li Qiye continued on alone for an unknown amount of time, as if he wanted to reach the end of the beast world. Eventually, the the lone man and carriage climbed to a high plateau. In this place, the mountain range reached straight into the sky. The hills were like giant guardians protecting this location. Anyone who could reach this plateau would be shaken by the majestic scenery ahead. This was the place closest to the sky. However, the scenery was not the only reason for astonishment. The other was the fact that the entire area was completely sealed. This place was broad, containing countless mountains. Someone had laid an eternal framework in this place, a framework with numerous powerful laws nailed into the ground. Each mountain had been refined, causing the entire plateau to become one that was rooted in the deepest location of the beast world. It was as if this place was connected to the most mysterious location of the realm. All the mysticisms of the beast world were sealed in this plateau. This framework was unbelievable with its untouchable seals and supreme existences guarding it. Even an immortal emperor might not be able to break through this place. Li Qiye stood before the plateau with all kinds of feelings in his heart. This place shouldered the greatest glory. It had the most powerful legion in this world buried beneath its soil, a slumbering force that had once protected the human race. Here lied a legion that had bathed the 9 worlds in blood. Here lied a cavalry capable of trampling all things. Here, an invincible army that could shake even immortal emperors could be found. Li Qiye sighed softly and opened his mind. In the deepest part of his sea of memories, mysterious and magical immortal emperor laws derived and transformed themselves. Eventually, they became a supreme amnesty decree. Buzz, this supreme decree hovered above his head. The most profound Tao runes emerged and continued to spread, forming an ocean. Crash. A bronze bridge emerged in the sky over the plateau, under Li Qiye's feet. This bridge could only be activated with the amnesty decree that belonged to Li Qiye. Li Qiye drove his carriage on top of the bridge towards the depths of the plateau. One could see the panorama from above the bridge. This place was very steep and dangerous without any signs of life. Such a place was where Li Qiye chose to spend countless efforts sealing after destroying the divine beast realm. Later on, Empress Hong Tian blessed and graced this place with her protection. Li Qiye sealed his most powerful force here along with his crowning glory. At the end of the bronze bridge was a palace that occupied the deepest location of the plateau on the highest and most majestic peak. This palace had withstood countless moons, as if it had been there since the beginning of the heaven and earth. Clank, the bronze doors slowly opened as Li Qiye arrived in his carriage. They closed once more after he went inside. It seemed that the door broke all ties with the outside world, even the ties of time. Inside the palace was a different scenery. Bright sunlight directly shone down from above as if this was heaven itself. A fountain could be found in the center of the palace. However, it was not gushing out water but an indispensable and thick worldly energy. The energy here was ancient as if it had been here since time immemorial. However, this was not the craziest part. Countless natural treasures surrounded this fountain, including incredible immortal stones and jades as well as exceedingly rare fate metals. These ores were full of a vibrant life force. This rich life force cultivated the existences here to offset the erosion of time. They piled on like mountains. Just a single piece appearing in the outside world would drive everyone crazy. It would definitely result in a bloody competition between experts. This palace was huge. Outside of the central fountain and the piles of ore was a throne at the highest peak. This throne emitted a matchless aura, as if only the most powerful immortal monarch would be able to sit here. Others were simply unqualified. Around the throne were countless bronze coffins. Each of them was wrapped in a large amount of blood-era stones to offset the passage of time. Li Qiye got down from his carriage and slowly made his way into this palace. Eventually, he sat down on this supreme throne. Since the start of time, only he was eligible to sit down on this throne. Click, a series of heavy sounds rang out. The coffins here all slowly opened the moment Li Qiye sat on the throne. There were bronze statues inside each of the numerous coffins. All of them had different shapes and expressions. It was as if each was cast from the most ancient of bronze ingots, cold and tough without any signs of life. No need for formalities. Time has not been merciful, so continue to slumber. Li Qie glanced at these statues as if he was counting his soldiers and generals. With more clanking sounds, these coffins closed up. From beginning to end, Li Qie was the only one who talked. He leaned back on his throne, though it was unknown whether it was from fatigue or from returning to his realm, but he was finally able to relax. He closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. Since the start of time, he had sat in this throne far too long. The entire chamber was quiet, as if time had come to a standstill in this frozen space. After some time, Li Qie finally opened his eyes to look at the coffins before him. He became quite sentimental and heaved a sigh. This sigh contained too many emotions: weariness, helplessness, and an indescribable melancholy. I'm also tired. For tens of millions of years during this long journey, I was fortunate to have all of you with me as we fought against the 9 worlds and massacred myriad realms. He emotionally said, "Massacre, yes, so many years have passed and I have nearly forgotten about those bloody days. Throughout the river of time, people have called me the dark hand behind the curtains, while others cursed me as the myriad races butcher. Some even considered me to be a devil. I didn't care for any of this. The only thing that mattered to me was those by my side, those who continued to grow older one after another, those who died on the battlefield for my sake. No matter what, at least I still have all of you who are continuing to accompany me to the very end." Li Qie bitterly smiled after thinking about the suffering throughout the ages. "But no matter what, just like our bold claim of the past, we shall fight to the very end, and we shall pierce the sky. In the end, only we alone shall stand at the apex of the myriad worlds, only we alone shall be the last men smiling. Throughout history, how many have lost their heads and how many people rose to fight again and again?" Chapter 867, Bayan City. Someone found Bayan City. This explosive news spread right as more sects were rushing into the beast world. All of them poured towards the city since they wanted to enter. Bayan City, wow. Maybe we will be able to get its treasures. Anyone would frantically rush for the city after hearing this news. Common sects and the ancestors of great powers who knew a little about the beast world were excited as well, since Bayan City was the source of many legends. One stated that the divine beast realm's rise had a lot to do with the city. It further explained that the beast realm could maintain their hegemony for several generations due to their control over the city. Even though no one knew whether these legends were true or not, one thing was absolutely certain: the story about immortal Emperor Biyao. At that time, a divine stone fell from the beast world and was picked up by the alchemy kingdom. In the end, it became an immortal emperor with the title of Biyao, lording over the 9 worlds. This divine stone was from Bayan City. Thus, cultivators crazily rushed to Bayan City in hopes of treasures. Some sects craved for a divine stone as well. Perhaps they would be able to groom it into an immortal emperor in the future. Bayan City was a huge stone city that towered all the way into the sky. It resembled a gigantic behemoth. After seeing its appearance, anyone would know that this was the center and source of the beast world. There were many brown rocks made from unknown materials that rendered the city completely impenetrable. Its walls couldn't be scaled either. The doors were closed shut. There were no guardian beasts here, but the closed entrance stopped everyone outside. All the crazed cultivators here had no way of entering. No matter what they tried, they couldn't open these doors. Even the ancestors found no success. They attempted to attack it with great weapons as well, but all was for naught. Why won't the gates open? Everyone was anxious at this moment, since no one could enter despite finding the city. They could only look on from in front of the gate. "We need the Bayan immortal rod in order to open the city." Eventually, a very ancient ancestor on the verge of death revealed this secret after seeing the city. The Bayan immortal rod? What is that? Many people had never heard of such a thing. The dying ancestor spoke. "According to the records of my kingdom, the beast world does not come out by itself and needs to be summoned. The Bian Immortal Rod is the tool for this summoning. Legends told that for generations till now, this rod would change masters, but for some unknown reason, when the divine beast realm came into possession of it, they were able to keep it, thus allowing the realm to control the beast world for several generations. The ancestor coughed here before continuing. Later on, the beast realm was destroyed and the rod disappeared. No one was able to find it, so the beast world ceased to appear until now. This revelation puzzled many people because no one knew who summoned the beast world. Who is the summoner? In a flash, everyone glanced around to find this unknown summoner. Someone couldn't help but say, perhaps the summoner is in this crowd right now. Stand out and open the city so that everyone can get to the good stuff. Yes, open the city. No one will try to take your rod. A big shot spoke as well. An ancestor from a great power even voiced a vow, open the city and I will make sure that no one will try to take your rod. In just a moment, many people agreed with this suggestion and began to echo the sentiment. More great powers quickly assured that they wouldn't try to seize the rod. However, no one stood out to open the city. This made everyone dejected. They couldn't even think about entering the city without the immortal rod. While the entire crowd was quite downtrodden, a keen eye saw a carriage in the distance and whispered, "Fierce is here." Instantly, countless people turned around to look at the carriage that was slowly inching closer. Li Qie was sitting in the carriage in a lazy manner as if he was still drowsy. Everyone quickly made a path for the carriage. No one dared to block him. Who would want to annoy this brute who would destroy sects and kingdoms so quickly? Let alone offend him, no one would even dare to stand before him. Offending someone like this was definitely seeking disaster. A single misstep might escalate into a sect-destroying calamity. Li Qie arrived before the gate. He slowly took out a bronze item that resembled a rod yet wasn't, and raised it into the air. The Bian Immortal Rod, the old ancestor stood up in shock after seeing the item in Li Qie's hand. The Bian Immortal Rod. Many cultivators in front of the gate were astounded as they stared at the item in his hand. Of course, no one dared to have any funny thoughts towards Li Qie or his possessions. The example of the Tomb Skull sex group was still fresh in their minds. Who would want to take something from Li Qie? Zzz, the rod suddenly changed and became a pair of bronze gloves that covered both of his hands. Squeak, he pushed the gate while wearing the gloves, causing the doors to slowly open. Everyone quietly watched the scene play out. No one dared to rush forward before Li Qie had entered. After he went inside, everyone finally swarmed into the city like a broken beehive. They were shocked by the scene inside. Bian City was gigantic. It was probably even bigger than the biggest city in the stone medicine world. It was very orderly with millions of pavilions and buildings. Every single one of them was made from the same brown rocks as well. Because of this, there was a seamless feel to the city as if it was all just a single piece. It wouldn't be inaccurate to say that it was just a big piece of rock artfully carved into this form. There were no signs of life in this huge city either, not even an insect let alone a human. The difference between this city and the other cities and villages is that there were many stone statues scattered on the streets and sidewalks. They had different appearances and expressions. Moreover, there was a vivid feel to them as if all of them were fine works of art. The intruders were attracted by these statues. Some completely marveled. Just who was it that expended so much effort to carve so many different statues? Li Qie maintained a fast pace after entering the city. He continued without pausing. Eventually, he made it to a very large stone mansion. This was the master mansion of the city. A huge statue was situated on top of this mansion. It was the divine beast Bian. It was very animated and seemed like it could come to life at any moment to stomp on all existences in its sight. Nothing was more than a mere ant before its might. The mansion gates were closed as Li Qie came closer. He gently knocked on the gate while wearing the bronze gloves and spoke, "I am here." With a series of heavy squeaks, the gate slowly opened. Li Qie stepped inside and the gate closed once more. The main hall of the mansion was dark with statues standing guard on both sides. Each of them was different, some were standing, some were squatting, and some were even sitting on chairs. One could only hear Li Qia's slow and light footsteps in this dark and silent hall. He eventually made it to the end of this lobby. There were tables and benches along with statues situated around them. Li Qia's gaze fell onto the stone wall at the end of the hall. There was a huge painting drawn on this wall. It had spirited mountains and rivers in the midst of an endless space. At that place within the painting, it seemed that there was a boundless force with energy gushing from inside. A closer look would show that this seemed to be real and not just a painting. The endless space inside seemed to be hiding countless great secrets. Li Qia struggled to look away and murmured, "Immemorial secrets, yearned for by so many that wanted to become the lord of this place." With that, he sat on a stone bench. Then, he looked around at the statues and dismissively said, "After so many years, I finally managed to come again. Can't I get a better reception than this?" The entire hall remained silent, no one answered him. Li Qia smiled and his hands that wore the bronze gloves began to change once more. Eventually, they turned into a crow mark that imprinted itself on the stone desk. Then, Li Qia shot out a universal law from his mind, causing the entire desk to light up, lighting the hall. "Your Excellency Dark Crow, long time no see. I almost didn't recognize you." A voice came from a dark and obscured corner of the hall. Chapter 868, Golems in Bayan City. The beast world was devoid of life and living creatures, and this was even more true for Bayan City. So now, a voice coming out of nowhere in this chamber would horrify any timid person. A golem came out from a dark corner, the place where the voice came from. This golem wasn't too different from the other statues. The main discerning characteristic was that there was a divine crest on its head. It was exactly the same one as the crest on Mei Aonan's master. Li Qia glanced at this golem and spoke, "Even after millions of years, all of you are still the same. Just a bunch of rocks without any humanity at all. Your Excellency is funny. We are not living beings or golems, so we naturally wouldn't have any emotions." The golem sat down opposite to Li Qia. One of these stones accomplished something that all future descendants knew about, becoming immortal emperor by sure. This particular stone was obtained by the Alchemy Kingdom after flying out of the beast world. "It is fine if I don't enter, but my condition is very simple. I shall be in charge this time, only 2 people chosen by me will be allowed inside. As for the others, I don't care for their fortunes, they will not enter." Li Qia uttered slowly. This time, his expression was completely serious. From looking at his expression, the golem realized that Li Qia did not come here to negotiate. He awkwardly asked, "Your Excellency, our beast world was sealed for so long, must we wait for another generation? Is that so? You're truly underestimating me." Li Qia smiled. "Do you think the people I nominate won't be able to succeed? Do you think there is someone else in the world who understands this place better than me?" "Your Excellency, you are saying..." The initially helpless golem became excited after hearing this. "You are saying that your candidates can definitely succeed?" Li Qia replied, "I cannot say for sure about the other candidate. That is someone trained by your old friend who said that you all promised him something. I don't know if it was you, the current commander, or someone else who agreed. That's your problem. Either way, that's what he said." "Humph. He still hasn't given up." The golem immediately knew who he was referring to. He responded by snorting with annoyance. "It's quite simple. You all had promised him, so follow through on this promise. We'll give him 1 spot." Li Qia said. The golem was musing this thought. He didn't have any other choice in this matter since Li Qia was not here to talk. Even if he said no, Li Qia would continue to do as he pleased, and the consequences might be even worse at that point. "Moreover, I'll tell you some good news. My own candidate has deep ties with your beast world. In terms of origin, all of you golems carved out of stone are far weaker than her." Li Qia spoke. The golem's eyes widened as he immediately stood up after hearing this and asked, "Your Excellency is saying that you were successful?" "I'm not sure, we'll have to give it a shot to see." Li Qie replied, "However, after all of this talking, it seems like you don't really understand me. I'll just be frank then. The beast world will belong to me." The golem was stunned from both shock and excitement. He fell back on his chair, not questioning Li Qie's ability and determination. After calming down, he looked at him and asked, "If your Excellency is successful, what are your plans afterward?" "I know what you golems are thinking," Li Qie said dismissively, "but rest assured, I will give all of you an answer by bringing everyone along." The golem stood up in astonishment and loudly exclaimed, "Your Excellency, you really mean it?" "Correct." Li Qie slowly said, "Do you think that I need to lie to you?" "Well, in that case, I wholeheartedly agree to your Excellency's proposal." The golem took a deep breath and voiced his agreement. The beast world was devoid of life and living creatures, and this was even more true for Biyao City. So now, a voice coming out of nowhere in this chamber would horrify any timid person. A golem came out from a dark corner, the direction where the voice came from. This golem wasn't too different from the other statues. The main discerning characteristic was that there was a divine crest on its head. It was exactly the same one as the crest on Mei Aonan's master. Li Qie glanced at this golem and spoke, "Even after millions of years, all of you are still the same. Just a bunch of rocks without any humanity at all. Your Excellency is funny. We are not living beings or golems, so we naturally wouldn't have any emotions." The golem sat down opposite of Li Qie. Li Qie lays there and told the golem, "People who come are guests. I am a guest who has come such a long way, so your city should at least treat me with a bit of sincerity. Your Biyao wine is the best in the 9 worlds, so give me 2 cups. Chapter 869, Demonic Lion Legion. It was very lively inside the large Biyao city with people all over the place. Cultivators from all kinds of sects were present. They pondered how to enter the buildings present. Others were also finding treasures, while some had ideas about the carved statues. They wanted to bring these statues out of the city. Despite their aspirations, many of them found out after personally experiencing it that obtaining a fortune here was far more difficult than they had ever imagined. More than half of the cultivators could enter the buildings in the other villages and cities. As for whether they could make it back alive with a fortune, this would depend on their own luck. However, things were different at Biyao City. Entering these buildings was far more difficult compared to the locations outside. Moreover, it didn't have much to do with strength and more to do with one's fate and talents. No more than 10 were able to enter a building inside the city. They were either geniuses or grasped the exact right time. Without great perception, one wouldn't be able to understand the seals from the buildings no matter how strong they might be. Even though there were millions of buildings here, the sects and experts that had sufficient strength focused on the master mansion. There was no lack of masters and brilliant geniuses here. All of them wanted to open the gate and enter the master mansion. This was because of the legend stating that there was an incredible fortune inside. It was the reason why the beast realm was able to reign supreme for several generations. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't open these gates. One talented genius after another tried to connect and understand the gate ahead, but there was no reaction at all. Someone exasperatedly said, "I clearly saw Li Qie go in." They kept on trying again and again, but all of their attempts ended in failure. This fierce Li Qie is truly unfathomable. His talents must be at an extraordinary level. It is easy to tell just by looking at his achievements in the Tao of Alchemy. Sweeping through the 4 prodigies and defeating all the other alchemists. Only Celestial Being Yi Qinsheng and Imperial Edge Mei Aonan can compare to his talent. A sect master said with a tinge of emotion. He couldn't have been feeling good when there was a mountain of treasures right in front of him, just out of his reach. Not necessarily. Li Qie has the Biyao Immortal Rod in his hands. It is not strange that he could enter. One genius was unconvinced and scowled. While the cultivators were wondering how they could enter these buildings, a thunderous rumble echoed in the sky. The earth started to spin as a demonic energy as great as a flood rushed forth and engulfed the entire city. Bang, bang, bang. A very domineering army rushed into the city in a bullish manner. It drove all the other cultivators away from the streets. This was a supercilious rampage with wanton disregard for others. The army consisted of powerful demonic lions, a legion that had a majestic aura capable of looking down on the world, allowing them to run amok as they wished. The demonic legion of the ancient lion kingdom, many were alarmed at the sight of this legion. Even if the legion wasn't chasing people away, they would still quickly retreat to make way for them. The leader of the legion was the nine-head lion emperor, the eldest sworn brother of Yi Qingcheng. He and his legion were extremely famous in the stone medicine world. Not only was he a renowned genius, but his kingdom also claimed to be the strongest demon race outside of imperial lineages. In the last few years, the legion under his command had many illustrious victories and even destroyed a few lineages. Their lion formation had actually trapped and killed a virtuous paragon. The lion emperor came to support Yi Qingcheng, but now he suddenly appeared here. This made everyone wonder if Yi Qingcheng had come back victorious. The legion under his guidance directly went to the master mansion and chased away all the cultivators who were trying to open the gate. On what basis is your kingdom chasing us away? Bayan City isn't your home. This was met with dissatisfaction and opposition right away, especially from a few powerful great powers. Although they considered themselves to be number one, this didn't mean other great powers didn't dare to oppose them. The Lion Emperor only fiercely glared at the unhappy cultivators like a great demon king capable of devouring others. He raised his voice. The imperial lineages want to reinstate the Bayan agreement. Everyone's wish is for my second brother to become the host, so before the agreement takes effect, no one is allowed to come close to the master mansion. Such words alarmed everyone. Many cultivators were very wily and experienced. They immediately understood that this was Yi Qingcheng trying to take the Bayan mansion for himself. The agreement was only an excuse. What is this about imperial lineages wanting to reinstate the agreement? I haven't heard of any imperial lineage coming to this place. Don't speak so boldly if you don't have proof. An unconvinced cultivator sneered. Despite Yi Qingcheng's worldwide infamy and the plethora of great powers willing to support him, a few other sects were very annoyed at him. In recent years, he rose to prominence too quickly as if he was about to become the young prince and future leader of the stone medicine world. This naturally made sects who didn't want to join him uncomfortable. In your eyes, just what kind of sects would be considered an imperial lineage? But at this time, a proud voice appeared. This person arrived at the scene as refined sunfire erupted like a scorching volcano, causing everyone to retreat. Many people gasped after seeing the newcomer. All eyes fell upon him immediately, the Golden Crow Prince. His eyes swept through the crowd with a frightening and awe-inspiring aura as he proclaimed, "My Heavenhoof Ravine and the Stony Edge Kingdom along with 54 other sects propose that Brother Yi be the host." Anyone else got something to say? The crowd glanced at each other after hearing this. Everyone knew that if the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Beastmaster Citadel trio didn't come out, then no one would be able to compete with the Ravine. Its prestige was currently incomparable. Although the elders of the Ravine had yet to arrive, the prince's support also meant that the Ravine had Yi Qingcheng's back. Despite his prior defeat to Jian Wushuang, the prince's reputation wasn't harmed. In the eyes of many, even if he lost, he was still a contemporary genius, the unshakable descendant of the Ravine. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan with peerless archery. This arrogant phoenix was also a contemporary genius, so losing to her was not necessarily shameful at all. Even the Ravine and the Stony Edge Kingdom cannot represent the imperial lineages of our world. There are still the Alchemy Kingdom, the Jianlong clan, and the Citadel. A heavenly king from a great power was unhappy with the prince's overbearing actions and spoke his mind. Is that so? The prince's eyes turned cold with a murderous glint. The legitimacy of our representation is not up for you to decide. Having said that, he instantly shifted his body like a serpent and unleashed a palm towards this heavenly king. The king was shocked. His blood energy soared to the sky as he revealed his techniques to stop the incoming palm. However, the prince was extremely agile. It was as if he was everywhere at the same time. The king's techniques couldn't stop this palm. Boom! His heavenly king's arts couldn't stop the attack. He was blown away while spurting blood. With an unsightly expression, he struggled to stand up again. He glared at the prince and angrily shouted, "Golden Crow Prince, do not push us too far." He was the ruler of a country, yet he was wounded by a junior in front of everyone present. How was he going to show his face again? Push you too far? The prince arrogantly sneered, so what if I push you too far? Losing to Jian Wushuang left a simmering fury in his heart. Right now, he needed to kill in order to feel better. Such words annoyed many people. They were too overbearing and bullish. However, no one wanted to provoke the descendant of the ravine. The ragged heavenly king was at an impasse. If he chickened out, how could he have a place in this world in the future? The heavenly king laughed in anger and declared, "Very well, the younger generation shall surpass us in time, right? Let me witness the emperor laws of an imperial lineage to see just how powerful they are." Chapter 870, Golden Crow Regalia. The masses stared at this king. Everyone knew that going against the ravine was very unwise. However, a heavenly king in the current times was also a pivotal figure. Not one could step down after being beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a junior under the watchful gazes of the public. The prince glared at this king and was ready to kill. "If you are courting death, then I'll gladly assist you. Make your move." The king was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He made his decision to stand strong till the very end. His life wheel started to spin, increasing his longevity blood. Inside this surging longevity blood was the weapon of a god monarch. It was as if one was here in person. Everyone understood that this king wanted to fight to the death after seeing him summon a god monarch weapon. Die. The prince turned into a cold murderous beam that instantly soared into the sky, aiming straight for this heavenly king. He was as fast as a golden eagle and as agile as a dancing serpent. The king also shouted as he stomped on the air to propel himself upward. He was determined to go big and channeled his boundless arts. The god monarch weapon came down, suppressing everything with its aura. At this time, he didn't mind offending the ravine, he just wanted to kill the prince. A heavenly king using his arts while controlling a weapon of the god monarch level had incredible power. With an explosion, the surrounding 1,000-mile radius shattered beneath the weapon. The loud screech of a bird was heard piercing through the sky. Amidst the exchange, a golden ray shot forward at extreme speed. It was able to freely traverse between the offensive laws. There was no way of dodging this. Moreover, this blinding ray was also sharp and capable of penetrating all things. Pop! Everyone could see the scene in the sky. This golden ray pierced the god monarch weapon. With a miserable scream, blood stained the blue sky. The heavenly king fell from above and slammed into the ground. He never stood up again. The prince landed at this time as well. His body radiated a golden brilliance as if he was wearing a sacred robe. Moreover, behind the endless lights was the image of a gigantic three-legged bird. People finally noticed that the prince was wearing a feathery golden robe. It seemed to be woven from soft yet sharp feathers. This seemingly fragile robe had sharp edges capable of slashing anything apart. Someone shouted after seeing this battle armor on his body, "Golden Crow Regalia." A few from the previous generation were alarmed at this name as well. Legend states that the feathers of this golden robe came from the Golden Crow progenitor himself. People's expressions quickly changed when the Golden Crow progenitor was brought up. Although he was not an immortal emperor, he was an existence capable of assailing one. The Golden Crow Regalia was the defining treasure of the tribe. Whoever wore this robe would be able to have both a sharp and penetrating offense as well as ultimate speed. The prince had fused the essences of two different schools of arts on top of being a peak heavenly king. The moment he put the regalia on, the increase in his power would allow him to challenge even virtuous paragons. Many were astounded at the sight of the prince's quick disposal of that king. Without an imperial weapon, even a more powerful heavenly king would only be courting death against the prince. Perhaps even normal paragons wouldn't want to provoke him. Anyone else got a problem? The prince's excessively sharp glare swept over the crowd nearby. At this moment, he didn't try to hide his murderous aura in the least. The crowd was very displeased with this attitude, but the majority chose to back off. They were reluctant to provoke the prince. For ordinary great powers, it would be suicidal to go against the ravine. Who is being so noisy? A lazy voice rang out at this time. A young man could be found outside of the mansion's gate, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Wuxia. The crowd erupted after seeing the young man standing there. All eyes gathered on him. Many people suddenly saw a ray of hope. They knew that Wuxia was a ruthless person that would kill gods if they were to stop him. They only wished for him to fight against the prince. Wuxia lazily stared at the Lion Emperor and his demonic legion for a bit before speaking. What's going on? Surrounding this place like this, are you trying to move the master mansion back to your home or something? The Lion Emperor glared at him and coldly uttered, the imperial lineages are reinstating the Biyao agreement with my second brother as its host. Therefore, before my second brother arrives, no one is allowed claim the mansion. What imperial lineages? Get the hell out of my way. Wuxia waved his hand dismissively. Biyao City is under my jurisdiction. I will decide who gets the spots. This Biyao agreement, in my eyes, isn't worth shit. Such words left the Lion Emperor with an extremely unsightly expression. He leered at Wuxia and deepened his tone. Wuxia, do you really want to go against imperial lineages? Since when have I, Wuxia, been afraid of imperial lineages? Scram or I'll kill all of you. Wuxia looked at him with one eye and spoke without a care. Damn, that felt good. So domineering, fierce is indeed fierce. Someone couldn't help but applaud. Even those who didn't like Wuxia before found him to be cute at this moment. At the very least, he was much more likable than Yiqingqing's group. Wuxia, a furious scream reverberated through the sky. The prince rushed forward at this time with an aggressive momentum and an unstoppable murderous intent. Wuxia only looked at the enraged prince with disdain. Oh? Isn't this the chicken that ran for its life? What's going on now? Wuxia spared you last time but you still chose to come here to act like a clown. This was poking the prince's sensitive spot. His eyes instantly spewed out flames of anger after hearing this. This is just the way I like it. Someone was especially happy after seeing Wuxia making fun of the prince's weak spot and laughed deviously. Li, come out here, I want to fight you. The prince gritted his teeth and issued his challenge with a shout. He wanted nothing more than to skin Wuxia alive and taste his flesh and blood. It seems that you are quite confident about killing me. Don't forget the mistakes of the past. Wuxia smiled and leisurely quipped, you managed to escape out of sheer fortune last time. I'm afraid you won't be as lucky this time. Humph, such arrogant words. The Lion Emperor snorted, you think you are unbeatable just because you hide behind women? Without Wuxuang's protection, you would amount to nothing. That's right, what is this about being the fiercest? It is only a fake moniker. You can't reach the apex when compared to His Highness Golden Crow and young Noble Yi. Someone spoke from within the crowd. At this time, there were still people who wanted to use this opportunity to flatter the prince's group to make good relations and potentially benefit from it. This type of traitorous act was not taken well by the rest of the crowd due to the prince and his people's arrogant conduct earlier. They glared at the speaker, but he continued to laugh. His skin was quite thick. Wuxia, come out and fight if you are courageous. There is nothing skillful about hiding beneath the skirts of women. The prince pointed at Wuxia and shouted, don't tell me you don't dare to fight since there are no women around you. Are you actually a cowardly turtle? The prince's pride was crushed after the previous defeat, so he needed to regain it by defeating Wuxia. He would reclaim his glory from Wuxia and use his blood to wash away the disgrace. If you are afraid, it isn't too late to surrender. The prince showed an evil grin. His handsome face became a bit twisted as he sneered, "Crawl under my crotch and I'll forgive you." The spectators couldn't help but glance at each other after hearing this. They understood that the prince wanted to fight to the death against Wuxia. Really? Wuxia wasn't angered by the prince's provocation. He remained nonchalant and carefree as he spoke. "Since you are so full of confidence, I'll spar with you for a bit. If I don't actually make a move, people will start to think that I am just a cowardly turtle. Don't worry, I won't kill you." The prince gave a cold smile and had a touch of cruelty in his ferocious eyes. "I'll let you experience a fate worse than death after beating you. I'll lock you up in chains and treat you like a dog." Brother Golden Crow's idea is too awesome. A human dog, how incredible. At that time, why don't you give it a name? How about calling it Fiercest Mutt? The Lion Emperor laughed and clapped his hands to support the prince. The two of them sang a tune to deliberately taunt Wuxia. This was especially true for the Lion Emperor. As Yiqingqing's sworn brother, he wanted the prince and Wuxia to fight to the death. Thus, he used this rare chance to fan the flames. "You talk too much." Wuxia casually threw out a punch without even bothering to look at the Lion Emperor. "Humph," the Lion Emperor snorted and performed a lion madra. A lion's roar echoed in the sky as lion heads shot up to destroy this punch from Wuxia. The masses stared at this king. Everyone knew that going against the ravine was very unwise. However, a heavenly king in the current times was also a pivotal figure. No one could step down after being beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a junior under the watchful gazes of the public. The prince glared at this king and was ready to kill. "If you are courting death, then I'll gladly assist you. Make your move." The king was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He made his decision to stand strong till the very end. His life wheel started to spin, increasing his longevity blood. Inside this surging longevity blood was the weapon of a god monarch. It was as if one was here in person. Everyone understood that this king wanted to fight to the death after seeing him summon a god monarch weapon. Die. The prince turned into a cold murderous beam that instantly soared into the sky, aiming straight for this heavenly king. It was as fast as a golden eagle and as agile as a dancing serpent. Chapter 871, Fighting the Golden Crow. Bang. No matter how invincible these lion images might be, they couldn't stop Wuxia's fist. With a loud explosion, all the images were annihilated. Pop! The emperor's lion madra was shattered on the spot. He was shaken to the point of vomiting blood and went flying. This fist was derived from the Sky Destroyer physique. It wasn't only unyielding, it carried an endless offensive might as well, a might capable of destroying all things. Die! The Lion Legion was anxious to help their leader. They roared as the army came to take down Wuxia. Just a bunch of insects. Wuxia sneered in the face of the encroaching army. At this moment, myriad hands emerged from his body. The 9 worlds floated up as well and focused all of their energies on the 1,000 hands. Myriad slash. Wuxia laughed freely. The 1,000 hands came together and, with a swooshing sound, countless arcs flew out. These arcs were above everything, capable of cutting down all the laws of this world. Myriad slash was a great technique from the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds technique. Heads flew after they were decapitated by the arcs. All the power in the 9 worlds was focused in these slashes. Not to mention a group of demonic lions, even a legion of heavenly kings would be killed in the blink of an eye. As heads fell down to the ground, the headless necks finally began to spray out columns of blood. Crashing sounds ensued as the countless bodies without heads fell to the ground, dyeing the land red. This legion that was the pride of the Lion Emperor didn't even have the chance to summon their strongest formation. All were massacred under one move from Wuxia. The stench of blood assaulted the senses of many, causing them to be creeped out. They quickly retreated and one even murmured, "Fiercest is really brutal. This is so crazy. Halt your assault." The prince screamed after seeing Wuxia destroy the Lion Legion. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden ray that had unbelievable speed and toughness. Others couldn't even see his trajectory as he tried to kill Wuxia. Even a paragon would be alarmed by this scene. Even someone with a protective treasure ready would have a hard time surviving such sharpness and agility. However, space fluttered as Wuxia's chest lit up. The hell-suppressing, soaring, void imperfection, and sky destroyer physiques all activated simultaneously. It seemed that time grew stagnant as all actions slowed down. By the time people realized, Wuxia had already disappeared. Even paragons wouldn't be able to see through his level of speed. The prince with his regalia also slowed. It wasn't a stretch to say his speed was as slow as a snail compared to Wuxia. It wasn't enough to reach the apex. Bon! A monstrous blast dragged everyone back from the stagnation of time. No one clearly saw what had just happened. However, they noticed the prince being smacked up high with blood splattering everywhere. Even the golden crow regalia couldn't save him. The hell-suppressing physique had matchless weight capable of crushing all things. The soaring immortal physique had extreme speed that surpassed all else. The void imperfection physique was unstoppable and caused all laws to retreat. The sky destroyer physique had an untouchable sharpness alongside infinite force. The combination of these four physiques held unthinkable power. Even the regalia failed to protect the prince. Remember that the Sky Destroyer physique held the most destructive force. It had even penetrated Imperial weapons before. The prince continued to vomit blood as he was blown upward. Time stopped once more. The speed that the Golden Crow tribe was so proud of was nothing before the soaring immortal physique at minor completion. The increased agility from the regalia was not enough to offset the disparity either. Bang! Time began to flow again. Everyone saw an unforgettable scene where Wuxia up high heavily stomped down onto the prince's body. Countless feathers and laws from the tribe emerged from the regalia, but they still failed to block this stomp. The sounds of bones cracking appeared as the prince's body shattered all over. Eventually, with a loud blast, the prince fell down from up high and slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. The scene became silent. Everyone knew just how powerful the prince was. Among the younger generation, no one could oppose him outside of Yi Qingsheng and Miaonan. His regalia made it so that he could even challenge ordinary paragons. However, in front of Wuxia, the prince was like a training dummy. His dual arts were nothing before Wuxia's peerless speed and power. The regalia was no longer worth mentioning. This scene was too shocking and caused many to think back about how Miaonan defeated the 18 young celestials with her shield alone. However, Wuxia seemed to be even more domineering than her. At this time, the prince was lying there as his blood stained the regalia. He couldn't believe or accept this truth. To him, losing to Jian Wushuang was only because he underestimated the enemy and didn't bring along a powerful weapon. But now, he came wearing the regalia, thus he couldn't accept this result. He simply didn't have the power to fight back against Wuxia and could only accept the beating. The speed that he was so proud of was meaningless against this mighty foe. I only let Jian Wushuang fight back then to hone her battle experience. Wuxia stared at the prince lying on the ground and said, "You alone are not qualified to be my opponent. Someone at your level still dares to claim to be the #1 genius of the ravine? This only shows that your ravine has declined and can't even find a decent descendant." These words were outrageous. No one in the younger generation would dare to state such an unbridled critique of the ravine. However, no one dared to utter a word. "Ah!" the prince screamed out. His eyes were full of unwillingness and a desire to continue to fight. Pluff! His body suddenly broke apart and his true fate actually combusted. A series of universal laws emerged. He was expending all of his longevity blood in order to reach an atavistic state. An ancient aura soared into the sky. The blood-stained regalia became radiant as each drop of ruby-like blood merged with it. Screech! The cry of a golden crow appeared. The regalia flew into the sky and turned into a three-legged golden crow that opened its wings, blotting out the world. With a loud buzz, it shouldered endless suns with their extremely refined fire ravaging the 9 heavens and the stars above. Even those in the upper layer of the firmament were instantly burnt into ashes. Is that the golden crow progenitor? Some people directly kneeled on the ground after seeing such a world-destroying development. The crow's suppression of the world caused the weaker ones to prostrate uncontrollably since they couldn't withstand such power. What's going on here? Even heavenly kings were aghast before the crow. Someone said in shock, "This is the primal blood of the golden crow tribe." The prince used a secret technique to utilize his blood to its limit in order to summon the power of the progenitor from the regalia. Legend states that the golden crow progenitor had fought against an immortal emperor before. He called himself a supreme true god, a being on par with emperors. Whoosh! The crow spouted a torrential sunfire, wanting to annihilate all things. The cultivators in Bayan City were scared out of their minds when they saw the incoming sea of fire. Mommy, an expert, screamed out and wanted to escape from the city. However, it was all too late. Even paragons might be incinerated in the face of such terrifying refined sunfire. Buzz! In this instant, Wuxia summoned the heaven-sealing pentagate. It flew to the sky and quickly sealed this location. With a series of explosions, the pentagate blocked the descending sunfire. The endless sunfire resembled meteors from space and slammed into the gates over and over again. Unfortunately, it couldn't break through this line of defense. The pentagate was a supreme artifact that had sealed an entire world before, so it could definitely stop an even more powerful level of sunfire. A mere firebird dares to call itself a supreme true god? Know your own limits. Wuxia sneered. Another buzz resounded as the yin-yang sea of blood engulfed the sky. Wuxia's longevity blood was currently boundless. He used this incredible blood energy to empower the pentagate. Each of the doors on the pentagate had a particular pattern. At this moment, these patterns came to life as one mysterious and ancient creature rushed out from each door. Bang! 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 The 5 creatures jumped out, causing the earth to tremble. All of them were accompanied by ancient laws as they emitted terrifying auras like rulers of the old eras. Sun-consuming bird, moon-eating wolf, star-devouring ant, heaven-shrouding eagle, and earth-sealing rat. These were the creatures inside the pentagate's patterns. Chapter 872. Slaying the Golden Crow Prince and the Lion Emperor. The 5 ancient creatures quickly pounced on the 3-legged golden crow. The crow screeched and flapped its wings that could cut down the stars in the 9 heavens. The sunfire blazed for millions of feet to burn the space above. At this moment, it seemed to be a supreme true god capable of slaughtering millions with just a single move. This bird was a powerful and ancient divine beast. In the distant past, it had swept through a heavenly realm before. However, the creatures inside the pentagate were even older than the golden crow and had a much more incredible origin. Just one was enough to deal with the crow, let alone all 5 at the same time. Rip! The 5 ancient creatures were unbelievably savage. They tore apart the sky and destroyed the fabric of time as they lunged forward. In a short period of time, they dismembered the crow despite its futile resistance. It became food for the 5 creatures. This was a shocking scene with blood raining down from the sky. A dying golden crow was vainly struggling and being eaten alive. This astounded everyone present. No, the prince who used his primal blood to summon his progenitor's power was also annihilated the moment the crow was killed. He screamed indignantly before his demise. In his mind, this secret law with the primal blood should have been able to fight even a god monarch. However, he lost completely as the crow became a meal and even paid with his own life. Everyone present felt insecure. Just how overbearing was this matter? Anyone would feel a cold chill right now. Li Qiye recalled the Pentagate and insipidly said, "It would have been more interesting if you brought along immortal Emperor Jin Shi's fate weapon. You merely brought a weapon in the physical form of a fake god, can't reach the apex." The prince died with his eyes still open. Despite having the regalia, he still lost to Li Qiye. In a final act of desperation, he burned his true fate to summon the Golden Crow, as he was willing to pay any price to kill Li Qiye. However, he didn't expect to be annihilated in this manner and was still unwilling in his last moments. Perhaps his final thought was wishing that he had brought along the Emperor's fate weapon, then he might have had the chance to kill Li Qiye by using the combination of the Emperor's supreme arts. The entire city became completely silent. Everyone was staring at Li Qiye in amazement. Prior to this, they had only heard of rumors about him. Shaking the alchemy kingdom and destroying 3 sects with one phrase, these were both fierce and brutal records. However, rumors were still only rumors. Without seeing it for themselves, words would amount to nothing. However, his actions today had shaken everyone's hearts. The Lion Emperor wanted to secretly escape since he was terrified as well. Although he was confident that he was not weaker than the prince that was adorned with the regalia still died pitifully even after he summoned the Golden Crow. Thus, he wanted to use this opportunity to escape from the city. Unfortunately, his trivial speed was incomparable to Li Qiye's. Li Qiye blocked his path and stared at him while lazily speaking with a smirk. "Still want to run after you're already here?" The crowd shifted their attention to the emperor. He had an extremely unsightly expression since he was at a dead end. Earlier, he was extremely overbearing for a very simple reason: he had both strength and the Lion Legion. This gave him confidence that he was definitely capable of sweeping through a great power. Moreover, he had the Ravine and the Stony Edge Kingdom as his backings. With the imperial lineages behind him, on the condition that the 3 behemoths didn't come out, no one would dare to oppose him. However, his Lion Legion was massacred and the prince that supported him was killed by Li Qiye. He had no other means to fight at this moment. He was a big character as well as a genius. Today, he tried to run but was caught by Li Qiye. This was the complete ruination of his fame. However, he took a deep breath and maintained the style of an expert as well as a genius. He slowly said, "Daoistly, the verdant mountains are still there and the pure springs continue to flow. Learn to forgive and forget, don't go too far, you are mistaken. In my eyes, the verdant mountains and pure springs shall be destroyed if they oppose me. Forgive and forget, these words are mere nonsense to me." Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. "You have chosen to oppose me, so prepare for death." The emperor took a deep breath and arched his chest forward to proclaim, "Daoistly, there are 3,000 grand Dao and the emperor's path is endless, there is no avoiding each other. My second brother has millions of elites backed by hundreds of sects. Okay, don't try to scare me with your backing." Li Qiye interrupted him. "Yi Qingqing is nothing to me. Even the ravine is not worth mentioning in my eyes, let alone Yi Qingqing. If you attack now, at least you can die an honorable death. Otherwise, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons to let you experience a horrific end." The Lion Emperor tried to calm down. He knew that there was no other option, so he stared at Li Qiye and slowly said, "I want to fight with you barehanded, will you accept this challenge?" The smart lion knew that Li Qiye had supreme treasures, so he picked this option. At least this way he would have a glimmer of hope of survival. "Of course, you can begin." Li Qiye smiled while posing with both hands behind his back in a leisured manner. The lion had a newfound confidence. He was a genius after all, so he was very sure of himself. He let out a lion roar that echoed across the sky, "Open." In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden lion. It was even more gigantic than a mountain. Its foot could crush a hill as he pounced forward, destroying all in his path. The earth shook as this giant golden lion turned into countless other lions. It became a sea of lions that was ready to devour all things. Just how terrorizing was this scene of ferocious lions? Perhaps this massive amount of lions could even take down a divine beast. Myriad Lion Era, this is the supreme technique of the ancient lion kingdom. Someone paled at the countless lions pouncing towards Li Qie with an unstoppable momentum. This pack was capable of slaying both gods and devils. Li Qie continued to stand there in his cool pose while the lions were swiftly approaching. He eventually reached out with his right hand that tightened into a fist. In this split second, the endless time and boundless space were within his grasp. When he unleashed this fist, a terrifying black hole appeared. Bang! 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 The countless murderous lions were immediately swallowed by this terrifying black hole and instantly shattered inside. No! The Lion Emperor let out a shrill scream. His golden lion body disappeared as his flesh was torn apart by the black hole. He was instantly decimated without leaving behind a single trace. This fist was derived from the heaven-devouring evil physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. It was capable of engulfing all things. None could escape its power. Li Qie destroyed the 9-head Lion Emperor with one fist and nonchalantly spoke, "A mere sick lion dares to proclaim himself an emperor." The lion didn't know that no one was Li Qie's match in hand-to-hand combat. His myriad Dao fist could suppress all enemies while his Heaven Supresian fist was even more unbeatable. As for his immortal physiques, they could simply sweep through anything and everything. The city grew quiet once more. The crowd's gazes towards Li Qie began to fill with fear. After witnessing his ability to slaughter, they finally understood that his notoriety was not limited to tales alone. This was definitely a lawless brute who would destroy anyone who provoked him. Someone looked at him and murmured, "Fiercest, this name is quite fitting." At this point, Li Qie was standing in front of the master mansion and glanced at the crowd to say, "Disperse, go do what you want to do. All the buildings in the city are open to you so long as you have the strength and fortune. However, don't even think about the master mansion, this place is under my jurisdiction." Those who were unwilling couldn't do anything about it. This fierce man even dared to kill the descendant of the ravine, so who would he not dare to slay? Li Qie quietly sat in front of the mansion and closed his eyes to rest without caring about other things. Although some did not give up on entering the master mansion, no one dared to go forward and try while Li Qie was sitting there. This was a bee's nest no one wanted to touch. It was not worth the risk of being killed by this monster. Eventually, as Li Qie sat there waiting, a carriage entered Bian's city. This was a common carriage that was not very eye-catching. However, the woman that stepped down from it instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the city. Many were immediately swooned and marveled at her sight. Chapter 873, Entering the swamp. The woman in the carriage was peerless, as if she was a fairy lost in the mortal realm, unstained by its mundanity. No matter how beautiful a girl might be, she would appear inelegant in this woman's presence. Fairy Ming, someone recognized this woman and their mind fluttered after seeing her supreme beauty and unmatched elegance. The #1 beauty of the stone medicine world, another marveled at her sight. The new arrival was Ming Yeshua, the Alchemy Kingdom's descendant. She attracted countless eyes and enchanted many souls. Ming Yeshua came down from her carriage in the spotlight and went before Li Qie to speak softly, "I'm late." She was always elegant and charming no matter the occasion. In terms of features, Long Jingxian was no worse than her. However, Long Jingxian would always seem to be missing something in comparison. If Long Jingxian was an elf, then Ming Yeshua was a fairy bathing in moonlight. Li Qie gently nodded and stroked her hair while saying, "Come in. This day has been long overdue. Keep going forward without fear, this is a homecoming for you. Once you reach the end, you will understand the truth." Countless were both jealous and envious after seeing the intimate action between the two. Even a peerless genius wouldn't have the chance to be so close to her. She gently nodded and looked at Li Qie with her bright eyes. "You said that you will tell me a few things. Girl, I won't lie to you. The answer is before your very eyes." Li Qie revealed a smile full of tolerance and love as he said, "Follow your heart and feelings to find the answer." She took a deep breath before nodding her head with decisiveness, then she started to head towards the master mansion. The moment she stood before it, the heavy gates opened and allowed her entry. Everyone that watched this scene wanted nothing more than to rush forward into the mansion. However, no one dared to act recklessly while Wuxia was standing there. After the gates closed completely, Wuxia stared into the far horizon. Mei Aonan still didn't appear. However, Wuxia wasn't going to wait for her since he already made the arrangements with the golem. When she arrived, she would be able to enter as well. Eventually, he entered his carriage and the bull carried him out of Biyao city, disappearing under everyone's eyes. After confirming that Wuxia was gone, the majority of the crowd immediately rushed to the front of the master mansion. They wanted to open the gates, but no matter what they tried, the gates remained shut. Even paragons and incomparable geniuses couldn't open them. Wuxia was northbound after leaving the city. The bull was actually moving at a speed so incredible that it was downright frightening. If one saw this scene, they wouldn't think that it was a bull dragging a carriage but rather an imperial dragon soaring across the world, as fast as lightning. With regards to speed alone, even Wuxia's tetrawar bronze chariot couldn't compare to the bull. It could be said that the bull was one of the fastest mounts in the world with virtually no peers. Wuxia eventually arrived at the edge of the beast world thanks to the bull's incredible speed. Very few people had set foot in this place ever since the beast world had first opened. One could only see an endless swamp in the near horizon. Moreover, it had an evil aura that restricted one's movement. Even the strongest beings wouldn't be able to fly in this place. Moreover, they would be infected by this evil energy and might die at any given moment. Without access to flight, one would also be vulnerable to drowning in this horrible swamp. Like quicksand, they would be unable to escape from it. This was a dangerous location in the beast world. Wuxia had undergone an adventure in this place a very long time ago. Back then, when Mei Aonan's master lost his position, he was also exiled here. He had two choices at that time, either leave the beast world forever or accept being exiled to this place. For a golem from Biyao city, leaving the beast world was akin to seeking death. In the end, her master chose to be exiled. Later on, Wuxia brought the young immortal emperor Tun Ri to this place. At that moment, Mei Aonan's master attempted to bewitch the young emperor, so Wuxia nailed him into this swamp. It wasn't until later when immortal emperor Tun Ri interceded on the golem's behalf that Wuxia released him, allowing him to live. This swamp was extremely dangerous. Even a god king wouldn't recklessly come to this place. However, Wuxia rushed inside on his carriage without any hesitation and disappeared into the thick and evil aura in the blink of an eye. The bull was not only fast but also adept in risky adventures. It was able to avoid dangers and remove poisons as well as predict future ominous events. Because of this, it was the best mount to enter any ominous ground and also the reason why Wuxia went to the celestial peak to find it again. In a distant era, the Tetra chariot was Wuxia's war vehicle while the bull was the mount he rode to enter the forbidden grounds and other ominous locations. Why did this happen? When the news of the prince's death in battle arrived at the ravine, the whole place was sent into turmoil. For instance, a scream echoed across the place right at this moment. The ravine couldn't swallow this anger, especially the experts from the Golden Crow tribe. Even the other elders couldn't let this go. They wanted to mobilize their armies to kill Wuxia for vengeance. The ravine master, on the other hand, did not agree to this approach and rejected the elders' decision. Thus, the meeting became quite interesting. Under the anger of the elders, the entire ravine seemed to be shaking, causing many disciples to be frightened. I agree with Miao Chan's logic. We have been too arrogant in the past few generations. Golden Crow took the vanguard for Yi Qingsheng and represented the world to reinstate the Biyao agreement. This made many people angry. Even though we are a sect with two emperors, above us are behemoths like the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan. When we mobilize against others, what will these sects think of us? The master did not want to mobilize their troops. Meanwhile, some elders and high elders and even a few ancestors, especially the big shots from the Golden Crow tribe, swore to seek revenge. In fact, the master was in a weak position at this time. Although his Miao clan had a pivotal position in the ravine, the Golden Crow tribe held even greater influence. Master, don't forget, if it wasn't for your refusal to let my grandchild borrow the Emperor's true weapon, he wouldn't have died to that little animal. A great character from the Golden Crow tribe spoke coldly. We only have 2 Imperial Fate weapons, so the decision wasn't made lightly. They are our defining treasures meant for the sect's survival. If we lose an Imperial Fate weapon during my reign, then I will become a sinner of the ravine, a sinner towards our forefathers. The master raised his voice. In fact, the master had no affection for the prince. In the beginning, he actually wanted him to marry his daughter, but towards the end, he no longer held such thoughts. Regardless of what happened, our descendant definitely cannot die in vain. If we don't mobilize and kill Li Qia, how can we intimidate the world? How can we establish our eternal prestige? One ancestor uttered in all seriousness. Although the master had a high-ranking position and was well respected, the majority of the high elders and even ancestors were in support of the Golden Crow's branch. The meeting became very rowdy. Some supported the master's decision, but more approved of the Golden Crow tribe's choice. On a peak inside the ravine, Miao Chan could be found seated there, stupefied. The tears in the corners of her eyes had yet to dry from her quiet weeping. As a character that had made decisions for the ravine, she had never missed a meeting before. But today, she did not participate. At this moment, everything became meaningless in her eyes. Everything she did was for the prince, but he was now dead, so everything vanished like smoke. Strength and strategies were no longer important in her mind. She sat there in silence with no one around to help shoulder her grief. Her expression carried a tinge of coldness and sadness. After some time, the ravine master came along and sat down next to her. It was obvious that he was furious. Miao Chan composed herself after a long period and looked at her father to softly ask, "Are we mobilizing?" "Ignore them." The master was clearly livid. He struggled to suppress his anger and looked at his daughter. He couldn't help but feel hurt as he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Child, do you want to get revenge for that bastard as well?" "Revenge?" Miao Chan bitterly smiled with a touch of helplessness, disappointment, and some despair. "Against whom? Li Qia? Or perhaps Yi Qingsheng?" Although Li Qia killed him, he died playing in Yi Qingsheng's palm. The ravine master indignantly stated, "That bastard didn't listen to good advice. Look at him now, he threw his life away. But that doesn't matter. What's most unforgivable is that he made my daughter suffer as well." The woman in the carriage was peerless, as if she was a fairy lost in the mortal realm, unstained by its mundanity. No matter how beautiful a girl might be, she would appear inelegant before this woman's presence. Fairy Ming, someone recognized this woman and their mind fluttered after seeing her supreme beauty and unmatched elegance. The #1 beauty of the stone medicine world, another marveled at her sight. The new arrival was Ming Yeshua, the Alchemy Kingdom's descendant. She attracted countless eyes and enchanted many souls. Ming Yeshua came down from her carriage in the spotlight and went before Li Qia to speak softly, "I'm late." Chapter 874, Yi Qingsheng's Might. After a good while, Miao Chan closed her eyes with teary lashes and softly spoke, "Father, revenge, to me, no longer has any meaning. He is already dead, so what can we do? If we mobilize our troops, it would be playing right into the hands of Yi Qingsheng. He dreams about us sending troops to the rest of the world to become his pawns. I don't want to seek revenge if it means the ravine will become his cannon fodder." Miao Chan softly said, "His killer is not Li Qia, but Yi Qingsheng. He had always viewed him as a brother while Yi Qingsheng only used him as a pawn. If that bastard had you in his heart, then this wouldn't have happened, as he would have listened to you. Kindness lost to ill intent, treating a villain as a brother. Now, he died without a grave and even dragged the ravine down with him into this mess." The master hatefully voiced his thoughts. I knew that he wouldn't have a good end when he went to find Yi Qingqing last time. He just didn't listen to me. Miao Chan's eyelashes fluttered a bit as she murmured, I don't blame others but only myself for my lack of determination. I gave him the illusion that he was truly the #1 genius in the ravine. Child, it is not your fault. You can only blame that bastard. The master responded, if he listened to you, then he wouldn't have become Yi Qingqing's dog. But now, the only thing he accomplished was making you heartbroken. Miao Chan stayed quiet for a very long time. She eventually sighed bitterly and spoke with a voice full of sadness, I chose the wrong person. I thought I could make him change his mind and wake him up, but I was wrong. The master felt pain as well upon seeing the tears in his daughter's eyes. Child, forget him. We'll leave the ravine together. The edges of the world are endless. There has to be a place that can bring you peace of mind. Father, you are the ravine master, Miao Chan uttered. The master interrupted her and shook his head, Child, nothing is more important than you. Plus, I am no longer the ravine master. The elders impeached you? Miao Chao looked at her father with some surprise, but this was still within her calculations. Well, they have made up their minds. The majority of the high elders supported the Golden Crow Prince. I don't have any sentiment for the position of ravine master either, so I quit on the spot. It's good to leave the ravine for a bit. Our Miao clan is a great clan. Even without the ravine, we still have our clan. The master said. The Miao clan consisted of the descendants of the ravine's progenitor, immortal Emperor Qilin. Later on, their Miao clan declined, causing their influence within the ravine to be far inferior to the Golden Crow tribe. However, the Miao clan was still quite sizable with their own forces outside of the ravine. Miao Chan became silent. After a while, she bitterly said, I have caused trouble to father and the Miao clan. If she didn't concede back then, the prince wouldn't have become the main descendant of the ravine. At that time, many ancestors supported her clan. If she became the descendant, her clan's influence in the ravine would have risen to a whole different level. However, she gifted the position to the prince, causing the Golden Crow tribe to rise once more. No, it is not your fault, it is all because of that bastard. He truly let you down. The master bitterly spoke. Miao Chan pondered for a long time before nodding gently, Father, I am willing to leave the Heaven Hoof ravine to take a trip outside. Good, I'll take you away tomorrow. After all, I am free now. The ravine master nodded. Where are you, Li Qia? Come out and fight. A voice that pierced through time itself echoed across the beast world. When this voice appeared, it was as if a divine bell had been rung in resonance with the Grand Tao. It reverberated and pounded the hearts of all listeners in the area, causing them to palpitate with shock. A person could be seen flying closer from the direction of the voice. He trod across the eons and was protected by the power of saints as if from his birth he was predestined to be extraordinary, the ruler of the 9 heavens. Sages were protecting him while saints preached their scriptures to him. The majestic Grand Tao paved a path below him. No matter where he went, this Tao would come into light, for he was the tyrant of this world that continued to mold itself to his whims. Yi Qingqing, many were alarmed to see this person in the sky. Even when he came alone, it was still shocking. The majority of experts and lineages quickly avoided him. Could it be that Imperial Edge's Mei Aonan lost? Those who knew about the fight between them were astonished. For many people, if even Mei Aonan lost, then no one could oppose him in this generation. No one else could reach a mortal emperor besides him. Eventually, someone from the previous generation brought news from space and coldly stated, no, Yi Qingqing and Mei Aonan fought and eventually entered an ancient battlefield in space. There, they were caught in a temporal distortion. Yi Qingqing came out unscathed while news of Mei Aonan has yet to be heard. All the old cultivators who came back had cold expressions, so no one knew what was going on. Li Qia, come out and fight. Yi Qingqing quickly arrived and floated above Bayan City. His profound glare swept by as if he could see through all of it. However, Li Qia had already left. No one would come out to answer his challenge. Li Qia, listen well. You have slain my brothers and massacred my friends. I will continue to seek vengeance until one of us dies. No matter where you may be, this world is only big enough for one of us. Yi Qingqing stood up high and heroically proclaimed before everyone. He swore to have revenge for the dead Lion Emperor and Golden Crow Prince. To have a good friend like this, one cannot ask for more in life. Someone said with emotions after listening to these grand words. The younger generation was especially moved. They were enchanted by the brotherhood. To jump into fire and die for a friend without fear of tyrants, there would be no more regrets in life if they had such sworn brothers. Of course, there were also those indifferent to such a grand rhetoric, especially the wily old generation. They didn't comment on his proclamation. The lack of response from Li Qia to Yi Qingqing's challenge made some cultivators who liked Yi Qingqing to sneer, Li Qia only picks on the weak. Before the celestial being, isn't he just running with his tail tucked between his legs? He doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Naturally, there were some experts who liked Li Qia as well. One of them stood out and defended him, since when is fiercest afraid of anyone? He doesn't care for Yi Qingqing since he even dared to shake the alchemy kingdom and killed god monarchs. Someone like that would be afraid of Yi Qingqing? That was because he had the phoenix as his backing. The bird isn't here now, so he can only obediently run away like a dog. Yi Qingqing's supporter immediately cursed. After seeing no response from Li Qia, Yi Qingqing landed before the master mansion to stare at the gates that had been shut for a while. At this time, countless eyes fell on him as people watched with bated breaths. Outside of Li Qia opening the gates and Ming Yeshua going inside, no one else was able to open them. Even the powerful ancestors and brilliant geniuses failed to do so. So now, everyone wanted to see if Yi Qingqing could open the gates. The entire stone medicine world knew that his talents were supreme. He was the number one of the younger generation. If even he couldn't do it, then others could only despair. Yi Qingqing placed his palm on the gates and chanted a mantra. He derived new laws and, in this very instant, his entire body lit up as various grand Tao emerged around him. However, no matter what kind of amazing law he created or what mantra he chanted, the gates remained motionless. He did not give up and continued to create extremely mysterious Tao. The appearance of these laws resulted in a golden dragon coiling around his body with phoenixes flying above. All kinds of strange images emerged. As his laws became more abstruse, the visual phenomena became more stunning. Wise sages began to knock on the gates as saints communicated with the Tao. There were even immortals descending with divine beasts emitting their auras. A terrifyingly invincible aura engulfed the entire city as it was affected by Yi Qingqing's supreme grand Tao. The worldly power of the city erupted as its own laws emerged with Tao hymns. One could faintly hear the sighs of the Tao while the great deities were listening quietly. The entire city lit up and many doors from the buildings here fluctuated. Without a doubt, Yi Qingqing was opening many doors at this moment. He was free to enter any of them. So powerful, worthy of being the unbeatable genius of our time. Such a supreme aptitude has no equal. Both old and young were shocked to see the entire city being affected. Even the most arrogant genius would have to bow their head before Yi Qingqing's means and unparalleled talents. However, as he derived myriad laws with boundless images coming together, the gates remained shut without any signs of opening. This can't be real. Many didn't believe this scene. All assumed that he would be able to open the main gates, but they hadn't moved in the least. No one would believe such a thing. He was number one, there was nothing he couldn't do. In fact, ever since he showed himself to the world, he had never failed before. It seemed that the goddess of victory was always on his side. But now, he was defeated by Bayan's city. This was tasting defeat for the first time since his debut. Someone from the previous generation murmured in disbelief, this is so irrational. The celestial being has incredible talents and his supreme Tao is enough to shake the entire city, but the main gates are still closed. This is impossible, this is nothing like the legends. A few happily thought to themselves as well, fiercest is still the most amazing, opening the door like eating a meal. Ha, even the number one loses sometimes. Yi Qingqing had a cold expression, but he simply sat on the roof of the master mansion. A plethora of phenomena continued to emerge and, in a short amount of time, Dao runes belonging to him filled the entire city. Chapter 875. Bloodhand Butcher. A never-dispersing evil aura lingered in the deepest parts of the swamp located in the farthest region of the beast world. Li Qia rode his carriage while it emitted an ancient law to prevent the aura from invading the space around him. As for the bull, it was able to tread steadily even in the most dangerous locations. It continued to carry Li Qia to his destination. Eventually, the carriage stopped. This was a swamp that had no distinct characteristics compared to other places. Li Qia slowly walked forward and left behind one footprint after another as if he was measuring something. Moreover, they were not simple footprints, they were marks from the runes of the Tao. Finally, after imprinting enough footprints, the Tao runes began to move and intertwine to form laws. These laws then formed a door above the muddy ground. Li Qia formed a mudra with both hands while chanting a mantra. His mind opened as his sea of memories roared. A second door superimposed itself onto the first one. Right when the two came together like two keys of a pair, Li Qia shouted, "Open." A series of heavy sounds could be heard. A cave entrance emerged from the mud and morphed into the shape of a small fortress. As the two doors floated around, the fortress let out a sound that signaled the true opening of the door. Li Qia withdrew his mudra and closed his mind before sitting back on his carriage once more. Beyond the entrance was a completely silent scene. It was also pitch black as if this little fortress was a prison. No need to play dead, I know you are still alive. I spent countless efforts to trap you all here so that you could continue to survive. Li Qia lazily looked at the entrance while he remained on his carriage. Hew hew hew, a strange laughter came from the cave, then was a sinister response. Dark Crow, my Dark Crow, after so many years, you still haven't given up. Hew hew hew. Go ahead and try all of your means. My old bones can handle the worst torture in this world. I believe that. Li Qia chuckled, I have destroyed your bones time and time again, but you continue to persevere, this is indeed very admirable. Bloodhand Butcher, this not just an empty title. So kind, so kind. But compared to you, I'm still lacking a little. The victor is the king while the loser becomes the bandit. I dominated 1,000 generations only to lose to you in the end. The strange laughter continued inside the cave. Likewise. Didn't you order Immortal Emperor Tian Tu to capture me back then as well? Li Qia chuckled, Feng Shui will continue to change. However, it is in my grasp and will never come back to you. You have lost and will never be able to reverse the tides. Those who have died in my clutches are too numerous to count. The myriad races in the 9 worlds have all lost loved ones due to me. In fact, they amount to no less than the number of the ancient Ming I've massacred. However, I have never shown mercy just because of their races. In the past, some fools thought that they could change your ancient Ming, some idiots thought that they could befriend you and take advantage of each other to rule the era. It was these fools who led the wolves into their home, resulting in darkness spreading across the 9 worlds to forever exile the light. Li Qia coldly smiled at this point. Hew hew hew, no matter what, Dark Crow, even if you keep on torturing me and grinding my bones, I will still agree with these words. The strange voice responded, I can only blame some fools from my clan who showed mercy, some idiots who gained emotions from intermarrying. They actually thought that they became human or something, even forgetting that they are forever ancient Ming with an eternal evil flowing through their blood. The fools made that stupid decision. Hew hew hew, what is this about enslaving other races? This is simply a ludicrous choice. We should have killed all the races in the 9 worlds from the beginning without leaving even a single survivor. Then, the world would have been ours forever. Stupid. Li Qia chortled in response, Bloodhand, O Bloodhand, still uttering these silly words to me. It is undeniable that your creed was to slaughter my myriad races. However, do you dare say that you didn't have your own hidden intentions? This intention made you agree with the decision of Tian Tu's group. All of you simply wanted to enslave the 9 worlds and use its blood to create an invincible legion. Bloodhand, do you dare deny that you wish to strike back in the future? Li Qie snorted at this point. You and the other ancient Ming geezers were unwilling, and still dreamed about the day of the counterattack. The person in the cave only scowled and didn't say anything. After a long time, he finally laughed out loud and declared, "My ancient Ming is the real invincible race. We are the real rulers of the high heavens." Okay, I already know your ambitions. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. There's no need to bring up the past again. I only have one thing to say, let your ambition die. Your ancient Ming will never have the chance again. There is only one fate awaiting all of you, extinction. The person in the cave only smiled grimly without saying anything. Li Qie was half lying down on his carriage as he lazily said, "Bloodhand, I didn't come this time to blabber on and on with you since we could have done this in the old eras. I came this time for only one thing, just like before, hand over the corporeal zone, then perhaps I will spare your life or maybe give you a swift death. Your choice." Hew, so many generations have passed, Dark Crow, yet you still haven't given up. Like I said, I don't have the corporeal zone. The person in the cave laughed. I have heard this many times before. Li Qie shook his head gently. You incessantly repeated these words over the years, too many times for me to remember, in fact. Correct, you truly don't have the corporeal zone on you, but you know where it is as well as the hiding spot of the remnant ancient Ming. I have no comment about that. A strange laughter resounded in response. What now? Do you want to torture me again like before? Perhaps you can find an immortal emperor like before to tear apart my soul. Of course, you can also try to tear apart my sea of memories as well. I don't care either way since you have performed countless agonizing tortures on my body. You have destroyed my cultivation and my flesh as well as grinding down my bones. Okay, Bloodhand, there's no need to pretend to be pitiful before me. You and I are not good people. If you want to act pitifully and curse me for being vicious, then you should first think about those who died at your hands in the past. The young ones whose bones you took to build the evil palace. Their dismay before death was 1,000,000 times worse than yours. Li Qie coldly interrupted him. Hew, I didn't torture them in countless ways like you did. Their agony only came from their primal fear, but me? I have no fear, not even of an eternity of pain. The strange laughter sounded again. Will you experience fear when I destroy your ancient Ming? Li Qie couldn't help but smile. I know you are not afraid of death or pain, but without the ancient Ming, what is left for you? You are the oldest controller of the ancient Ming. Without it, you have nothing, you would just be a lost ghost. Such words made Bloodhand silently contemplate. After a while, he let out an ominous laugh. Unfortunately, Dark Crow, you will never have that chance. You are too confident. Li Qie smiled. There are very few things across the eons that I cannot do. Don't forget, I have patience and plenty of time. I will find them one day. I'm afraid you will never have that chance. Just let this idea die, Dark Crow. Even until the day your human race faces extinction, our ancient Ming will never perish. A never-dispersing evil aura lingered in the deepest parts of the swamp located in the farthest region of the beast world. Li Qie rode his carriage inside while it emitted an ancient law to prevent the aura from invading the space around him. As for the bull, it was able to tread steadily even in the most dangerous locations. It continued to carry Li Qie to his destination. Eventually, the carriage stopped. This was a swamp that had no distinct characteristics compared to other places. Li Qie slowly walked forward and left behind one footprint after another as if he was measuring something. Moreover, they were not simple footprints, they were marks from the runes of the Tao. Finally, after imprinting enough footprints, the Tao runes began to move and intertwine to form laws. These laws then formed a door above the muddy ground. Li Chia formed a mudra with both hands while chanting a mantra. His mind opened as his sea of memories roared. A second door reflected itself onto the first one. Right when the two came together like two keys of a pair, Li Chia shouted, "Open!" You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.